Hello.
Oh my God, we're back.
We did it.
We're here.
Oh my goodness gracious.
It's only been something like...
I don't even...
6 months.
Okay, listen.
Since we did episode 7.
Life decided to life. There was this strike. We lived our Newsies fantasy.
We did all the episodes since the strike.
I know. But then there was a flood.
Yeah, so if you haven't kept up with us on the
God
socials,
did not want this episode to happen.
And you were wondering, where's episode 8?
Here it is.
Here it is. Long story short, catastrophic flooding. Studio got kind of destroyed. Mold happened. Allie was very, very, very sick for several months.
Had a health crisis.
Other stuff, then travel, then... Look, we're here now. And that's what matters.
And now our dog's having a crisis.
The dog is next to us having a meltdown because we're recording this in the general vicinity of the 4th of July, which here in the United States means that people just start sending fireworks off at all times.
And it's really rude.
And it makes our dog have a meltdown. He's fine. He's just going to pant over there.
He's just going to pant over there, and he'll settle.
So welcome back, at long last, to you do this part. What am I doing?
Welcome
I'm running on autopilot.
To Wheel Takes, a podcast where we usually podcast about just the Wheel of Time books, and sometimes other books as well, but also the TV show, because Gus and I both work in the industry. And I was a creative executive in development for years, and now I'm a screenwriter. Most recently for the Rugrats reboot and
some other stuff.
Yeah, and some other stuff.
And I'm an actor, and we both work in the industry. And sometimes we think we have things to add and contribute to the conversation, and we like the show, and we like talking about the show. You probably have already listened to some of these. You probably know what you're here for. It's going to be fun. It's probably going to be long. Well, I can't say for sure it's going to be fun. I think it's going to... I have fun recording these. These are really fun for me to record. It'll be fun at least over here. Hopefully you have fun too. Hello. Anyway...
All right.
Yeah.
So should we talk about the episode?
We're here to do episode 8, which is called what?
I actually didn't write down what the episode's called. Neither of us did.
How many pages of notes do you have?
Why did you do that? What was meant to be? How many pages of notes? I can't even begin to tell you.
Yes.
So if I don't have one thing written down, then sue me. Episode 8 in the series season structure is the resolution and hook episode. And so basically what that means is we are going to get a resolution to the climax of the plot question, of which there are kind of 2 this season, but they're both pretty intimately related to one another. The first being, will the Dragon Reborn cat be let out of the Dragon Reborn bag? And will we ever get back together?
Are we ever getting back together?
Like ever.
Like ever. A valid question. A timeless question.
So yeah, we're covering the fallout from the answer to our season question, and then we are giving us a hook that's going to make us want to continue to watch into the next season.
Yes. Last season we had about 1,000 hooks, right? We had the Shan-Chan, we had people getting stabbed, we had the horn got taken, we had Ishamael's probably not dead, we had Rand is out on his own, we had Matt is gone. So yeah, hooks. Notable thing to mention, because this comes up a lot, hooks and cliffhangers are different.
They are
Cliffhangers
different.
can be easily answered. Hooks usually can't easily be answered.
Yes, there is a difference. And we need hooks so that you want to keep watching.
Yes.
We need hooks at the end of episodes, too. There's hooks everywhere.
I have mentioned before, I think, on this podcast that... and this is not a knock against the show. This is just an experience that I had with this show. This first season of Westworld, I think, is some of the best television I've ever seen. And I didn't choose to continue watching it. I felt that the first season, I didn't want to know anymore. I was so happy with what had happened. I was like, great. There are questions that are unanswered, but I don't really care. Yes. I'm so happy with this.
And that's what is, your feelings about Westworld aside.
Yeah.
Because obviously I agree with you that first season is some of the best TV I've ever seen. And I think that your feelings aside, that's what we're trying to avoid.
Right.
Is you feeling like, and now I'm done. I don't need to see any more of this. That is the exact opposite reaction of what we want. So that's the goal. So we also have a thematic question, right? The thematic question is also kind of the proof of longevity of the show, and kind of the deeper stuff that they're getting at. Plot question is like, what's going to happen?
Yeah.
And thematic question is like that deeper, why are we here?
Thematic question, I know we've talked a lot this season as being, among other things, what makes a monster.
Yes. And who we can trust with that. Yes.
Yeah,
and the dire consequences of being wrong about those things. So that manifests in Luce Theron in the cold open, having to come to terms with his friend being a Forsaken.
Well, before we... Are we diving right in? Or
No. I'm just giving some bullet points.
Yeah.
He's trusted the wrong person, clearly, at the top, and that has led to some dire consequences. Matt blowing the horn, learning he may not be the prick he fears himself to be, that he may be able to break out of that particular generational trauma / curse, but that journey hasn't reached its conclusion yet because he immediately turns around and accidentally stabs Rand. Right? So we are not done with that character arc.
Yes.
Moraine and Land repairing their bond with one another. They've learned that they can trust one another even when everything seems to have fallen apart, and that there are dire consequences when they don't work together. I'm interested to see what this plot does to Land's relationship with Nynaeve, since it likely means he's more committed than ever to the cause. At the same time, everyone this season has learned that we can't push people away just to protect them. Whether that lesson applies to everyone remains to be seen. We've had some counterpoints to this with events like what went down with Moraine and Swan last episode to contend with.
Yep.
Because there's always got to be counterpoints to what we're learning. Lanfear's overestimation of her own abilities in plotting, right? She's trusted herself and was wrong. She was overconfident in her own abilities, leading to the release of further bad guys she's clearly afraid of. Not to mention Ishamael's double-crossing of Lanfear. Lanfear trusted that she had control of Ishamael and she did not. Perrin going full wolf mode, allowing himself to embrace who he is and his friendship with Hopper after Hopper's death, and rightfully killing Jeffrem Bornhold. I believe rightfully. But potentially creating further beef with his son Dane, who explicitly knows where he lives.
I understand what you mean by rightfully.
Murder that man. He killed the dog.
Look.
Murder him again.
Look.
Murder him thrice.
Look.
Murder him every time.
Okay,
He just keeps getting up. We keep hitting him with the hammer.
But, I mean...
rightfully murdered Jeffrem Bornhold.
All right.
Rand having to surrender trust to his friends and let them put themselves in harm's way. Rand also having to come to full terms with his abilities and Dragon Reborn status. All of the plots in this episode converge in some way, so we're going to talk about things in the order they happen in for this episode, as opposed
so we're
to
not doing
separating
ABC plot. That makes sense for this one, because how the fuck would
we do that
for this
one?
one?
As seasons go on, if they are a serialized show, a lot of the time serialized meaning they're not these contained episodes.
Yeah.
Because there are exceptions to the rule of like things, build off of one another, and that's in episodic shows. Episodic shows are like your Law and Orders. It's like they're not going to be doing things that are going to compound on each other.
Yeah.
Usually. It's usually going to be...
Seinfeld, I think.
Beginning, middle, end.
Does Seinfeld have an arc?
Seinfeld.
Not really. Curb Your Enthusiasm.
Friends.
Friends has...
This is what we would call an episodic show with serialized elements.
Yeah.
Which,
A lot of, like, Bones. Bones is episodic, but eventually there's,
pretty much every crime show that isn't, like, True Detective. Yeah.
Or Deadlock, which we've been watching recently.
I love
Deadlock. Which is very fun.
That is a serialized crime comedy.
Yeah. Deadlock with a CH. It's set in Australia.
Really good. But yeah, we're going to talk about things because, usually by this time, by the end of the season, the plots start to really converge in a big way. It's still a helpful intellectual exercise to separate them out, though, so we can thoroughly examine what's happening here. So A plot is going to be Rand, Moraine, Lanfear, and the Forsaken. That's all one A plot.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, Rand's been kind of the driving force for basically everything.
Yeah, because, the thing is that Moraine and Land's plot line is all to support Rand, and they start with him at the beginning. So really, they're a subplot of that A plot.
And everybody comes around to Rand at the end.
Yes, and Ishamael and Lanfear are serving as antagonists in the A plot. So they're antagonistic forces toward Rand. So their plot is also subsumed by the A plot. B plot, Nynaeve, Elayne, Egwene, and the Shan-Chan.
Yep, that makes sense. It's the emotionally driven plot for sure.
Yep. the emotionally driven plot. And then we got C plot, Perrin and the White Cloaks.
Yeah. I think C and D are kind of interchangeable.
They really are.
They frequently are. Perrin has been king of the D plot lately.
I had my reasons for why Perrin was C plot.
Though. Sure.
Largely to do with the order in which they were presented.
Sure. Yeah.
And he got slightly more content than Matt, actually.
Sure.
And D plot was Matt and the Horn.
Yeah. And the knife.
Mm-hmm. With the Forsaken serving as kind of intermediary characters who connect the plot line.
Which makes sense for their function.
Yes.
I think. Before we get into
the cold open
analytical discussion, can I just say that I fucking loved this?
Yeah.
Can we just take a minute? Because we're going to go through everything step by step. I loved this so much.
Yeah.
It was so exciting and so dramatic, and the battles were fucking cool, and the action was fun, and the characters were interesting, and I loved the choices they made, and I fucking loved it.
I just grinned the entire time.
Yeah, except when you were sobbing. You still haven't watched Hopper die, have you? By the way, this episode contains
my fingers.
Whoa, I didn't even talk about spoilers for this. Woo. Hey everybody, this is how spoilers work for this. First part, you probably already know this, but I bears repeating. First part is going to be part 1, which is going to be spoilers just for the show. So we're going to sometimes say stuff that is kind of relevant to the books a little bit, but we're going to generally not spoil anything past what the books have already covered. Part 2 is going to be spoilers through what Allie's read, which today, because it's been a minute, is the prologue of The Gathering Storm. New Spring is also on the table. And then part 3 is going to be me and special guest, presumably Bree, depending on when we're able to do recording. And that's going to be full book spoilers, and they'll be delineated with sirens. That's all I had to say on that front. Anything else about the episode apart from, it was fun, before we jump in?
It was fun. I really enjoyed it. Okay. I have a fucking dissertation about this episode, by the way. This is why it's taken us so long. My notes also took 5 ever. I was pausing every frame.
Yes.
It was intense, and I'm sorry in advance for how long this is probably going to end up being, but I hope it's worth it. Okay. Cold open. You ready?
I have never been readier.
In a nice bookend parallel with episode 8's conclusion. I love this. We start this episode at the Eye of the World. Okay, bookends. That's when we have something at the beginning and then we pay it off later in a full circle kind of moment.
Yeah.
That's this. We bookended the episode 8 conclusion to start this episode with Eye of the World.
Also the episode 8 cold open. Because the episode 8 cold open is the other Luz Theron one.
Yes, and I talk about that.
Yeah.
Stop talking. Okay, no,
I listen.
Spoilers. Okay, ostensibly when Ashamael was first imprisoned there. Another bookend we see here is that the only 2 times we've been given glimpses into 3,000 years ago are in the final episodes of both seasons. Last season, we saw Luz Theron in a deep discussion with his friend Latra Pasai, arguing about what course to take in saving the world, and Latra Pasai refuses to have the women participate in his plan, for fear the Dark One would corrupt the One Power, something he ultimately did on the male side. She informed him in that cold open that the Aes Sedai women would be there to pick up the pieces when he failed. In episode 8, Rand likely saw the battle between Ashamael and Luz Theron that took place right before Ashamael's capture here, so we are getting little pieces of the events leading up to the apocalypse, like breadcrumbs, to find out what happened. I think that likely, I have a theory that episode 8 of next season will feature the parts of the prologue of Eye of the
first
World.
book? I think that's very possible. We can't talk about that too much right now.
But it makes me wonder.
Yes.
If the pattern continues, we may get more information in episode 8 of season 3. And if I'm right about what I think might happen in episode 8 of season 3, that is a really interesting time to do that. All right. This is just an imperfect, this is a quote. This is just an imperfect, overwhelmed woman trying to remind her old friend that he's not invincible. Latra Pasai, season 1, episode 8. This kind of represents the messages that literally every character has gotten over the course of the season. We cannot defeat the Dark One alone. We are stronger together. The cold open in episode 8 of season 1 set up one of the big thematic arcs for season 2. Cool. We get a lot of focus in the cold opens of this episode on spoke patterns. Oh, no. Sorry. We get a lot of focus in the cold opens of this season on spoke patterns. I thought this was really interesting. I clocked that. It's like one of the first things we see in episode 1 of this season is the rooftop.
The wheel.
Yeah. And then I went back and I looked at every cold open because I'm a absolutely ridiculous. I went back and I looked at every cold open and there are lots of spoke patterns in the cold opens. Lews Therin says that he doesn't want to do this again, not to you. We're establishing that Lews Therin and Ishamael have some kind of special relationship, and that the communication between the Forsaken was such that Ishamael didn't know that the others were already imprisoned by Lews Therin.
I'm sure you also caught the bookend to this in episode 8.
We'll see.
When Ishamael is walking up to Rand on the tower top at the very end,
of course.
he says pretty much the same thing.
Yes. This could be in regards to having to do this to the Forsaken over and over, or in regards to the fact that Lews has already imprisoned the others, and this is particularly hard for him because it's Ishamael, his best friend. Lews specifically mentions Magedion and Samael, which to me means we may see them next season. Magedion we obviously already see, but we've mentioned them several times now. And it seems like they may be leaning harder into giving them specific traits and specialities that set them apart from one another, which I think is really smart. I also think that the mention of compulsion this season may be setting up for Grendel as well. And
Can't talk about that very much, but yes, just for the record. We know that, according to Lanfear, Grendel is a vain idiot.
We know she's a vain idiot.
Oh, there might be noises in the background. We can't do anything about that. We're using a different microphone because we still haven't gotten the studio rebuilt from when it flooded.
Yeah, all I'm going to say is that we've also mentioned compulsion at least twice.
Yes.
Ishamael says, this is our chance to break the wheel and make it stop. Again, we hear what Ishamael's motives are. He's a nihilist who thinks that suffering will only stop with the ending of everything, which Lews immediately shuts down because all of the people they love would die. To which Ishamael responds, they'll die no matter what you do. Which is true about life, not to give anyone an existential panic. All of the people we love will eventually die one way or another. So in a sense, Ishamael is right. But in having that narrow scope of focus on the totality that is life, he's missing a far broader point. Ishamael challenges Lews Therin to kill him, and then they'll dance this dance in their next lives. Lews Therin says he doesn't want to do it again, because instead of killing Ishamael, he's going to imprison him. Both Lews Therin and Ishamael express that they are tired of the repetitive strife between the two of them that span lifetimes, and both are looking for a loophole out. But in going against the natural order of things, as Latrepassai intimated in Season 1, is Lews Therin making a bigger mistake and setting them back at least 1,000 years. He says, I know how much you hate being alive, and for that, you're truly a mood, my friend. No, I'm just kidding. And for that, I'm truly sorry, my friend, but I don't want to do this again. The repetition of I don't want to do this again embodies both Ishamael and Lews's feelings toward the reincarnation they're forced to endure, but their solutions diverge from Lews's other friend Latra, who seems to be more in the camp of embracing that pattern and not messing with the powers that be, which could lead to why the narrative has become, after 3,000 years, about arrogant men. We see shadowy figures who are later revealed to be children. Oh, and now we're out of the cold open. Sorry.
Are we going to take a... Well, I guess we could should.
If you want to.
Take a real quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to... It's not the A-plot. It's just Scene 1. The beginning. Here we go. A place to start. There are neither beginnings nor endings to episode 8. That's it. Not true. There are both. Allie is scrolling through her notes, looking, and I'm doing banter. I'm doing patter.
I'm ready to go.
Why the fuck am I doing this?
I don't know. It was odd. All right, so we see shadowy figures who are later revealed to be children moving in fog.
Oh, this part.
The white cloaks and their corruption of symbols of innocence, the color white in children in particular, but also the bird that Eamon Volda ate, is kind of a consistent motif that they're using with them.
I feel like the censers that they're swinging are also usually associated with,
Christianity.
Worship. Not even
worship.
Christianity specifically, but worship broadly.
And a sense of cleansing, right?
Yeah. And now they're using it to mask
a deadly approach. We get to have a sense of Jeffrey Bornhold's leadership style here, and we get a feeling of suspense when he says, We have something they do not in regards to taking the city. That, is a new question that's being presented. What do they have?
I read that as the light on our side.
I mean, yes.
Yeah.
That can also be true.
But that, yeah,
there is that question that sets up. Is it's like, is he talking about the light and he's being that guy?
Is there a special
or is
weapon?
There something
like,
special?
what are we doing?
You'll notice that he doesn't say the light after that.
No, he does not.
He just says, we have something they do not. That could be either way.
I also want to flag, I love this whole setup of the White Cloaks versus the Shan-Chan, because we don't like the White Cloaks and we don't like the Shan-Chan.
Yeah, I talk a lot about that.
They are both bad guys, but I like when Dane is talking to his pops. He says, like, hey, what's the deal here? What are we doing? Jeffrem, I wrote this down, says, these strangers are slavers and murderers. We fight them because we must.
I wrote down that exact same quote. First, can I say one thing before we get to there?
I wish you would.
So the lack of elaboration is cause for concern, right? Especially since Egwene could be in the line of fire, given they directly spoke of 28 of the women they have with them, likely meaning channelers, right? What I like about having two sides that we don't particularly like fighting each other is our characters are caught in the middle, and either way, it's bad. There are no good choices here,
yes.
Which is good because that increases the suspense because we're like, either way, they're fucked. Dane asks why his father pretends they can win. Jeffrem says, should we give up? The Watchers on the Waves called for help. Letters to every king and queen in the world. I wrote the whole monologue. To the Amerlin seat herself, begging, but no one came. These strangers are slavers and murderers. We fight them because we must. Here's the thing. If we saw this level of heroism and selflessness from anyone else, this person would be coded as a hero.
Yeah.
Yeah. But these are the White Cloaks. We've seen what they do to women who can channel, including our heroes. So here we're getting the idea that people who are part of a monstrous organization still view themselves as heroes. Not to mention, you could see how much Dane looks up to his father when he tells him, you did, in response to his no one came. Dane sees his father as an exceptional man, which makes his loss later in the episode, which Perrin had good reason to do because Jeffrem killed his friend, but Hopper was attacking Eamon Valda, who Jeffrem was trying to defend. Here we are getting two things. Who is the monster? And the cyclical and ceaseless nature of violence, a cycle that Luce and Ishamael are both trying to find their way out of just a scene ago.
I think it's also worth noting that Jeffrem has consistently been coded as the more sympathetic and less zealous White Cloak, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, in episode 1, he even had the line where he said essentially, hey, that wound looks pretty bad. There should be Aes Sedai somewhere in the next few towns. You're going to want to get that looked at. Whereas, like, Valda would never do that.
Was that Jeffrem?
That was Jeffrem.
Are we sure?
I'm entirely sure.
I'm pretty sure it was...
What other White Cloak would it have been?
That's a really good question.
It's either Jeffrem or Valda. They're the only ones who really got identities in season 1.
You're right. Dane asks if his father thinks the prophecy is true.
Well, I just wanted to really quick...
Oh, sorry.
So the loss of him, particularly at the hands of Perrin... witnessed by his son, who apparently is also a fairly high-ranking White Cloak, does not portend well for the general direction the organization is going to take.
No, it's bad. Dane asks, Yes.
Please continue. Yes, I just want to say that.
Dane asks if his father thinks the prophecy is true, and we get a reminder about that prophecy that has been mentioned now 3 times, meaning the audience should pay attention to it, that the dragon will be proclaimed above Falm in a sky of fire. And I just realized how close Falm is to Flame, and now I'm wondering if that was on purpose.
Well...
Not in the show, but in the books. Anyway.
It's different in the books. Something we're going to talk about later is that the way the dragon is proclaimed in the books versus in the show over Falm is a little different.
I just thought it was interesting that it is just two letters in flame.
Certainly.
We get a glimpse of Jeffrem's bias here that reminds us that he's not purely hero-coded, as he says, prophecies are just the lies of long-dead witches. We then get this great cut of Lanfear, who should be long dead, a long-dead witch, but Luce Theron's interference made that not the case. Anything else you want to say about that scene?
No, I like it. I like most of the scenes in this episode.
I mean, regardless of whether or not we like it or don't like it, right? It's fun to go, what are they doing?
Critical analysis.
Granted, I like it, but we're just critical and analyzing.
I like critical analysis. That's the main thing I like.
Lanfear taunts Lan and Moraine for being quiet as they walk through the ways, asking if she should worry. Lanfear is always alert for potential plotting, even now that these two are supposedly on her side. But she doesn't take their potential plotting seriously. We're getting a good look, even here, about the Forsaken dynamic, a continuation of what we saw between Lanfear and Ashamael in the dream world. Alliances mean very little, and loyalty is not a guarantee. Who can we trust? Moraine asks if this is the way gate to Falme, and Lanfear nods, and technically it is. But Lanfear is able to lie in a way that Moraine is not. We forget that sometimes.
Lanfear can say whatever the fuck she wants.
I know. Lanfear asks Moraine, but it's interesting that she just nods.
Uh-huh.
Lanfear asks Moraine to open it, and Moraine attempts her usual doublespeak by saying Ashamael took her power from her. Technically true, but Moraine doesn't want Lanfear to know that she has her power now. For all that Moraine has sacrificed, she and Lanfear do not trust each other, even though they're working together. We've been seeing these shifting and tenuous dynamics all season, notably with Alanna and Varen last episode. And the people we trust, we might not end up being able to work with, a la Swan and Moraine. How the turntables. Lanfear says that Moraine is good at twisting her words into knots, a trait that the two of them have been shown to share. Game recognizes game here, but Lanfear is quick to remind Moraine that she's playing a much more sophisticated and powerful game and saying, "You're alive only because I allow it." Notice how Lan moves closer to Moraine during this whole interaction. Even though he'd be unable to make much of a difference if he rushes to Moraine's defense here, he's still in her corner, quite literally. They're in a corner.
That's our boy.
Lanfear also leaves out an important detail to this whole thing, due to her inflation of her own importance. Moraine is alive because Rand demands it of Lanfear.
Yes.
But it's clear that in Lanfear's mind, she's the one in control here, despite Rand's demands. It leads us to wonder who is really driving the ship between the two of them. It also once again shows us that the Forsaken have abilities we don't understand because Lanfear says she can see Moraine's power on her.
Interesting thing to note, by the way, this is a metaphysics change from the books. In the books, all women who can channel can sense that other women can channel and how strong they are after a certain point. I like that they've now linked this to being a learned skill. This is something Lanfear can do either because it's a special ability she has, or it's something that not everybody knows how to do intrinsically, but that you can learn.
I think what's so great about this is that they're giving the Forsaken more kind of like tech, more things they can do that Tudor England is fucked over. Like if we went back to Tudor England, we would fuck them up so bad.
Probably,
It would be an absolute shit show for them. And it's the same thing here. It's nukes coming to Tudor England.
It doesn't even have to be nukes. I mean, I'm reading a book called the Red Knight, which is part of a series called the Traitor Sun Cycle, which is written by this guy who's like very much a medieval historian, armor enthusiast, weapons enthusiast. And so in that book, if you've got a guy in like full plate armor, he's pretty much fucking invincible. He can walk into a sea of people and just lay about him with a sword. And unless somebody knocks him to the ground and stabs him in the visor, he's basically fine. Now, if you went back to, that equivalent time period with a shotgun, he's done, right? Mm-hmm. That's the Forsaken.
Exactly. And that increases their threat level, which is why I think they made that decision. And that way, if it's a learned technology, then, or a tech, with skill or whatever, if it's a learned thing or a talent, it puts everyone at a disadvantage for finding Forsaken women.
Yeah. Yeah.
Which is nice, because the more we can make things difficult for them, the better.
Yeah.
In terms of the tension.
It also eliminates, this is a minor world building spoiler for the books.
Sure.
So if you want to be completely zero knowledge about the books, skip about 30 seconds. But in the books, after about 6 books, it's revealed that the Forsaken know how to hide their ability to channel. So we just kind of circumvented the need for that by changing the playing field a little bit. Anyway, wanted to bring that up.
Yes. Lanfear opens the gate and tells Moraine, "You have a role to play still. When the time comes, raise the banner," and then yeets them out into the middle of nowhere.
And with just a flick of the hand. Actually, she blows, doesn't she? She goes,
yeah, which was great. We think, along with the characters, that this might have been some betrayal on Lanfear's part, which we've been set up to believe based on all of her scheming. Perhaps she's kidnapping Rand and getting rid of Moiraine. But she did instruct her on what to do and said she has a role to play. There's some purposeful confusion here. Confusion is a device that has to be handled carefully because it can easily leave an audience frustrated if questions aren't answered, at least in part. But we know that the questions left here get answered later in the episode. Rand immediately freaks out that Lanfear channeled in the ways, drawing upon what happened last time they were in the ways and there was channeling. His panic at the approaching wind of intrusive thoughts is juxtaposed with Lanfear's calm, again emphasizing her power and knowledge that this time period doesn't possess. She has control of this place that was once so harrowing to them.
Yep.
Lanfear reveals to Rand that there are faster ways to Falm, but she can't take all that dead weight with her. We see her attitude once again toward Moiraine and Lan here. She views them as dead weight. The thematic question regarding trust makes an appearance again here when Rand asks, "How can you think I'd ever trust you again?" Rand has had characters who have kept things from him, like Moiraine, who he has come to trust, but Lanfear crosses the line into characters who are not trustworthy. But the doubt remains even with Lanfear that she may become someone we need to trust in some way, since she has knowledge we don't. She tells him, "I'm the only one who actually cares about you, Rand." We know that this isn't true. Egwene, Nynaeve, Perrin, Mat all exist and care about him. And it's actually kind of a classic abuser tactic to say things like that in order to separate someone from their other loved ones. However, since Rand has been so self-isolated from the people who genuinely love him, this might ring true. Rand hasn't had to face his friends and see their reaction to him being the dragon. This throws into doubt again that plot question about whether we can come back together. If Rand lets the story that he is too dangerous for his friends and that they would push him away, similar to what Mat and even Perrin are going through at this point, then he might buy what Lanfear is selling here. After all, she's the only one, as he said, who has ever seen him as a man. Lanfear tells him he knows who she is, and tenderly touches his face and tells him to close his eyes as the wind descends upon them, and they vanish, seemingly in a lover's embrace. Him allowing her to touch him this way can be read as either him playing her, something we've seen her adept at reading, or giving into temptation. Any other thoughts about the ways?
I like it. I listen. There's stuff I want to talk about. It's not necessarily the early stuff, and a lot of the stuff I have to say about these scenes I can't talk about until part 2.
Valid.
But yeah, I'd mostly just be saying good points, Allie, because that's how I feel.
Thanks, Gus. Perrin walks with Aviendha, Bane, Chiad, and Hopper. Aviendha tells Perrin that she thinks many people will wake from the dream today. We get a sense of Aiel culture and their relationship to death here, as they talk rather casually, but still meaningfully about it.
Hot lore.
Perrin turns around and tells Hopper to stay behind because it's too dangerous, giving the audience who know about Hopper's impending demise a bit of dramatic irony that despite Perrin's best efforts to keep someone close to him safe, he's unable to do so.
All of us going, yes, please don't come. Hopper, please stay.
Please don't. We see that this is a lesson that not only Rand is having to learn, that he can't always keep the people and animals closest to him safe. Inciting incident.
Yay.
That's the inciting incident of the episode.
This is
right
quick
here.
For us. This is only 30 something, about half an hour in.
You know what? We've waited this long to do the episode.
Of.
We're like, let's just get on it. All right. Ishamael surveys the city under his control, and then we see a bit of a subversion of that power as he walks in and unexpectedly finds Lanfear, who coolly informs him that she brought Rand to Falm. This is the inciting incident that sets off the events for the rest of the episode, Rand's presence in Falm. Ishamael being alerted that his plans will have to accelerate. And right at the 10-minute mark, right on schedule.
How about that?
And we have a sense of their personalities as he immediately starts to panic about him already being there. We've established that Ishamael is the overplanner and Lanfear is the doer, considering how quickly she brought Mat to Falm as well. And, teasing Ishamael about how much he's plotting. But Lanfear has clearly gone off script here in Ishamael's estimation, giving us some hope that for all the Forsaken are all-powerful, the infighting between them can hamstring them as much as it hamstrings our heroes. We also get to see something super valuable in scenes between characters, which is indications of how well they know one another.
Mm-hmm.
It serves to flesh them out as people and also indicate how long they've known each other, giving the relationship between them more depth. Lanfear says that this is a classic thing that Ishamael does, delaying the inevitable and overplanning. They're clearly wanting to explore how different the Forsaken are from one another to give them a little more dimension and make them more memorable. Lanfear is good in the dream world. Ishamael is the recruitment chair, and is a master at planning and manipulation in a different way than Lanfear. It also shows that this alliance, much like the alliance between our heroes, makes them stronger together. And we see the consequences of infighting don't just impact our heroes in a negative way, but those divergent interests also hamstring the villains in the same way.
Yeah, we changed microphones mid-sentence.
We're doing our best.
Don't worry about it.
Ishamael informs Lanfear he's not going to choose us, it's too soon. We learn that ultimately he's right about that, but Lanfear is still ultimately happy with the outcome, indicating in addition to her plans for the remaining Forsaken that this entire episode until the Forsaken are released is going according to her plans and not Ishamael's, even though in this scene she makes a show of still being on his side. Because Ishamael is the one panicking in this scene and Lanfear is calm, we get a sense of her control and that Ishamael is on the back foot. In retrospect, we get to see how well Ishamael knows her, that he anticipates her larger betrayal, and her improvisation is not due to her overconfidence, but is actually an indication she's betraying him for a larger plan. Their divergence here is what causes their plan to ultimately fail. Ishamael's in the broader sense, but also for Lanfear because she's unable to anticipate Ishamael's contingency plan for her betrayal quickly enough to stop it. I also think that may be why she keeps rushing Ishamael's plans with Mat and then with Rand, because having him on the back foot is better for her.
I just want to shout out again, some of my favorite scenes in the books are the scenes where it's just the Forsaken plotting about stuff. Sometimes with each other, sometimes independently of another, usually with one another, but like in the same room with, not like with in alignment. So all of the stuff this season with Lanfear and Ishamael and then later Maggedion, just like doing creepy shit around one another and maybe working together. It evokes some of my favorite stuff from later in the books.
Agreed.
It's something that we get a little bit of in the first three. There's a couple of these moments, but once you get into the later books, this sort of stuff is all over, and it's just a blast.
Yeah. Anyway, as I was saying, his careful planning going well means he'd have time to prevent the chaos she needs to further her own. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Lanfear, while stroking Ishamael's head, tells him she told Rand she'd help him kill him.
Very casual thing to say.
A very difficult phrase to say, according to the bloopers.
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I told him he'd help him kill me. You'd me help him kill you. It's so, oh my God. Natasha is doing,
there's always one line.
Yeah. I suddenly forgot. I panicked and thought I was getting names wrong.
No, you're good.
Yeah. Natasha just
had a difficult time with that line.
It's great.
There's always a line where you're like, I want to die.
Yeah.
Ishamael asks, will you? And she says, if he's going to join us, he needs to see that we aren't all the same. Couple important things here. One, this is a nod to the audience again that the Forsaken not only have differences in ability and personality, but they have different agendas, setting up the mutual betrayal between them.
Yeah.
But also we see that Lanfear is attempting to play both sides here in a way. That she's telling Rand she'll help kill Ishamael and then turning around to justify that to Ishamael so that she can still be with both of them. Unfortunately, she's trying to play the father of lies.
Hard to do.
So he sees through this ruse, again, setting up their different skills. I really love in the scene, you can see the moment in which he's like, I'm done with you. You can see it on the actor's face for us. You could see it, but he's still like playing her and you could tell he's like, oh, you're right. I so need you. But you could tell he's like, when she says, I told him I'd help him kill you.
Not so easy, is it?
No, it's really not. You could tell he's like, girl, bye. Yeah. When it comes to manipulation, Lanfear is good. Ishamael is better.
Yes.
Leaving us to wonder if some of his seeming lack of control with her might have been a ruse on his part. It definitely is. Considering we don't see that side of him with anyone else. Especially considering his demeanor when she jokes about betraying him. Yeah. Like, watch his face during that part. You could tell he's like, the windows have shuttered. I think it's here with that attempt to play both sides that she actually missteps with him and makes him fully aware of her inevitable betrayal because he responds with, why did I wake you?
This is an interesting read. I mean, I agree with you a lot.
And she responds with, oh, sweetheart, it's because you know you need me. I balance you. Again, we're getting that stronger together thing, but it's corrupted because these people are corrupt.
Yes.
They will not work together for a common goal without their own vendettas getting in the way. And if the heroes find a way past that on their own team, then that's the weakness that will give them the win.
And this also harkens back to, and we may have discussed this in a show episode before, but a big part of what differentiates a hero from a villain the way I read Robert Jordan's writing is that a villain will put themselves first and a hero will put others first. Mm-hmm. And in this case, we're seeing that these villains can pretty much only put themselves and their own causes first.
Right. Trouble is, that's hard to do. Even if you're a good person, because personal vendettas can easily look like common goals and common good. Just ask the White Cloaks and the Shan-Chan.
Well, or, for something even more close to home, Swan and Moiraine.
Right. Balance which is why that is so important as a scene in my mind.
Yeah.
That the two of them are both actively trying to do good. They just have different interpretations of how to go about it.
Yeah.
And their miscommunication is what causes the breakdown of their trust, not like either of them being bad people. And that's more often the case than someone being a shitty person.
Far and away.
Balance is also an overall important thematic motif in the Wheel of Time. But we get to see that
like
as
the thematic motif.
A more interpersonal moment here between a man and a woman. And those two forces getting out of whack is what caused this whole crumbling house of cards in the first place. He responds, "And I you," and gets into this submissive pose, leaning on her shoulder as if he really does need her. But from their vantage point, the seals loom, a hint at their mutual betrayal, further, in my mind, confirming that this whole desperation thing Ishamael is giving Lanfear is a shtick, which ultimately gets confirmed later.
Listen, we talked about how if Ishamael is the guy who makes plans for his contingency plans, and Lanfear also does that to an extent. I mean, we see a lot of that this episode with this stuff with the seals and like her having a connection to Bael Domon and her probably being connected to getting the horn out, right? They said a lady from Kyrian helped them with it. But like, I don't think she's got shit on Ishii in this way.
Well, think about it. We've got a master manipulator.
Yeah.
And if that's me and I know what I know about Lanfear joining the dark in order to control a man and his affections, then what better way to get her guard down and let her think she's winning than present a man who needs her and is dependent on her? He's playing her.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else to say about that scene?
It's good and I like it. Sorry, I'm lazy. But it's good. And, it's difficult.
I mean, I'm here delivering these PhD dissertations.
Yes,
and there's like, what else can you say?
Because you've written out 7-page essays about each scene.
I've gone frame by frame.
Yes, and I'm happy to contribute where I can, but sometimes my contribution will be just the thumbs up.
Yeah. That's fine.
I like what you're saying. Sometimes I'll disagree. Sometimes I won't. Like I came around as you were talking to Ishii, having already been completely done with her. I do think there's
he gets done with her in this scene.
Yes, what I meant. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think there may be an extent to which he's still like, this might be salvageable, but
the next scene he's talking about killing her.
That's true. He is, isn't he?
Yeah. The next scene with Pat that he has is with Pat and Fane going, Lanfear's out.
Good.
We took Lanfear off the board.
Good deal.
You see the moment where he's like, fuck you.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. In this scene, I think is the scene where he goes, this isn't salvageable anymore. She's going rogue. I have to act first. And then the next time you see him, I believe, is he's broken the seals.
2 scenes later. Because next time you see, you're talking about Pat and Fane.
Because the next time you see
Pat and Fane.
Ishamael, he's talking to Pat and Fane, and he's like, we have to take Lanfear off the board.
And then he's talking with Alwyn and Suroth, and he's doing the thing where he's
So, and the last
hands,
thing he says, and we'll talk about this scene, but the last thing he says to Pat and Fane in that scene is basically Pat and Fane's like, how are you going to like deal with her? And he's like, let me deal with that.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
Don't sweat.
So I think in this scene, you basically see the moment where he's like, oh, all right, it's like that.
I'll buy that.
I'll play it for you later and you'll see it. Or we could play it right now.
No. We'll play it later.
Let's do it right now.
No, because they can't hear. We can't put the audio
No.
in.
What we do is we pause the recording for a second. We watch it, and then you come back and you go, okay, yeah, I see what you're talking about.
That's actually appropriately enough. We're roughly due for an ad break, so we're going to watch the scene real quick. We'll be right back. Okay, I watched it again. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he gets into that eerie calm mode he does whenever he's manipulating people. He gets into this like, oh, I'm Ferez.
And everything is great.
He goes from actually feeling things to,
yeah, he puts his walls back up.
Yes, and you see it happen.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. Mm-hmm. Shall we...
Because he only acts like that around people he's actively manipulating.
That's a good point.
He does not show emotion around any of the people that he's actively manipulating. Anyway.
So where do we go next? The White Cloaks
The White Cloak
attack.
Kids.
It's very I think we talked about this already.
Nope, not yet. The White Cloak Kids are out there spreading the smoke around. I've heard some comments about this being weird to some people, that they'd send kids out front into obvious danger, and I have a few thoughts about why this choice was made.
Did we not talk about this in the first? It's been like 3 days since we started recording this.
We talked about it briefly, but then I thought about it and came back with some more thoughts.
Okay, then let's continue.
Yeah. I have a few thoughts about why this choice was made, and whether it was effective or not is up to you. First, the use of children in war, unfortunately, does have historic precedent.
That's true.
Children were often used as aides on the battlefront, as messengers or drummers or squires. Childhood and the need to preserve it is unfortunately a rather modern phenomenon. And the use of children in battle, even in this way, would serve to shock an audience and remind us that even though the White Cloaks are coming in as a bit of a saving force, and we got that whole badass monologue from Daddy Bornhold in the beginning, let's not pretend that these are the good guys here who are above using children in war. I mean, you start channeling at what, 13 a lot of the time?
It's
puberty.
Different men and women.
They don't have a problem with going after children. These men. They don't have a problem with that. Necessarily. Like, I'm willing to bet most of the people they're burning are not necessarily full Aes Sedai. You know what I mean?
Probably.
No. Goodness is a complex idea because it can be relative. In this moment, they're doing a good thing, but let's not pretend they're the good guys, and here's a big reminder of that. I've also talked about this before on the podcast. I've talked about the casualty of war as innocence already. But yeah, the White Cloaks love to corrupt images of childhood and innocence. They call themselves the children, first of all.
Yes.
It's that blatant. They wear white. They're specifically literary symbols of innocence, and they're corrupting them for their own purposes. That's their whole MO. So having literal children involved in their strategy is furthering that existing idea. In addition, we've seen how the show specifically utilizing children in relation to the White Cloaks in that first scene they're introduced in. Eamon Valda served the bird that's considered shameful to eat because it's devouring innocence, but he served that symbol of innocence
by a child.
Yes.
Every time we do this, I forget what that's called. Ortolan?
I have no idea. That's what White Cloaks do. They take something that is good on the surface and corrupt it to fit their shitty, biased worldview. They see themselves as the good guys, but they burn women alive, probably teenage girls.
It is Ortolan.
Oftentimes, for having an ability they don't understand and somehow are a more difficult occupying force for some people at Atuan's Mill than the Shan Chan, who are literally impaling people on spikes. That innkeeper said that the Shan Chan were actually preferable in a lot of ways. So them using children here is definitely a deliberate choice. It also might make us wonder who these children are and maybe what kind of childhood Dane Bornhold might have had.
Yeah, or, I got to wonder about White Cloak recruitment in the show.
You gotta
and
wonder.
Probably the book a little bit.
The brainwashing that's involved.
Is there conscription? Are these all people who were volunteered? Is it like,
Are these like sad orphan children on the road?
Yeah, or is it like, hey, you had dark friends in this town. We decided, so we sacked your town, and now we're going to take some of your kids because, it's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
Right?
Because something were the White Cloaks.
Dane also specifically gets called out by Valda in the last, or a few episodes ago, the Avienda battle episode, as being like, you're kind of a Nepo baby kid, so don't think that you're hot shit forever.
And so doesn't this, like the presence of these children, kind of make you wonder about Eamon Valda's background? And his resentment of Dane Bornhold and his daddy?
A little bit.
Because I'm like, where are these kids' daddies?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they're all. There's a lot of them. I don't think all of their dads are White Cloaks.
I mean,
I think it's quite unlikely.
I don't think there are many mothers that are like, sure, honey, take my kid and have them be a smoke screen for you.
Yeah. It is
with a dangerous army.
It is eerie how many children we've seen tied to the children of the light.
I think it's purposeful.
I totally agree with you.
They're doing something with that, and I think it'll be interesting to see what. I also think this may serve as an interesting look at the war tactics of White Cloaks, making their threat level elevated. On the outside, you might think White Cloaks would be hamstrung in the same way that the Redcoats were in the Americas, because they're easy to see. But in using white fog to mask their approach, they've adapted to certain obstacles and have adopted tactics to address those. I mean, this is basic guerrilla warfare type stuff, masking your approach.
Yeah, it's also, I think, another significant disadvantage that the White Cloaks have versus the Shan-Chan in this is, they don't use channelers in warfare or at all. So they
have to come up with some other tactic.
That's a big part, I think, of why they have to obscure their entire approach. One, if you're going to try to siege and invade, they're not even sieging the city. They're just trying to sweep into the city. Trying to do that, you cannot be out on a killing field. We saw what happened in season 1, episode 8, when you have a large army advancing across a field and there are powerful channelers going against you.
It's not great.
You're gone.
Yeah. So... yeah.
And 2 archers and siege machines and, ballistae and scorpions.
They've clearly come up with ways to raise their threat level.
Yeah.
Through ingenuity.
Yeah. Well, they're cunning. I mean, it's I'm not going to get specific, but in the books, going back into lore, there are like multiple wars, international incidents where the White Cloaks are an entire side of it.
Right. And we need to see their threat level.
Yeah. And they have some very good tacticians on their side.
And it's intimidating to have at a time where, the leading tactics were more of a lineup and charge kind of deal.
Yeah.
They've given their White Cloaks a tactical advantage. They have that essential villain thing of being professionally bad.
It's money.
Because otherwise, it'd be like picking them off. It'd be easy. You could see them coming in their white cloaks.
Yeah. Oh, no, they're not stealthy.
No.
But, what is?
But they can be.
What hides white? Fog. Yeah.
That's the thing. The White Cloaks charge the city, and we hear Daddy Bornhold say, "To the tower," which on the one hand is where they're going, but hearing a White Cloak yell, "To the tower," is also loaded.
That's true. I hadn't thought of that.
To increase our concern now that the White Cloaks are in the city, we then jump over to our women who can channel, right? Those cuts, they do them on purpose.
Very deliberately.
Nynaeve and Elayne. Having the White Cloaks here considering their animosity toward them is going to raise the stakes for that plot line, especially considering when Egwene last saw them, she was their prisoner. So now on the table is the potential for something like that to happen again right after she's been a prisoner of someone else. Is this possibly a worse group for her to end up with? Definitely tied.
It's up there.
Definitely tied. It's definitely not the rescuers she's envisioning.
It's not good.
So putting this scene next was definitely intentional. Nynaeve is dressed in Sita's outfit as Sita cries in the background. We see Sita in the collar as Elayne walks up to fix Nynaeve's hair a bit. We get to see here Elayne once again being in a caretaking role over Nynaeve, while also being in character as the kind of woman who would pay attention to those little details regarding hair and makeup.
Mm-hmm.
What I like with that, what they're doing with Elayne, is they're showcasing that strong women can also be softer and more feminine.
Mm-hmm.
And they're also giving Nynaeve an opportunity to be cared for by someone else.
Yeah, we've spoken a lot, I feel like, about Nynaeve and her need to be mother hen.
The Wheel of Time in general really succeeds in having a lot of at its best, in having a lot of different kinds of femininity and women. And I think they're doing a good job of that in the show, too.
Yes.
I think they're expanding upon it with the things we've learned since the Wheel of Time series came out. As a
book,
society.
The book, yeah.
Yes.
Well, I mean, they started in 1989, and the last one came out in 2012.
I like to think we've learned some things since then.
Yeah.
In the 30 years.
Or 13, something like that.
Since they came out. We then see Nynaeve, who up until this point has been afraid of power this season and has been primarily interested in healing and helping people, be in a position where she's willing to torture this woman for information regarding Egwene.
Not happy about it.
Torture is a pretty objectively bad thing to do.
Yeah.
But we're seeing here that there are complexities even here. And even our characters we see as good people are willing to do some pretty objectively awful things to others for what they consider the right reasons.
I think there's a lot for us to get into as we continue talking about Nynaeve's net effectiveness, for lack of a better term, this episode. And I am very excited to dig into that a little bit.
And dig in we shall.
Yes.
But in this particular moment, we're seeing a new dimension to Nynaeve as a character, and we again have to wonder what the consequences might be if they're doing the wrong thing.
Yep.
And it's kind of that thing of like, who's to say? It's all a matter of perspective. Which is why we instantly go from there to Rhaena and Egwene, because this is that same scenario with the rubber band on the other claw in some ways. Yeah, it was a Zoidberg reference.
All right, that's good.
I did that specifically for you.
Thank you for making a Futurama joke.
Egwene is at Rhaena's mercy, and Rhaena thinks she's doing the right thing in imprisoning and torturing Egwene. But Rhaena is clearly wrong here. But that's not true in Rhaena's mind. She's right in this instance. We are getting here, through these scenes being linked, a conversation about people doing what they think is right, even if it might be a bad thing, and who the good guys actually are. Rhaena informs Egwene that the High Lady has ordered all of her Damani to take part in defending the city. This gives us mention of Suroth to remind us of her existence before she's shown, so that she's already a presence in the episode. And an additional payoff to Suroth once bragging about how many Damani she has. Mm-hmm. They've set this up. Mm-hmm. To her, they're numbers and status. But to us now, they're people being forced to fight whether they want to or not unlike those kids having to participate in war. Chilling when we later see that little girl Damani out there with the rest of them, and remembering that channeling usually appears in girls and adolescents.
Yes.
The Shan-Chan are not above using children in war either, apparently. Yes. Rhaena puts makeup on Egwene, and it's a stark contrast to the gentleness Elayne uses when examining Nynaeve. These scenes are deliberately mirroring each other.
Oh, yeah.
Rhaena explains to Egwene that if a Damani disobeys during battle, they take their tongue. For a second offense, they take her hands. We have seen Egwene being defiant, so knowing that the stakes are that high for her defiance here raises the stakes again.
Even further.
Especially since she is about to be asked to commit violence. When Egwene refuses to stand, Rhaena takes her knife and puts it in Egwene's mouth, forcing her to stand. We get a very uncomfortable moment as we wait to see if Rhaena will follow through with her threat before the gag is put in Egwene's mouth and Rhaena cuts off her braid.
That, we both gasped.
Yeah.
We both went,
Since Egwene's braid thus far has been a symbol of home, and we've specifically seen her abandon it at the tower as her worldview is expanding and she's emulating Elayne, to going back to that culture as a symbol of comfort during her enslavement, Rhaena cutting off her braid is a powerful injustice that they've been setting up the importance of from the moment we met Egwene.
Yeah.
Literal
first line.
time we meet her.
Yeah. First time, yeah. She says, Nynaeve says something like, this braid represents all of us and, womanhood and the sisterhood.
If they had not put in so much work from the second we met her to Dana to using that as a symbol of home to manipulate Rand, to Egwene abandoning it in the tower, to her seeking that comfort when she was back, to Nynaeve constantly having that braid and talking about that braid and addressing the importance of that braid, we would not, as an audience, care that she cut off her hair.
It would be like, oh, what a shitty thing. Not to the same extent.
Not literal gasping.
No.
So many people expressed how upset that moment made them, and that's because work was put in to make that braid really matter to us first. Mm-hmm. When we talk about moments that were earned, this is a good example. We've seen that Rhaena is very willing to take symbols of comfort away from Egwene in that scene with the tree. It's clear that Rhaena has clocked the importance of Egwene's braid previously because of their link and assessed that in some ways this would be an equivalent punishment, or as she put it, something that would hurt worse than taking her tongue.
Yep.
Emphasized further when she steps on it.
Yeah. Grinds it into the dirt.
Mm-hmm. Shamael walks with what the notes app called Eden Fane, but I know is Padden Fane, and informs him that Lanfear has betrayed them, right? Immediately. So he does clock it in that scene.
Yeah. It's the next moment, yeah.
So we do get to see here that his submission to her in the previous scene, and likely the scenes prior, was a ruse based on his assumptions about what would get her guard down. It shows us how good he is at manipulation, that he was able to manipulate someone we've already seen is a pretty master manipulator.
Mm-hmm.
Lanfear's no tinker child. Like the first time we see Shamael this season.
The little girl, yeah.
He's manipulating a tinker child. That's a much easier manipulation than Lanfear.
Bit, kind of very.
We spent a lot of time on her ability to manipulate and scheme, so we are increasing Shamael's power level in that regard by having him best her. Padden Fane expresses surprise over this since Lanfear is sworn to him, likely meaning the Dark One. So we see here that Padden Fane may not be wise to how the Forsaken will operate according to their own interests.
Mm-hmm.
Probably something they keep kind of to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
He is not as adept as a Shamael. See how we get these power rankings among the baddies and this ability to differentiate what their skills are? And also we get a sense that like different people are privy to different information. Ishamael replies, there are many ways to walk through the dark. I'll have to remove her from the board. We've heard Lanfear tell Liandrin pretty much this exact thing. I went back and I looked for it. And someone helped me find it because I was like, someone else has said something almost exactly the same.
Removed from the board?
Yes. Somebody, I want to say it was Ryan in our Discord, said, gave me exactly when. But Lanfear said to Liandrin, there are many paths to walk through the night in the context of Liandrin working for her instead of Ishamael. That repetition has got to be on purpose.
Seems likely.
Either in establishing a dark friend forsaken idiom, or maybe this is something that has been said by one of them to the other at some point in the past, which I think might be kind of interesting. Because I'm like, do we think Ishamael recruited Lanfear?
I assume so.
I assume so. Ishamael seems to be the recruitment chair.
Yeah, he seems to be one of the originals.
Regardless, I think that phrase is something to keep an eye on. And for our purposes now, it showcases that while there is an existing pattern of influencing things, choice still exists, and we still have that age-old question of who we should work with and trust. We also get a sense of how Ishamael thinks and plans internally by saying he'll have to remove Lanfear from the board.
Yeah, the game.
That's something commonly used in reference to chess.
Yeah. And games in general. There's a lot of imagery in the series as it goes on.
Or we could say stones for this world, as it has come up in scenes with Logain.
Or there's another game that they talk about later, which is like Turbo Chess.
Regardless,
meets Risk.
He sees this as a game of logic, and the people
Charade,
he's using are pawns in a much larger plan. When someone becomes a threat to him, he will remove them from the board, something that is likely to mean killing them.
Seems probable.
And it's something he says with very little emotion, despite it being clear that the two of them have known each other a long time, and both have a high status to the Dark One. There's a cold calculation in how he operates that should make us afraid of him, because despite all of his displays of empathy this season, which are definitely lies.
Oh, yeah.
It's clear here that it was all a calculated ruse. Padan Fain asks how, since the Great Lord has given her eternal life,
worth mentioning,
he expects to get rid of him.
That, by the way, because it's something that a lot of people clocked, book readers especially, and it suggests that maybe Lanfear's tendency to rejuvenate upon stab or throat slit is unique, or at least not universal. And
interesting.
Yeah, we can't get too much into that because of broader spoilers. But this line in particular, a lot of people, full book readers, went, oh, I understand now. I see. Because this ability to return from the brink of death by oneself of a Forsaken is not really the same in the book. So it suggests that this may be something that is unique to Lanfear.
Perhaps.
Or
I
maybe
have
not.
thoughts about that for the spoiler
Yeah, we'll
section.
talk about that later.
Ishamael says that's for him to worry about before telling Padan Fain he has another task for him. And that's the end of that scene.
Beautiful.
Any thoughts?
Well, I also want to point out that this sets up the Matt thing.
Yep.
Because Padan Fain offers to kill him. He offers to kill Rand. Another thing we're talking about, Ishamael really continues to emphasize his long game attitude in this scene. He talks about how Lanfear fucked it up. He's not ready. It's not going to go the way we want. We might have to wait another cycle. Yeah. Another however many hundreds or thousands of years for the dragon to be reborn again. We may have to punt this one, but you know what? We'll get there when we get there. And when Padan Fain says, oh, no, okay, well, I can help with that. Ishamael goes, no, I already know who's going to do that. Don't worry. This is a backup plan that I already have. I know who kills him and with what. And then he looks at the dagger. And
then he says, I have another task for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's fun to start getting a sense
and then it
of
cuts
who is
directly
working directly for Ishamael and who is working for Lanfear. Liandrin now looks to be Lanfear's gal.
Yeah.
Ishamael had Dana and has Min, sort of. Padan Fain.
I don't think that one's going to stick.
No.
I don't think it's going to stick.
But Min reports to Liandrin, who reports to Lanfear.
Yeah.
It'll be fun, especially with new Forsaken out, to see how tangled this web can get.
And this is also something that's very prevalent in the books is Forsaken kind of grabbing game pieces, and then they themselves are removed from the board, or someone else grabs their game pieces, and everybody is just like, who the fuck am I working for? Because this order that I just got contradicts the order that I got last week.
Oh, I wasn't done with the scene, apparently. Hold on. Ishamael says it's too early for Rand to swear the oaths to him.
Yeah, okay, I was going to say, that seems like a big thing.
They need him to break the wheel. But then Ishamael retorts he'll only break the wheel if he turns to the dark, and he'll only turn if he thinks it'll save his friends from doing the same. Similarly to Lanfear calling Rand on his shit in the dream world a few episodes ago, Ishamael showcases how well he knows Lews Therin, to later be known as Rand, here. As someone who was friends with Lews Therin in a past life, this is an advantage he has over Rand. He knows Rand, Rand doesn't know him. And same thing is true of the rest of the Forsaken, who may have also been friends of his in the past for all we know. I think that's where they're going with this.
Yeah, probably.
I also think it'd be cool if they could start setting them up as foils.
Yeah, I've
talked about this, and I'll probably talk more about that in the spoiler section. It's interesting to me that Ishamael allows Padan Fain to question him the way he does without taking offense. That's not something we would necessarily see from all of the baddies on the show. Part of it is obviously to give the audience access to Ishamael's internal thought process by presenting someone who can ask those questions. But in Padan Fain getting so many questions answered without any pushback or shutdown, the writers are implying that Padan Fain may be fairly high-ranking as a person in Ishamael's operations, which would make sense since he's the one who located the two Rivs kids in the first place and orchestrated Winternight.
Yeah, and he got to hand-deliver the horn to Turok.
Yeah, he's a high-ranking bad guy.
Yeah.
Ishamael says that they forced Rand's friends toward the dark today, but that he might have to wait until Rand's next life with a bitter, I suppose I have nothing but time. So now we have this new fear that Lanfear's total change of plans has shifted Ishamael's calculus so much that he decides it's more beneficial to just kill Rand outright and wait until he's reborn again. I mean, if he has infinite chances, then killing Rand is basically loading an old save from a video game and trying again. Am I wrong?
No, you're right.
Padan Fain asks if Ishamael wants him to kill Rand, and Ishamael responds that he knows who kills him and what he uses to do it, which makes Padan Fain look down at the dagger. We don't get an explanation of what Padan Fain is supposed to do.
Well, we
just
do
jump
in the next
right
shot.
to
Yeah.
Matt.
Yeah, and before we get to Matt, we got to
which is our story turn.
Take an ad break. We'll be right back. Welcome back. Matt and the incredible dagger.
Story turn of the episode is Matt's. Staring into the fire as screams reverberate.
Story turn being new information that is introduced that changes how things are going.
The fire as a symbol.
If you're just now joining us for the first time.
Oh, so you're explaining story turn.
Yeah.
I was busy reading. I didn't hear that part.
You're good. Go ahead.
The fire reminds us that there's still so much more tension and trial in Matt's plotline to come.
Yes.
The phrase out of the frying pan and into the fire comes to mind, right? Fire as a symbol tends to be trial by fire or tension, especially as Padan Fain enters, restating the line he used when he first saw Matt all the way back in episode 1, a reminder of their former friendship, one that Padan Fain betrayed along with the rest of the Two Rivers, which resulted in the deaths of many of the Two Rivers folk, including Perrin's wife, who he said earlier in the episode always waved to always waved to Padan Fain and was kind to him, and could easily have included Matt's younger sisters.
Yes. Where are the girls, indeed?
Where are the girls? But unlike Matt, who has betrayed his friends and has been racked with guilt ever since, Padan Fain bears no such reflection or remorse. And this reminds us of a key difference between what makes for a good or bad person. Good people make mistakes, sometimes terrible ones, but their ability to acknowledge regret and learn from their mistakes is the difference.
Mm-hmm.
The juxtaposition of Matt and Padan Fain's attitudes towards their respective misdeeds is key here for the audience, even though Matt does not yet see himself as separate from the likes of Padan Fain, especially after Ishamael gave him that tea. We as an audience know that there is a difference. That's why it's so important to leave people who are willing to do this work have that space to grow when they make a mistake.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's a lot of hot nuance involved in that statement, but it's worth remembering that for every Padan Fain that comes along, there's also a Matt who is one of those people yearning to be better, but without the tools, or so he thinks, to become that.
Mm-hmm.
Patton Fane sets the dagger unsheathed before Matt, and we... Ooh, no!
Did you scroll by accident?
I did.
Oh, what a nightmare.
Before Matt, and we really get a sense of the temptation here with the whispers as Matt looks down at it.
This is another time I want to point out the really heavy parallels to addiction, you know?
That was literally my next sentence, but go off, darling.
Yeah. I mean, this just gives me hardcore substance addiction, gambling addiction, any number of different, dependency.
I have a skin picking addiction. It's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard. I've been dealing with it for 15 years.
Yes.
I have so many doctors look at me and go, you shouldn't do that. And I'm like, no fucking shit. Yeah. Captain Obvious. If I could stop, I would have. Do you think I like being this way?
And it's all very different, but I think that the clearest parallel for me with the dagger is substance addiction.
Yeah.
Which is Matt is like, I'm what does he say? 6 months? I haven't touched that dagger in 6 months. I'm 6 months clean or something.
I've had so many periods where I've stopped for a while with the skin picking, and it's so sad every time. And there are people in your life that are like, we want you to be this way because whatever.
Yeah.
Also, especially considering that studies have shown that most of our existing treatments for addiction may be woefully flawed and based in isolating the addict. And Matt has self-imposed and also had isolation inflicted upon him at different points during the season.
Yeah. Oh, big time.
Some newer studies have suggested that a community approach and a gentler approach to addiction might be more impactful. Obviously, that's easier said than done oftentimes, but it's interesting when we're looking at how the narrative is handling Matt's dagger problem that isolation this season has been a big motif.
By the way, we don't claim to know anything about how to treat addiction.
Do not come to this podcast for any kind of advice.
Ever.
We need advice from you, the listener, as to how to deal with all of our problems. We're not here to give you advice. This is not how this relationship works.
I just want to be upfront and clear about that.
No.
Continuing on.
Please. Yes. Do not ever listen to us when it comes to anything but maybe screenwriting. All right. Meanwhile, we move from one hero grappling with the broader ramifications of their choices to something. Oh, before I move on, do you have anything to say about the scene?
No. It's good. I already said what I was going to say.
About addiction?
Yes. I'm in a chair that reclines back and forth, and I keep on.
You're having fun with that.
It's very fun. What's happening right now is that when I'm talking, I'm leaning up, and then when I'm done, I just sort of slowly fade away.
Well, I imagine these episodes must be rather relaxing for you because you just wind me up and let me go.
I don't have to do shit in these until we get to part 3. And I honestly think logistically, part 3 for this one's going to have to be a separate upload. So
oh, really?
If we want to put this up when we want to put this up, I will not be able to wrangle other people in time.
Oh, it's true.
Yeah.
We're trying.
Yeah.
All right, so we move from one hero
happening right now,
grappling with the broader ramifications of their choices to someone in the process of making some pretty dreadful choices herself, albeit for good reasons. Nynaeve is seen torturing the Suldam named Sita for information, even as the Suldam begs Seldom. That's what it says in here.
Seldom instead of Suldam? Funny.
Begs for Nynaeve to take the IDOM off of her, which has been auto-corrected to Adam.
Well.
We get a brief camera cut over to Elayne, who is again standing in a corner, staring and concerned, but staying very still and staying silent and watching the big feelings from a distance.
Do we?
We keep doing that with Elayne, and it's interesting to me.
Do we want to tell the show-only people where the term IDOM comes from, or do we want them to live in happy ignorance?
I forget.
Oh, it's not good.
Oh, am I going to be mad all over again?
It's BDSM. It's Dom.
No, it's not.
It is Dom.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
James Oliver Rigney, I'm going to come for you so hard. All right. No, it's fine.
To be fair, it's possible he just took the root term of dominate and dominatrix and dominator and then was like, I'm going to re-key this. But that is kind
How
of
likely do we think that?
We're going to move on.
We got into why I think they might be doing this with Elayne in episode 6. So go listen to that if you haven't already. I think that was in the spoiler section though. So sorry to the show only people.
Yeah, we think they're doing something with that.
We think something interesting might be happening there.
We'll
anyway,
see. We could be wrong.
We could be gloriously wrong.
It happens.
But I would like it. Anyway, I would hate it, but like it. Do you know what I mean? like emotionally wounded.
Yes. We can't tease them with this.
I'm teasing.
No, it's illegal.
Finally, Elayne speaks up and in a strangely calm, asks Nynaeve, what are you doing to her? Nynaeve reveals that she can feel the Suldam in her mind like a bundle of sensations and all I have to do is push. First of all, phrasing.
I think that's the same exact phrasing as they use in the book for this.
Probable, but also phrasing. There's a temptation here for Nynaeve. Note that she doesn't ask the Suldam any questions during this, even though the Suldam says she'll tell her anything. She keeps torturing the Suldam with no questions. It's giving Anakin. Anyway.
She's asking her where is Egwene?
She does eventually.
Right?
She does not ask her for a long time. Look.
We have the episode on in silent.
Okay, so
in the
there
background.
she is.
Elayne
There's Elayne in the corner
calmly.
again.
We don't have time for this.
She didn't ask her a single question.
She may have asked her something earlier. And we didn't see it.
Well, look at this.
Yeah. This is tough.
This is temptation, dark side temptation here.
I don't think she's enjoying this though.
And then she says, don't lie to me. Don't lie to me, but she does not ask her
She'll be on the tower.
Okay.
Yeah. So she has asked, where is Egwene? Let me go all the way back to the beginning. Yeah, the first thing we see is Nynaeve saying, don't lie to me. Uh-huh. Implication being she has asked, where is Egwene? Yeah. Mm-hmm. She'll be on the tower, but we can't go. I don't want anyone to see me like this.
It does feel tempting.
And then she threatens her. If you even try to get help, I promise you. Another thing from the books.
I'll make you curse the first kiss your mother ever gave your father.
I love that insult. That is such a good threat in the books. Mm-hmm. They use that a couple of times, I think.
But it is tempting. Much like Matt's being tempted by the dagger. Because canonically, we'll talk about something in the spoiler section.
Great. Continuing on. Unless you have more to say about that.
It's not that different from the scene we saw with Eamon Valda as an example. He doesn't really ask many questions either.
Yeah, it is different because there is one overarching question she has asked. Mm-hmm. Valda is definitely also getting a lot of joy out of torturing people.
I'm just saying, there was a dark side to Nynaeve for a second.
Sure.
Nynaeve is hurting this person in response to having been hurt. And that's, there's a part of her, I think, that is like, this is also a little justice.
Sure.
We know that Nynaeve has spent a lot of time with Liandrin this season. And while Liandrin betrayed Nynaeve, except in that very end part, Liandrin has some warped idea of why having this power is important to protect people, especially little girls who are greater than they are, even if that means hurting people to do that. I think this scene is a smidge of temptation for Nynaeve to let her thirst for revenge take over, just as Matt is being tempted to sink into darkness and despair in the scene prior. Notably, we go back to Elayne here, whose only response, even as Nynaeve is not asking the Suldam anything in between torturing this woman, is just look away and continue to stay still and silent. Sita finally tells Nynaeve that Egwene would be in the tower, but that they can't go because she doesn't want anyone to see her like this. Nynaeve notably has zero empathy for Sita, which is correct, but still, and says they are going to the tower and Sita is taking them there. Nynaeve says that if Sita even tries to get help, that she'll make you regret the first kiss your mother ever gave your father. Classic Wheel of Time line planted to likely as a nod to the fans. Elayne again just stands in the corner and stares at the proceedings, visibly disturbed.
Mm-hmm. But calm. This is my thing. She gets weirdly calm. Mm-hmm. You may hear the dog in the background. I'm not apologizing.
No. We go from one person looking for Egwene to another. As Shan-Chan troops run in time over the bridge. A bunch of people running in time is creepy.
Yes.
Objectively creepy. Too much discipline. Rand lurks beneath in sinister cloak and shadow. This shot is to increase tension by emphasizing how easily he could be caught by sinister forces. I mean, he already was last episode, barely escaping, and could again now. But Lanfear intervened on his behalf before, but she might not if it puts her in direct conflict with Ishamael, who's to say. Plus, we just saw Ishamael contemplating killing Rand, so getting caught would not be great. We see a look of revulsion and determination on Rand's face as he spots Egwene walking past with the other Damani. Probably, slightly, clocking the fact that she's got no braid.
Yeah.
Unlike the rest of his friends who have been exposed to the fucked upness of the Shan-Chan in earlier episodes, this is his first encounter with the Shan-Chan and their Damani.
Yeah. By the way, I don't know if the Windows alert sound is getting echoed back. If it is, I'm sorry.
I'm not. Okay, no, I'm just kidding. The only thing he saw earlier was Egwene being kept in a cell, but this is brand new information for him. We've seen the power of the Shan-Chan and their bloodthirstiness with captives in earlier episodes, so that makes us fear whatever it is he's about to do because it has the potential for blowback. Literally.
Yes. Luckily, it all turns out great.
Blowback.
Yeah, because of the big...
The wind.
It's good. It's good.
We got from one person's revulsion and determination to another's as we jump to Matt staring at the dagger as Pat and Fane watches with a smile. Matt asks a question of Pat and Fane that's also a question of the audience. What makes you think I'm stupid enough to touch it again? But we've seen Matt make some not so great decisions in the past, so the possibility that he might fail this test is decently high, even after everything he's learned, especially after everything he saw through a Shamael. But Matt is also assuring us with this, that while he is sometimes making bad decisions, he isn't an idiot, which is a very important distinction for us as an audience when it comes to a protagonist. We want smart protagonists. We want protagonists that are flawed and make mistakes, but flawed mistakes that make sense with what their foibles are, right? But we don't want to see a freaking idiot. We can't stand idiots or annoying people. But Pat and Fane immediately brings up the decision that's been plaguing Matt all season, that he abandoned his friends when they needed him in order to go back to the White Tower for the dagger. Bringing up that low point might be enough of a trigger to send Matt back into the depths.
Also, I want to once again point out the explicit parallels to substance abuse problems.
Oh, explicit.
You left your friends for it. All of these difficult things.
All these things that, you might cope with in a bad way.
Yeah.
Unless Matt has started to process and grow past what he's done, especially after gaining but then losing acceptance from Rand and being betrayed in turn by Min. Pat and Fane further plays into Matt's insecurities about his innate badness by saying, "There's no point in lying to me, Matt. I can see the shadow in you. We all can." Ugh. To me, that's like, oh, what is it? In Taylor Swift's The Archer.
Yes, you love that song.
I love that song because there's a point at which she mirrors the feeling of what it's like to have anxiety because she creates musically this feeling that the beat is about to drop and it never does. And that's kind of what anxiety feels like. And then the refrain during that, the continuous line that goes through it is, "They see right through me. They see right through me. They see right through. Can you see right through me? I see right through me. I see right." It's over and over and over again. And that's kind of that vulnerability feeling of like, oh, everyone sees how crappy and fucked up I am. There's this very common thing amongst people when they feel like others can see their fraudulence, their weakness, their ineptitude, their wickedness, whatever their insecurities may be. The fear is that it's not only true, but that everyone can see that stain on you, meaning you can't even hide it. What we often fail to understand is that pushing away and running away from that truth regarding our foibles and mistakes is what's harmful to us in the long run, rather than doing the hard thing and working to embrace yourself for what you are and who you've been, and then working through that.
Yeah, and that's something I want to emphasize as well, is that the way that Fane is manipulating Matt here is he's saying your connection to this dagger and your actions as a result, all this is a moral failing, which is not.
Moral failings are the worst thing. It's one of the, I think there's a difference between calling people out, right, when they're doing something wrong, and then going, that is a reflection then of you forever.
Yeah.
And who you are forever. And it's like, well, we all have to learn at various points in our lives that certain things are not acceptable. And sometimes we find that out through TV shows and movies and things. And sometimes we find that out through living. And those things can be really painful to experience. And yet, and sometimes you have parents that instill those things in you from day one. And wow, how amazing for you. Some people have to go on a bit of a journey, and sometimes I think it can be this act of cruelty to then say, well, because you've made this mistake, and of course there's so much nuance to this, but that means that you're a bad person forever and there's no redeeming you. That's not true. Many times that's not true necessarily, right? And I think that sometimes that attitude can make people not run away from admitting their fault rather than embracing that they did something wrong and then try to correct that mistake because they're like so afraid of that accountability. Whereas like accountability can also be compassionate. Matt was running away from himself and the consequences of his actions at the tower when he left Egwene there. He didn't do that with Rand. He easily could have run from him, but he stayed and let Rand react to him. The second time he stayed away from a friend was to protect Rand rather than to protect himself from the consequences. We are seeing that growth there. And what's also amazing to me about this line is how they can see the badness in him. That big fear of Matt's is immediately subverted by Matt blowing the horn later this episode and being found worthy. The powers that be over this horn and the heroes who serve it see Matt's essential goodness, not his badness. And isn't that often the case, that the people who are hardest on us is ourselves?
Yes. Speaking broadly.
It makes me a little emotional to talk about.
Yeah, I get it.
Paden Fane tells Matt then to accept the darkest parts of himself and embrace them. That's real strength. Now, this sounds like what I was saying above about embracing the fact that you have flaws and foibles. But it's actually the opposite. A misunderstanding of what it is to accept who you are and what you've been. I think a lot of the time people take self-acceptance and go, and that means I'm good as I am.
Yeah, and that means I have no responsibility for my actions.
Yeah,
and
it's a very gross misinterpretation of the facts. You accept your foibles, right? You acknowledge that they're there, but that doesn't mean you go, well, that's just who I am, and I'm going to slaughter innocence now because #slay, #girlboss.
And fuck
and
you
no one
if
can
you
say
don't
anything
agree.
about it because I'm being true to myself.
Yeah, that's
I
not
think
what
a
that
lot
is.
of people can mistake self-acceptance for freedom of personal responsibility. In actuality, we accept who we are and the consequences of that in order to reach our best self.
Right. Well, and also, not to interrupt.
How dare you interrupt my hours-long monologue about this episode, please.
Fane is also telling Matt, accept who you are and surrender to it and give yourself up to it.
Yeah.
Which is very different.
It's understanding what your tendencies can be so that you can anticipate those foibles and set yourself up for success. Like I know, as an ADHD person, I have rejection sensitivity dysphoria.
Oh, yeah.
Do I then make that everyone else's fucking problem when I feel rejected and sensitive? No. Do I have my safe people to go to and go, I know what I'm experiencing right now, and I know I'm overreacting to this stimuli that hurt my feelings? Yes. Do I have steps that I can take when I'm going through that? Like a jar of nice things that people have said about me that I pull out per the advice of another amazing writer? Shout out to Brie. Yeah.
I like that.
Do
That's
I
good.
watch movies that make my soul feel good during those times? Yeah.
It's one of the movies.
Soul?
Soul. Yeah.
Because always like, oh, I see you're doing your
Allie watches
weekly viewing of Soul.
Is that Pixar or Disney?
Pixar.
The Pixar film Soul on so regularly. It's a fantastic
Not regularly
movie.
enough for you to know whether it's Disney or Pixar, apparently.
I get them confused
Well, they are
because they're kind of
pretty
the
much
same thing
at this
a lot
point.
of the
They
time.
merged.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's understanding
It's an
what those
excellent
tendencies
film.
can be.
Definitely worth it if you haven't seen it.
And then setting yourself up for success.
Especially if you're in any way connected to the arts.
God, it's so good. For instance, I had another example apparently all prepared.
Is it
For
Soul?
instance,
No. Okay.
I know that I can be forgetful. That doesn't mean that I just let myself miss doctor's appointments because that's who I am. It also doesn't mean that if I do miss a doctor's appointment, I beat myself into a bloody pulp over it. Or at least I'm getting much better about not doing that. Instead, what that means is I set myself up to be my best self, working with what my foibles are to ensure success. I make rules about how much I can book in a day to minimize the risk of forgetting something. I keep a detailed calendar. I set multiple alarms. I lean on my friends and my family to help me when there's something important coming up. And when mistakes happen, because remembering things isn't my strong suit, I immediately take responsibility for that, informing the person that it's a fault I'm aware of and outlining the ways I'm going to take steps to not repeat that in the future so that they're aware that I know it wasn't okay, but it's something I'm working on.
Yeah.
Boom. Easy.
Yeah.
And now we're going to work on some ads.
Welcome back.
But in the past, I was so afraid that of I was so afraid that admission of my faults would make me look weak, or that people would leave me because I admitted I wasn't perfect, when in actuality, the opposite was true. I lost a lot of people in my life because I failed to take ownership of who I am and then communicate that to other people so that I didn't have to be alone in my journey toward reaching for better. This is why I see a lot of myself in Matt, I think, because I also struggled with shame and wanting to keep people from seeing what made me ashamed. But then I learned that when I'm radically honest and radically love myself, it means letting people see the parts of myself that I find harder to love and how I'm working on those things. It's why a lot of the time in recovery, one of your tasks as an addict is to reach out. I know this because I have a lot of family members who struggled with addiction.
Yes.
And that's why we don't do ads that in any way could be.
Oh, we try not to.
Listen, we're doing our best.
They
sneak through somehow. Yes. We don't like it. It's like whack-a-mole.
Yes.
One of your tasks as an addict is to reach out to the people you've harmed in your addiction and to apologize and take accountability. That takes vulnerability and respect for other people to do. It's not this bill of false goods that Paddington is giving Matt about how he can be free of all this pain if he goes whole ham into being evil.
This is not
us giving you advice.
Advice.
Seek actual help.
Yes.
We can only speak from our personal experience.
Yes.
We're not experts. That's just going to pile more shame and guilt that gets so squashed down that there's no way back, because it will ultimately become easier to keep doubling, tripling, quadrupling down rather than have to dismantle a lifetime's worth of bad deeds, especially when it comes to having to grapple with what you've done to other people. It just compounds. Anyway, that's my feelings about that.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting how the dark takes these concepts. I love this about loving others despite their differences, Ishamael and the little girl and the Trollocs, and self-acceptance, and weaponize them for their own agendas. There's something very true to life there. I mean, look at how the children of the light are weaponizing symbols of innocence to their own ends. Look at how Leandrin justifies things to herself. Look at how the Shan-Chan justify things to themselves. I mean, it's easy to sell these false bills of goods under the guise of help.
Mm-hmm.
And it happens a lot in real life. Paddington says, pretend they don't exist, like you're some hero in a Gleeman's Tale. We both know that's not you. This feels like a direct nod to Matt's often quoted saying in the books, I'm no bloody hero.
Yes.
Which now I feel like has a lot of weight, considering everything Matt has been through and continues to go through in these books. Matt leans forward and defiantly grins at Paddington, declaring he won't touch it. To which Paddington gives him one of the worst punishments you can give someone with anxiety, which is to leave them alone with their thoughts.
Yeah.
Saying that after being left alone with his thoughts and the dagger, that Matt will touch it.
Rough.
Paddington leaves with one last parting shot of, you deserve it, Matt. Ow!
He's not a kind man.
It's unclear as to whether he means the horrible time that Matt is going through, or the power the dagger will bring Matt if he leans into becoming a villain. You know the phrase, if you live long enough as a hero, you'll see yourself become the villain? With Matt, perhaps he's living long enough as the villain in his own mind to see himself become a hero.
Yeah, it's good.
Boom, mic drop. Okay. The moment Paddington is gone, with his signature whistle, Matt's confident demeanor drops, cueing us into the bluster being an act and that the dagger's temptation may be more potent than we'd hope. Well, it gives us those stakes.
Matt all season has been so performative, right? He's been so intent on putting one side of himself forward and kind of, what's the word?
I mean, that's true in season 1 too.
Yeah, suppressing this other side of himself and not letting people see it.
All of his friends know he's struggling at home enough to give him money.
Yeah, and he never lets them see it.
It's
almost like changing Matt's backstory was done on purpose.
On purpose. And I just know where that arc's coming. Anyway, I just have a feeling I know where that arc's gonna go. Anyway, we leave one person who puts on a good show of being fine when they decidedly aren't, to another when we cut to Moraine plus Land walking along the beach, because that's been her whole journey this fucking season too.
Oh, it's this scene. It's the rebonding scene.
I love this scene. Okay. Immediately, Land brings up the bond, and Moraine asks him if he really wants it back after everything she did to him. Loaded, considering we just left Matt's.
Yes.
Considering Moraine just endured a heart-wrenching breakup with her other ride or die, I can see why she questioned whether after all she did and said to Lan, arguably worse than anything she did to Swan, Whether he'd still want to hang out with her after everything he's done to show her he would. Lan shows Moiraine just how much he knows her, much like Anver did in a scene a few episodes ago, by saying exactly how Moiraine feels, even though Moiraine is giving them nothing. Stop pretending, Moiraine. I think you're afraid. You don't want me to know how weak you feel, how unprepared, overwhelmed, because then you'll have to face it yourself. Now, this last line is interesting because even though Moiraine has her powers back, Lan is referring to this phenomenon in the present tense. Moraine's face is all but confirming everything he's saying is right, too, as she's showing him more vulnerability now than she's allowed for the entire season. Moiraine is all but confirming that her losing her powers wasn't actually the biggest problem this season, since these issues are still there now with them back. The issue is that Moiraine has lost confidence in her abilities to lead Rand to victory. Incredibly important, also, that Lan is having this conversation with her after her confrontation with Siuan. The person Moiraine loved most in the world just confirmed her worst fears, that she isn't enough. Something Moiraine was running from all season, which is why she didn't tell Siuan. She was worried that fear would be confirmed. And not just because she had no powers, but Siuan also questions Moraine's judgment and leadership. Doubts that Moiraine clearly has been having for some time, power or no. I heard someone say on a panel at JordanCon that Moiraine could have still been capable of leading Rand and Siuan should have seen that. But that is absolutely not how the Tower culture operates.
No.
For them, when a woman is stilled, it's literally the worst thing that could happen to her, and she's cast out.
And basically,
that's fine, you can work in the kitchens. It's get the fuck out and get married.
It's actually kind of a big anomaly of Varen and, Adelius to take her in
Actually
and spend time with her and acknowledge her, because it's pretty explicitly spelled out that women who are stilled, they pretend you don't exist anymore.
Yeah, people avoid looking at you.
Yeah, which is probably a big part of why there has never been any research done into can you reverse stilling, and why they all consider it basically worse than a death sentence. It's we're not even going to pretend this exists.
Yeah, the Tower cultivates a culture of shame surrounding the loss of power, even though that's something that does happen to people out of fear. And to Moiraine, having the person she loves validate those fears about herself and her value would be like if Matt saw Rand for the first time since the betrayal and Rand responded by spitting in his face. Now, granted, on the other hand, does that make Siuan a bad person? No, she is responding to what she has been led to believe. Mm-hmm. And this is the thing that we've seen of Siuan since the beginning. She has had no other background once she became part of the Tower. There is no family for her. There's nothing. Right? She can't go see her father willy-nilly. Her entire country has kicked her out. Mm-hmm. Right? And so she has had to fully ascribe to everything that the Tower believes. And she cannot make a mistake, even in her mind, she cannot make exceptions even for the person she loves the most, because the stakes are too high. Similarly to Matt and also Rand with his running away from his friends and Nynaeve to Egwene in the Tower, these characters are pushing away their communities and what they need to thrive because of shame and a fear that this vulnerability will be met with someone validating that shame as opposed to helping them reach for better. And look, like I said, that shame killed Moraine's relationship with Siuan. I don't think necessarily permanently.
No.
But for now, here's the thing. Radical honesty may in its outset cause you to lose some people. But those friendships and relationships likely weren't worth having necessarily in the state that they were in. But when you push away the people who care about you because you can't be vulnerable with them due to fear and shame, that's a real loss. Lan's loyalty here is so beautiful because he can see her fully for all she tries to hide from him, and in ways that Siuan couldn't even see her.
Well, that's what they say. They say that, right? The relationship between Warder and Aes Sedai is closer than any other.
And that was where I was going with this.
Look at you with your segues.
You and I are simpatico.
Parent, child, husband and wife, brother and sister. It's closer.
Here's someone in Moraine's community who sees and confirms her value, even when she can't see it in herself. That's not to say that Moraine's relationship with Siuan is made less by this scene, but Siuan's priority has to always be the White Tower first, just as Moraine's is always mission first. That dynamic worked for them until those things came into conflict.
Well, Siuan being mission via the White Tower.
Yes. But that's a different perspective on it. But Lan's entire job is to put Moiraine first. And when he's most called upon to do so is also the time he's most tested. But he stands by her anyway. And that's why we fucking love Lan.
I love this scene, man.
And this is what brings him to tell her, you can't hurt me anymore. Which also means that she can't push him away anymore.
Mm-hmm.
This is a quote. It took me a long time to accept what you said about us not being equals, but I understand it now. And I believe in what you do, even now when I know I'm not half of it. Moiraine has just been given a gift denied her by so many others she loves, who are in the exact situation as Lan, who know not half of what she does, Anver and Siuan. He gives her his trust. Now, Anver did show that she was also willing to get there when she locked up her son and made the hard choice in favor of her sister in the mission she doesn't understand, but Moiraine was unfortunately unaware of that conclusion. I do think there's room for Anver and Moiraine to reunite and address that at some point.
Probably.
I kind of hope so.
I have my theories on where
we'll talk about it in the spoiler section. But seeing that Lan and Anver are able to get there in time should also give us Soirain shippers a lot of hope that Siuan will get there as well. There's just going to have to be some work put in on Siuan's part in particular.
Growth?
To make up for the damage she's done in that relationship.
Growth? Processing things in my wheel of time?
But I think that after 20 years of loving each other, there is hope for the two of them.
Oh, absolutely.
Especially after seeing other loved ones who have questioned Moraine's judgment to some damaging effect on their own relationships turn that corner. Lan and Moraine's reunion here also is meant to instill hope for another reason. We've discussed at length the need, in our opinion, for why Moiraine and Siuan need to be separated and not have been concocting a secret plot. Namely, because having two very powerful magic women on the same page and in high positions of power on our team, working in perfect unison, makes us too comfortable that their alliance can beat the shadow.
Yeah. Or for Siuan to have preemptively figured out what kind of pushing Moiraine needs to push her back into being in the right position.
And listen, if that's where it goes, it's where it goes, and that's
yes.
fine. I do think that there is an argument to be made, so I just want to present it, why they might be doing a different route.
Yes.
It also aligns with Robert Jordan's initial thesis for writing this series in the first place, that if the Chosen One were to show up, different agendas and vendettas would interfere with our ability to come together. We're seeing that right here. But with Lan, we're seeing how those differences can be overcome in light of what is right. While having Lan on the team is a big deal and gives us a lot of hope for the future, we've still got the big badass magic ladies at odds. And that's a huge blow going into the third season, especially now that Moiraine can't really rely on the White Tower in the future to back her up. Moiraine then says what I was fairly positive she would in the last episode as they're coming back together.
From day one.
I was like, y'all, I love you. I know it's coming. It's a bookend because it really felt like such a clear bookend to their arc. The only reason that I was able to say that you're not my equal is that I've known one thing to be true since the first day we've met. You have always been my better.
And everybody cries and everybody hugs.
I died, even though I knew it was coming.
Yeah.
I died.
Yeah.
And with that, we have the completion of that particular part of their relationship arc as Lan asks for Moiraine to let me back in.
And that's the other thing, Moiraine not trusting herself to the extent that she even shuts Lan out. This level of trust returned from Lan is I just love this scene.
Well, I love the idea that all of them, even the people with the most power, the highest up, don't necessarily trust themselves.
Yeah.
Because it's hard. I mean, they're making these awful calls.
Yep.
I have a hard time making a call, about whether or not to take Petey to the vet after he throws up. I have to text multiple people for their opinions as to whether or not we should worry about it.
Movie to watch when you're out of town sometimes.
Right? So the idea that the entire world could hinge on a decision is just terrifying.
Yeah.
That's not just in terms of the bond that he says, let me back in, but also in terms of their broader relationship as Warder and Aes Sedai and as friends. As Perrin said in episode 1, we are stronger together, and that is certainly true with these two. In order to win the last battle, we have to be able to be vulnerable with each other and forgive one another when we hurt each other. Obviously, again, there's nuance there, but in this particular case, and likely in Siuan's case, that's what we have to do. The moment they do end up coming back together almost feels like a marriage ceremony in a way.
A little bit.
It's gorgeous. It's
a beautiful scene. If we want to talk about the metaphysical logistics of was the bond gone, was the whatever, I don't know. I'm not sure. I love this moment. I'm not entirely certain if the bond was somehow broken or not, or what have you. I'm
honestly don't care.
Yeah, I don't really care
I
that
don't
much.
really care.
I also don't know why we couldn't just have re-engaging the bond look like this. Whatever. I'm not going to worry about it too much because this is beautiful.
I just think it's gorgeous. I mean, it feels like a marriage in a way. There's a sacredness to it, and the two never touch. I've been thinking about this a lot, the ways in which we can convey care without ever touching.
Yeah. Yeah,
that's been a writing thing for me.
We're watching
it
this
right now.
silently, and
they never
while
touch
we're talking.
once.
They almost do like French cheek kisses at one point, but by and large, they just stand there and experience one another.
It's beautiful acting.
And there's all these weaves going between
and then
them.
they finally touch foreheads.
Yeah.
And it's just gorgeous stuff. And their connection is just so palpable, even though they never touch until the very, very end. We leave the sweet stillness and silence of that moment to the chaos on the streets of Falm. People run screaming as Shan Chan's soldiers hurry past. Scattered debris lies everywhere. Smoke or dust chokes the visibility. Avienda, Bane, Chiad, and Perrin walk calmly through the streets, looking for Perrin's friends.
Speaking of choking, the dog is trying to choke us all of a sudden. God, excuse me for 1 second. Sorry. Okay, I don't know what he ate. All right, we're good.
We get another instance of maiden hand talk here, and we are reunited with Ingtar, Massima, and Loyal. Perrin asks them how they got the horn, and they said a woman from Kyrian helped them.
Who could that be?
Lanfear. Loyal refuses...
Yeah, the soundboard's back for a minute. I don't know if it's going to
stay.
Yay!
It's staying. It's back.
The shitty, weird setup I have cobbled together is unsustainable. We'll try to keep it back.
But I want it to stay. We're
working on it.
Remodeling.
Yes, we're working on it.
We're in hell. Anyway, Loyal refuses to leave Egwene behind, and Ingtar insists that they bring the horn with them. We'll get our breakdown of all things Ingtar in a minute, but we are told once again about the importance of the horn, that it summons dead heroes from the past and is the key to the dragon winning the last battle. This line sets up the explanation for what Mat does with it and why Uno returns with it very nicely. Loyal responds to this with, what of the heroes of today? Which is a really good point when you think about that whole stronger together thing. We know with Uno that the heroes of today can absolutely die. And if we are valuing a thing over human lives, then are we worth saving? Plus, we know that the horn is integral to the last battle, but since we know we are stronger together, what if we lose someone along the way who also would have been the difference in winning the war? Once again, we see Ingtar in a position to protect people and refusing to do that, even though he is ostensibly a good guy. It's also Loyal asking where the heroes of today are. If we are picking an object over our loved ones, are we really the heroes of today? If we are kneeling rather than defending the innocent, are we really the heroes of today? At what point does self-preservation cross over into selfishness?
That's, again, Robert Jordan's hero-villain dichotomy.
Right? Loyal calls this out a bit in a line I love when he says, "We are all the heroes of another age's legend. I think it's time we start acting like it."
Again, a big Robert Jordan vibe here. The idea of cyclical time, suggesting that the Wheel of Time characters are the source of our legends, and we are the source of theirs.
And I also love in the decision to make Loyal the one who talks about this, who better to provide this perspective than a historian?
The storyteller, yes.
Who better to understand the ramifications of the decisions we make today impacting the future? One
of the 4 or 5, in my opinion, Robert Jordan analogs in the series. There are a number of them, I think, that represent different elements of himself. And I definitely think Loyal is the closest character. Matt. Somebody who you haven't met yet. A little statue.
Someone I haven't met yet?
You. The audience, not you, my wife.
I was like, I'm on the Brandon Sanderson book.
There are characters you haven't met yet. You are on the third to last
I know that
book.
there's some characters I haven't met yet, but a Robert Jordan analog I haven't met yet seemed like impossible.
No.
Okay.
I'm
sure there are Brandon Sanderson analogs that I haven't met yet.
Yeah. Oh, there are.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
We get another great cut as Perrin asks where Egwene is. Note, he never hesitates to come to her aid, implying that even though he knelt in that one scene, he and Uno are cut from more similar cloth than him and Ingtar. We cut straight from that to the tower Egwene is being held in. I'm telling y'all, the cuts between the scenes are just so seamless, and that shows a lot of attention paid to crafting the story. Just as much attention has been crafted into these ads.
Well, speaking of cuts, we're going to cut 2 ads. welcome back.
Wow, we are flying through this.
I mean,
I'm impressed with us.
We're 23 minutes of episode in. We are a third of the way through the episode.
Oh.
So, you know, we'll see how this goes.
We may have to do these in parts.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We are now at the point that Egwene is in active combat. We got the threats about what would happen to her if she refuses their orders specifically, so that the tension of this moment is increased. As an audience, we know that our hero Egwene is not going to be okay with what the Seanchan tell her to do if that means harming innocents. But knowing that means we also know that Egwene may be losing more than her braid here. And since we've seen what happens when a beloved character refuses the Seanchan, Uno's death also has a big impact on the intensity of this scene. That plays off in dividends here, especially a first-time audience not necessarily knowing if Egwene gets to keep her tongue in hands.
I think
they
also
don't know.
It's particularly noteworthy, particularly notable here. We have put Egwene up against some of the only people she would probably be comfortable attacking, right? White Cloaks. Some of the only people who I think she could realistically go, shit, all right, well,
she's like,
this is also bad.
Yeah. I mean...
Gradient.
I scrolled.
Not again.
I know. The Damani, Magdan included, go to the top of the tower.
Yeah, she's
Establishing
right there.
Magdan as a character as well makes us care further about the other Damani in the scene, increasing the tension we have as we have someone who is more of a side character in the line of fire.
Megan, not Magdan. Different character.
Megan.
Believe it or not.
Oops. Megan. My bad.
Yeah.
It also increases the tension that more than one Damani here might refuse to participate in these activities, especially if they're a little bit more of a red shirt in this instance, further emphasizing Egwene's strength of character when she does so and Megan doesn't. We get a little shot of the White Cloaks doing well against the Seanchan soldiers. Not shoulders. This ups the threat level of the White Cloaks and weirdly instills hope that the White Cloaks, like they did in the fishing village, can take control of Falm from the Seanchan. Putting us in a position to root for the White Cloaks shows how complex rooting for the good guys can be when that can be relative. It also implies that a large percentage of the Seanchan's power relies on the oppression of Damani.
Also, by the way, I want to point out that Egwene only starts shooting fireballs after we hear the White Cloaks say, take the tower, kill the witches.
Yeah.
The implication being, oh shit.
They're coming for me.
Well, one, if I don't do this,
defending my life.
I will die. If I do this, I won't.
They weren't able to hold the fishing village against the White Cloaks, likely because they needed the Damani who were present to take it back at Falm. That it's also present here. The White Cloaks were dispatching the Seanchan pretty easily until the fireballs began. I could imagine that, like, if so much of your military relied on explodey witches, you might not have as much of an investment in your ground forces in the same way.
I would push back a little bit because I think it's important to note that the Seanchan do well without the Damani. They do well. The White Cloaks are just
also very good.
They're a purely paramilitary organization and like nothing the fuck else.
Right.
So
whereas,
these, yeah.
you know, this is what I'm saying is the White Cloaks have had to only rely on their ability as like ground force fighters.
Yes.
Whereas the Seanchan have other things at their disposal.
Yes.
So, like, while they're pretty evenly matched, it's pretty impressive how well the White Cloaks are doing.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's very impressive. I think it's the White Cloaks are professional soldiers, and not a lot of it's essentially roughly parallel to feudalism. Right? Feudal England, where it's like, we got to go march to war. There's not a lot of professional soldiers. So the White Cloaks have professional soldiers. The Seanchan have professional soldiers. A lot of the rest of the militaries are probably going to be levies that were raised from the people, as it were.
Right.
Anyway.
We also get to see the consequences of war and how much of the time it's the innocents and common people who are the most impacted, as we see those folks screaming and running for their lives amidst the conflagration.
Good word.
In this scene that almost feel reminiscent in certain shots to Winter Night.
Yeah. This is a huge battle, man. We've had like big fucking explodey things.
These
2
are
episodes in a row.
tentpole battles. Yeah, these episodes were expensive.
Yes.
Egwene watches on, panting and clearly disturbed by the scenes below. And here we get a moment we've been waiting for. One more defiance as she turns back to Rena and the two stare each other down. Though Egwene turns back, We know that she's considering defiance once again, and that tension builds further as Rhenna barks another order while Egwene watches the scurrying people below. It's confirmed in our head that Egwene has not been fully defeated by the loss of her braid. Rebellion is still on her mind based on her hesitation. And even scarier, Rhenna knows it too.
Is this Egwene's first likely human kills?
I think so.
I can't think of anybody. Yeah.
I don't think she's killed anybody so far. So yeah, now she has.
Yeah. Definitely by the end of the episode, it looks like she's kind of aiming at the ground.
Yeah.
With the
I think
fireballs.
she's, not trying to hit anybody, but...
Or at least to destabilize, but not necessarily... Yeah.
And Renna's whole thing, by the way, is not being embarrassed in front of the rest of the Sul'dam.
Yes.
So, like, Egwene's potential for rebellion in front of the other Sul'dam, Renna's not going to take that particularly well.
No.
So, this has all been set up by previous episodes.
Yes.
Seeing everyone below easily transitions us. Again, the transitions in this episode
really
are
strong.
A fucking plus.
Which is another reason, they've always been strong, but this is another reason why we can't do A plot, B plus, C plot. This is not going to work.
And we see the White Cloaks, Eamon Valda. I really wanted to emphasize how good these transitions are. And we see the White Cloaks, Eamon Valda included, saying, "Take the tower, men, kill the witches." This does two things. It keeps us from fully rooting for the White Cloaks once again, especially considering the last interaction Egwene had with Eamon Valda. Second, it raises the stakes even more for Egwene that someone who has tried to kill her in the past, even if he's on the good side, is coming to get her, specifically hoping to kill her and the rest of the Damani. This bolsters Egwene enough to launch another fireball, but we see how the innocent people are impacted as a horse is injured in the process. It's clear that this costs Egwene a lot physically, but also emotionally considering people were injured, if not killed, due to her actions, as she painfully pants and looks at the sky. This violence earns Egwene a sick, good girl from a grinning Rhenna, who clearly has had that action cost her nothing, physically or emotionally.
Yep.
That's the thing about the Sul'dam. They do not have to deal with any of the direct ramifications from their orders. All of the violence and effort is done by the Damani, and they get to reap the rewards. And we saw this dynamic earlier in the season through the Damani training scene. Shan-Chan's soldiers run as Turok's voice and Turok discuss the Sul'dam on the tower and the soldiers searching for the tower. They discuss the Sul'dam, not the Damani.
They do?
I believe so.
They talk about those who have sworn the oaths should be protected, but cut down any man who raises a sword against us. The only thing that matters is the Horn of Valir.
I thought they said something else about... Well,
No.
whatever.
But what I do want to point out about this is we've talked...
No, they definitely do. Hold on. Go back to the very, very beginning.
Okay.
I swear to God.
Egwene is a good girl from Rhenna, and then we cut to...
The Sul'dam are on the tower.
I'm a wrong
They
person.
never mention the
And
Damani.
our soldiers are in the streets now searching for the horn.
Yeah. They never mention
Look
the
at
Damani.
me. I'm wrong all the time.
Again, we're seeing the loss of consideration for the Damani as people. They're never mentioned, just the Sul'dam.
Yeah, they're tools. I mean, they're, unfortunately, to the Shan-Chan, they are valuable tools.
Yeah.
It's
But
notable
it's
that...
the Sul'dam that they discuss.
It's notable that the punishments do not include death, because it seems like cut out your tongue, cut out your hands. It seems like they're not willing to kill them, but they are willing to maim them.
I mean, she did strangle Egwene. I don't know. I don't know if there's a third thing. Maybe they haven't had to get there yet.
Could be, yeah. I also want to point out, you may be about to get to this if you are, cut me off. Turok says, anybody who has sworn the oaths, we'll look out for them.
Yeah.
We were talking earlier about how the White Cloaks have their moment where we go like, yay, oh no, wait, they want to kill people. This
Same thing.
is similar, but also kind of like, oh, the Shan-Chan are going to go out of their way to protect people who have...
They're the civilians who have sworn.
Sworn fealty.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which ostensibly is probably all of the
them.
ones who are still alive.
Pretty much. Yeah.
But, again, they're saying we'll be the heroes in this.
Yeah.
We'll protect the civilians.
Yeah.
That is like the good guy thing to say. And then, but they're not good people.
Neither of the sides are good people.
No. We also raise the stakes for our heroes because we hear that they are now aware that the horn is missing. Turok instructs that those who have sworn the oath should be protected. Yep. We talked about this. But to cut down any man who raises a sword against them. This is to increase the tension as we see Rand walk up, intending to raise more than a sword against them. Mm-hmm. Turok then has a kind of bad guy statement to offset his thing about protecting the innocent. The only thing that matters is the Horn of Valir. That sounds a lot more like Ingtar, doesn't it?
A little bit. I also want to shout out the costumes, which is something we could have done a million times by now. I just love Turok's costume.
It's so creepy.
We went to a screening of episode 5 that the costume designer, oh my God, Sharon Gillam something.
She was amazing at this discussion.
Yeah, Sharon Gillam. She talked about how she made the costumes because basically when they're doing costumes, she came in to replace somebody else and she wasn't given, here is every single character we need costumes for right off the bat. So she made Surat's costume with the intention of it being like, this is the big bad Shan-chan. And then they went, okay, now we got to go one level higher. And she went, oh, fuck, really?
She was like, huh?
Okay. And that's where Turok's costume came from.
And it's fucking awesome. I also love seeing the actor who plays Turok in Bridgerton.
Completely different. Like, even watching them next to each other, I'm like, that's the same dude?
Guy. I know. Isn't it amazing what actors can do? I know. I didn't recognize him at first either. Someone on our Discord pointed it out because he showed up and I went, yeah,
and not just his appearance is different. His voice is obviously completely different because he's British.
But then you listen and you're like, oh, yeah, no, this is the same man.
I think it's also, if you didn't listen to the interview with Guy Roberts that we posted in April at JordanCon, Guy told us a little bit about the development of the Shan-chan accents. And he said that his wife, who plays Alwyn, Jessica Boone, who's a tremendous actress, was instrumental in sort of developing the Shan-chan accent catalog, I guess, and how it's very much based on New World versus Old World. And I like that we get gradation within there. In the books, the Shan-chan, Robert Jordan calls their accent as Texan.
Yeah.
Explicitly Texan. And I like that we're getting various gradients, sort of American accents. Well, I hope we get like a Brooklyn Shan-chan at some point.
That Appalachia accents are kind of what people used to sound like in the UK?
Maybe.
Prior to the invention of RP? It's
tricky because there's no recording, right?
Well, yeah, obviously.
So it's difficult to say exactly what people used to sound like, but it is very possible that an Appalachian accent is a lot closer to what Shakespeare was
When you
in.
have you seen Shakespeare performed in a Southern accent?
Yeah,
because
it
hits fucking different. No, I think it hits different.
Yeah.
Like to me, it sounds so much better.
I like it. Listen, I think it always works.
I love the bar. I love Little Billy Shakes.
Yeah.
I was joking with Gus the other day that if we got a snake, we should name him William Snakespeare.
Yeah.
I'm very passionate about this. There's no snake in the plans.
No.
However,
also, if you're wondering when we sometimes we just start talking about accents without giving any definitions. Before RP existed, the accent or dialect known as received pronunciation, which is posh British for lack of a better term, is fake. It was constructed.
Well, it's not fake anymore.
It's not fake anymore. Obviously, all language is constructed, but it was constructed explicitly as a way to be like, this is going to be the proper way to speak. This is how the well-educated people will speak.
Now, it does sound really nice.
It does. It sounds great.
It's a beautiful dialect.
Yeah, but it was constructed. It's called received pronunciation because it is taught to you and you receive it. And so...
Thank you.
Clairvoy. So previous to that, the development of that dialect or mode of speaking, people just sounded different. And then as time went on, because of how language works, the phonemes and the sounds of RP kind of precipitated down into various other British or British side dialects.
For some reason, the easiest way for me to get into RP is to say clairvoy.
Clairvoy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so back to what we were talking about.
Yes. Oh, I said we're at the Indiana Jones moment.
We're at the Indiana Jones moment.
I love this.
Hang on. All right. I'm just trying to get back on track. Okay, but this reminds us, him saying the only thing that matters is the Horn of Villiers reminds us that he's a self-interested person. Rand faces down a ton of armed men and Turok. This scene is partially ripped out of the books, sort of. But we'll talk about the changes about it too.
It's kind of a conglomeration of different things. But here's the thing. A large number of the capital C changes that were made in season 2 versus book 2 were a result of Barney leaving the show and COVID. So a lot of these things that have been big old course correction-y changes that people went, oh, that was different. It's because they had to start from a completely fucking different place and follow completely different courses to get where they wanted to go. Do you want me to talk about this, or do you want to talk first and then I can talk about this? The sword fighting, the
Can I
darts.
talk about it and then we can talk about it? Okay. Rand is ordered to stand aside twice and doesn't. That mirrors Egwene in this a lot. All right, because she's also ordered to do things twice and doesn't. He says, "You people did this to her." Rand saw the outrage inflicted on Egwene and likely clocked the fact that her braid was cut off, which I said, and in his anger sought out someone to punish, and who better to seek out than the person in the highest position of leadership.
Yeah.
Information that isn't exactly difficult to figure out just based on his costume alone.
Look at the man. Look at him.
The show leaves the saving herself to Egwene, a decision I ultimately agree with and we'll talk about
it later.
But allows Rand to have a hero moment of his own in which he gets vigilante vengeance for an injustice done to someone he cares about. Now, vigilante justice, like what he does, presents some emotional complexity to the good guy image Rand has. Turok recognizes the sword and makes a taunting comment about seeing what is required to get a heron-marked sword on this side of the ocean, alluding to the fact that he has one as well, and also hinting that there are some cultural similarities between the Shan-Chan and the folks of Randland.
Which is what we call... Yeah. Oh, I punched your mic. I'm sorry.
We then see his heron-marked blade as he flourishes it about, meant to increase the tension because we know that Rand has only gotten a little training with his sword previously from Errol.
And this was all in the trailers... All of this stuff with Turok and the sword and the nails and all the guys with him, and very intimidating.
And it was intimidating. It was badass.
Yeah.
Rand then opts to blast them all with power bullets, killing all but the voice.
Who is unarmed.
So, like, everything up until that moment is pretty out of the books.
Pretty much the same way.
Pretty much the same.
Yeah. So sorry, you weren't done.
So really quickly, so that is different from the books because in the books, he and Turok engage in a sword fight that ends in Turok's death. But it went down differently here for a few reasons. The first being that it would be unbelievable given Rand's current sword training that he'd be able to beat Turok in battle. His sword training is coming. I have a theory as to when.
Realistically, for my part, I also, when I read Book 2, find it a little hard to believe that Rand learned enough about a sword in about 4 months to kill a full blade master.
It just feels a little fast.
It is, again, I want to emphasize, Robert Jordan, when he was outlining the book, said it might be a trilogy.
Yeah.
It is 15, including the prequel. Mm-hmm. So Rand's precipitous is the wrong word, dramatic rise in power level to being able to kill a full blade master in Book 2 is probably a vestige or a relic of that. In the books, he spends about 3 months doing sword training with Lan on top of towers in Faldara.
It's
between books 1 and book 2.
Happen. I have a theory as to when. We'll talk about it in the spoilers. Okay, we've seen more attempts on Rand's part to level up in terms of his powers as opposed to a sword. The second is that it's always been strange that Rand defaults to using his sword in the books as opposed to his powers. I know that he has in book reasons, but it's still weird. While we have been seeing the ways in which Rand is on the back foot when it comes to his powers in comparison to skilled channelers like the Aes Sedai and the Forsaken, we still have to see the magnitude of his power when compared to the average person.
Yes.
Something we're also seeing with Egwene, which also makes us understand why folks like the Shan-Chan and the White Cloaks are so fearful of that power or seek to control it in some way.
Yes.
Rand doesn't need to resort to a battle of skill with Turok. He has an ability that Turok can't touch. And Turok is so arrogant about his ability to defeat Rand because he is super skilled with the sword and cannot conceive of another way Rand could beat him because men who can channel are so taboo and tend to be taken care of pretty early. Seeing that Rand can meet someone who is so confident and skilled and basically kill him and an entire group of armed soldiers like it's nothing gives us that glimpse of why everyone is so scared of the Dragon Reborn. This is baby Dragon Reborn.
Yeah, this is I just started. This is I did one thing and then I didn't train for 6 months, and now I've been kind of thinking about it.
For all the people who were like, where's Rand's powers? Where's Rand's powers? Here's Rand's powers.
It's tricky, I think, because there is a significant difference because he thought it might be a trilogy from where Rand is now versus where Rand is in the books. In the books, Rand annihilates an army at the end of book 1 single-handedly. Rand cuts Turok down single-handedly.
If we wanted to feel like Rand might not be able to win, especially this early, he has to it has to feel like he might struggle with some things.
If Rand is at the point of total power now, that's where Nynaeve was. There's nowhere to go but down. If you are already at the top, there's nowhere to go but down.
'Tis true.
And what I think is really interesting is, from what I've seen from non-readers watching this scene, is they have seen this and gone, holy shit, this guy just wiped out 20 dudes. He didn't break a sweat. He didn't lift a finger.
Yep. That's the danger. This is his skill while he's still largely untrained.
Yeah.
Skill not too different from what Egwene can do now after a lot more training while linking with someone.
And being forced into it. And also, last episode we saw Logain, he was able to make a couple of javelins at a time. After years, probably, of training. Remember that fight with the king of Galdan, I think it was? He's able to kill people, but he's able to kill a couple people at a time. He's able to kill all those people in the cave because he explodes the axe, not because he makes a bunch of very, very precise darts that, go for the jugulars of about 20 people.
And
it's incredibly precise work.
And leave the innocent in this alive.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an explosion. It is a calculated takeout. He snipers them.
Yeah. Another, by the way, also true in the book, when Rand does a sword fight with Turok, he kills Turok. He leaves his servants alive, and then the servants kill themselves. Very Shogun.
Yeah, this is the exact same thing.
Yeah, same thing.
Turok's voice then says, "From birth to death, I serve the blood," and stabs himself.
And
this
Rand
shows us
like,
once again the ways in which war impacts the ostensibly innocent. It also shows Rand's essential goodness, even in the midst of his power, that he left the unarmed man alive. Also, his ability to control that power, that he could specifically aim in that way. Rand is not someone who is going to shrug about killing one innocent while he targets everyone else and thinks of that as collateral. He's going to specifically make sure the man who isn't a threat to him makes it. But the Shan-Chan don't necessarily ascribe to those values, because even though Turok was the one engaging in the fight, Turok's voice still has to die with him. The innocent are still unknowingly impacted by our hero's actions, even here. And also giving us that same what the fuck feeling about cultural differences that we got last episode regarding the Aiel.
Mm-hmm.
So still exploring all of the potential obstacles in our way culturally when it comes to uniting. This also is going to show the impact of brainwashing, like the kind Turok's voice and Rena received, and also the White Cloak children, and how it's going to impact us going forward. Brainwashing is definitely a big thing being explored this season, especially since the first thing we saw is how that brainwashing can work in that scene between Ishamael and the little girl. Rand enters a building as Turok's voice continues to bleed out graphically. Any other thoughts on this scene?
I like it. That's a common thing for me. I don't like everything. I like most things.
I don't think it's a bad thing to be easily pleased. Why not? What is it helping you to be difficult to please?
I like most things.
Like, what does that do for you? You know what I mean? What does that do for people? Bane leads the rest of the group through the city as Ingtar... by the way, I don't find this easily pleasing. These are big, freaking wild battle scenes. Anyway, Bane leads the rest of the group through the city as Ingtar praises how well the maidens understand battle. He then comments on how one man could hold 50 in this alleyway, to which Perrin responds there's no need for that. Just then the Shan-Chan attack them as they round the corner, and Ingtar puts himself in harm's way, saying, "Protect the horn, for the light and Shinoa."
Which is his last name, if you didn't know.
We'll talk here about Ingtar's trajectory in the books and the difference in the show and why that may have changed after the break.
Yes. All right. So
I did a little American Idol there.
That was good. Big, I think, Allie, in discussing this, because Ingtar's dead, we can speak freely, I think, I would say, about Ingtar.
Yes.
And Ingtar's divergent things from the book and the show. So we're going to spoil some things about Ingtar that are in book 2. It's pretty clear to us now that they are not going to include those things in the show. I'd be shocked if they did, because he's dead. It's technically possible,
tough to shoehorn
but
in. Not
very likely. So if you want to go into the book with absolutely no knowledge about Ingtar, I'm not sure. I can try to give you a timestamp. It's not going to work because of ads, but I can give you approximately how far ahead to skip. Hey, it's me from the future. About 12.5 minutes.
All right. So Ingtar in the books is a dark friend.
Yes.
They did not, and kind of has this like last moment of being like, no one's irredeemable, la da 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 da, and sacrifices himself for Perrin and the rest of the group.
Rand specifically in the book.
Right.
He spends most of the time with Rand in the book.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I think there's a couple reasons. I know they shot that scene.
Yeah. We know that from what we've gleaned from interviews and external sources like that, the intention was to include that plot line in the show.
And that's clear from Ingtar's monologue about Padden Fane to Perrin. I mean, it's clear that that's a thing. It did not test well with audiences.
Unfortunately, apparently it did not. Yeah.
Yeah. And that is kind of the heartbreak that is creating in Hollywood, where you do have to make things by committee.
Yes.
It's one of those things where I think that, unfortunately, they were deprived of the necessary character development to pull that off because they, through no fault of their own, lost the actor that was supposed to play him for this entire thing. I think that the actor who replaced him did a wonderful job.
Oh, yeah. This is not in any way a mark against, I think it's Greg Chalandrian? Let me check.
Yeah. I think that unless they had spent much more time with Ingtar in this season, it was just going to be very difficult to set that up in a way
Greg Chilangirian
that they found satisfying. I think that had we gotten more time with him in season 1 to get to know him, it would have been easier, but the actor had to leave to film Willow.
Yeah. Look, I say I like almost everything. This is a hard one for me. This is tough because I think this is something where they attempted to go for one result and it didn't work and they had to avert. They had to swerve at the last second. Yeah. And it's a bummer. And I don't think that Ingtar's sacrifice here I think it still has some effect, and we can talk about that in the spoiler section, but it is kind of a bummer that we don't get this.
Yeah, we'll be honest. It doesn't have the same weight.
No.
I was really not looking forward to it because it's weird to say I'm looking forward to like the sad death of somebody, but I think, that I was excited to see that trajectory happen, and it's sad that they couldn't go that route despite really wanting to, and that's what I want people to understand about like making TV shows is that it is, I mean, I talk to novelists about this all the time. They're like, I could never do what you do because you are constantly working with other people, capitulating to their vision. But that's what I like about it at the same time. It's like when that collaboration hits, it's like electric. It's beautiful. Yeah. It's incredible. But at the same time, there are sometimes sacrifices that have to be made. And that's the hard thing with adapting material that is, a book written by one person and edited by another. But it's kind of a two-person baby.
It's a more solitary process.
All
art tends to be
collaborative in some
to an
way.
extent, usually.
Yeah.
But it's a lot more solitary than a TV show.
But it's much more of your baby than I think it is with a TV show, even when you're the showrunner, right? You still have to answer to executives and you still have to answer to test audiences and you still have to take all of these things into account. And there are limitations all the time on what you can and can't do and sacrifices that have to be made where it's like, well, if we show this, we can't do this because we can't afford it or whatever. There are just so many practical considerations.
We don't have time.
We don't have time.
And if you are asking the question, it's streaming.
The scheduling.
We've talked about this before.
It's a different beast. And so, I think this is one of those cases where we see how the logistics of running a TV show can sometimes create some heartbreakers for people. Mm-hmm. I think they covered it fine.
Yes.
I understand people's disappointment with it.
Oh, God,
and I think it's one of those things where it's like, it's not because anyone did their jobs poorly.
No.
It's that things happen and you have to, that's the thing, is you have to improvise.
Yes.
And you have to go with the way that the creativity is going. And sometimes there are things out of your control. And I think in terms of, like we've said with the COVID episodes of the show, they adapted to their situation in a way that impressed me.
Yeah.
But it's tough to do.
I think this is also a case where if you're looking for it, which we are, it's going to be a notable absence. If you're not looking for it, it's like, oh, okay. So I think, at the end of the day, what I come back to is, as you said, if I didn't know about Ingtar, this would have been like, oh, that was kind of all right, yeah, oh, that guy, he's gone now. It would not have made me go, wait, what the fuck happened? Why did this happen? Why did he die? Why did these things happen?
And that is kind of the point, is it's like we are trying, I say we sometimes. I'm like, why am I saying we? But you are trying to attract a wider audience who may or may not know the source material. And so as long as they are not aware.
Yeah, well, to draw a parallel to another fantasy show that is on television right now, whose author is alive and who frequently comments on it. And I'm not going to talk more about House of the Dragon than I am in the next 30 seconds. So don't look for that. There was a marked change made in episode 1 of season 2 of House of the Dragon about a pretty dramatic pivotal moment. And George Martin on his blog said essentially, here's the thing. I think if you didn't know what could have happened, this works for you. And that's what matters. This works for you if you don't know the other way it could have gone. If you do know the other way it could have gone, it's going to rub you the wrong way and it's going to have ramifications. And we can talk about that when it comes. But if you don't know, then this moment is still a moment that exists and works. And I think when talking adaptation, in this case, again, I'm not happy the way this panned out. I would have liked to have seen it, but I understand that without having spent another probably 20 minutes of the season on Ingtar, at least, I mean, we lost 2 full episodes of him in season 1 when the actor left the show. Again, no harm on him for doing that. He had work put in front of him. He was told, hey, you can either stick around for this show, which, I don't know, maybe it's going to come back from COVID, maybe it's not, or you can be basically a series lead in this other thing.
Yeah,
Every actor worth their salt is going to say, I'm taking the series, I'm taking the main. I'm doing that. Sorry. Whether or not...
Well, and that's what happened with Francesca in Bridgerton, the original actress. Yeah. That's why they replaced her. She got cast as the lead in another show, and Netflix was like, you should do this. And she did. And that's why there's a different Francesca.
Yeah. And I'm never going to knock an actor for taking work.
No. Not in this economy.
That's also, we've talked before about sort of why didn't they have such and such main character show up for a cameo in season 1? Why didn't they have, Elayne? Why didn't Elayne show up in season 1? Why didn't this other E-named character show up in season 1? One, actors are expensive, 2.
And they could get other jobs.
They could get other jobs, and there's not always a guarantee that...
And you've locked yourself into this actor.
Yeah, you've locked yourself into this actor. For instance, when the Heroes of the Horn show up, I'm not going to say specifically, but a lot of people were digging really deep to try to figure out who was standing on that bridge.
I think that they were largely fight people
and
that they put in costume.
Yeah, by and large, the response was essentially, don't do that. There's no need for you to do that.
Yeah. Because those will likely not be the actors that they continue with. Those were likely fight people that they used because those were fight scenes.
Yeah. So to sum up.
And they can explain that away too, considering that these people are dead people who have had many faces.
To sum up, I'm sad about the Ingtar we didn't have, but I am happy with the Ingtar that we got.
Yes. I think the actor did a wonderful job.
Oh, phenomenal.
And when people might be like, well, they managed to make us care about Hopper in a season. Hopper's a dog.
Yeah.
Dogs and children have different rules. It's like, we will care about them so fast. And if you're like, well, what about movies? Will you make us care about people? Those tend to be a lot more contained.
The death of Hopper also, I'm not going to get into the specifics, has more ramifications than the death of Ingtar.
So if we're going to stick the landing on one of those things.
Yeah, I got to pick one.
Yeah.
And if we're going to have 2 people close to Perrin have dramatic deaths.
Well, that's the other thing in the same episode.
Yeah, again, because of how things got shaken up by the end of season 8, they couldn't have Ingtar with Rand the way that panned out. So they put him with Perrin.
Mm-hmm. Which I thought they'd do because of the violence thing.
Absolutely. And again, I think that we talked about this in episode 3 breakdown. We were like, oh, I think this is what they're doing. I think this is where they're going. I think that is where they were going. I think it just didn't pan out for the test audiences.
I mean, they filmed it.
Yeah, they filmed it.
Their every intention, it's very clear throughout the season, is that's where that buildup is happening. It's just not, it wasn't as impactful to people who weren't invested in the source material, and just based on the way that the priority has to shake out, it will go to the people who are engaging with the material for the first time.
Yes.
It just will.
There are going to be more of them.
Probably.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, because sometimes there is innovation that happens that is really exciting and interesting.
Oh, yeah.
I think that we're talking about tons of innovation that they're doing, and the innovation is done by necessity, right? That I think actually has had really exciting ramifications.
I 100% agree with you.
But yeah, some stuff works, some stuff doesn't. It's the nature of art. All right, so as Ingtar is stabbed to death, we catch a look at Massima's devastated face before they run off.
Yes.
We leave Ingtar's body in the street, unable to afford him the proper burial that he showed even the people on the side of the dark.
Oh, yeah.
We go back to the beach as Moraine, rocking an incredible outfit, crosses the beach with Lan. I made sure to note that. Shout out once again to the costume designer. Moraine's outfits have been a 10 out of 10 this entire season, as have Lanfear's. Look at her incredible outfit. Hold on. We're watching this silently.
Oh, look at that.
Look at her incredible outfit. I want
great.
that entire outfit. Amazon, make these costumes available.
Please.
I swear to God, I will buy every single one of them. Okay. But she crosses the beach with Lan. Lan comments that she's faster than she used to be. With this line, we get a bookend for where she was at the beginning of the season, carrying those buckets up the mountain on foot. She's more athletic because she had to do things herself. We see that there may be benefits to practicing skills without magic, for those of you who are worried about whether or not Rand will fight with a sword on occasion.
Oh, he will.
And that there is a cost in other areas to using magic in your life, such as speed and strength, because you aren't utilizing those muscles as much. This is kind of a counterpoint to the whole scene that went down with Turok, in which Rand bodied him with the power. There can be a benefit to honing multiple skills, especially considering that Moraine arrives on the scene in the nick of time, and if she'd been slower, that might not have been great.
She also talks about the Forsaken, and then we segue directly into Lanfear and Domon.
I swear to God, these fucking transitions are art.
They're really good.
I am really passionate about a good transition, as you know. I will write them into my outlines.
They're hard as fuck.
They're hard as fuck. And when you do a good one, it's like a drug. It's incredible. When you feel like there's like very seldom, but there are occasions where you're like, I just wrote a banger fucking thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then you feel like $1 million. And then oftentimes that's the thing you have to cut in the edit.
Yes, that happens a lot. Well, yeah.
We then get a sneak peek. That's what they mean by kill your darlings. It's like the thing where you're like, I wrote a really good transition. And then it's like that transition no longer works because of the notes. And you're like, I'm going to die. We then get a sneak peek at what's about to happen later when the conversation switches to Lanfear, and Lan expresses he doesn't understand why Ishamael only let Lanfear out. They're too dangerous.
Also something Ishamael said himself earlier.
Yeah. She says they're too dangerous, I think, the others. So the frightening stake-raising thing becomes that for as dangerous as we've seen Lanfear is, Ishamael may not have released the others because they are more dangerous than she is.
Interesting, something we get a little bit of payoff on.
Yes, we
in the
do.
tag.
Likely because Ishamael felt he could predict Lanfear and understood what she wanted. A sentiment.
Tag the right word? End of the episode?
Tag, yeah.
Yeah.
Tag button. There's a couple ones for that. A sentiment I believe he also expressed in the dream world scene, but we actually really see play out this episode in how he convinces her she's in control. The other stake-raising thing about this is it shows Lanfear isn't the only one afraid of the other Forsaken. Ishamael was too, because he couldn't control them as easily. This should make us very concerned about what's about to happen in Season 3. Moraine then says the Forsaken fought among themselves as much as they fought the dragon. This is an important line for two reasons. One, it shows us that the Forsaken are dealing with the same unification problems that we are, and emphasizes further how, even though there are more of them, there is still a way that we can beat them by coming together and being stronger together. But it also raises the stakes for every example we get of how it might not be so easy to do, because it's the only way humanity can win. 2, it sets up the entire hook at the end of the episode and why Lanfear is so upset at the end when she finds them all free. We've seen this statement be true before between Lanfear and Ishamael, but placed here it serves as a summary of what we have already seen in the form of tactical planning. Moraine reveals that everything she's read says that Lanfear, Lews Therin, and Ashamael were inseparable before the War of Power and were best friends. This gives greater stakes to all of the people that Rand has and will bond with going forward. If two of his closest people have betrayed him in the past, then every relationship he makes or has could potentially backfire, even though he needs to trust people to win. If he makes the wrong choice, even in the people who we absolutely think he can trust, like the Two Rivers kids, his best friends, the fate of the world could be permanently altered. It makes the choices Rand's friends make going forward have way more weight because Rand's friends have been turned before. And I'm sure Lews Therin thought that would never happen back then. So no one is really safe here. Lan brings that point home by saying, just like these kids.
Yeah, look, parallels. We love them.
We're also setting up here that a bit of destabilization and doubt that they could come back together right before they ultimately do. But doesn't let us fully live in the hope of that reunion, because then the stakes are too low, because a lot of things can still happen between now and the last battle. Moraine spots Falm, realizing where they are and that Lanfear planned this. Now we get an interesting question introduced here. Lanfear told Moraine that when the time is right, raise the banner at the beginning of the episode. The issue is, we've been working tentatively with Lanfear these past few episodes at great cost, both in terms of lives and in terms of personal cost for Moraine. Since Lanfear and Moraine's goals have been similar up until this point, and we've realized Lanfear doesn't want to hurt Rand, should Moraine play into Lanfear's plan here? We know that Ashamael wanted the banner to be raised with Rand clearly under the control of the Forsaken. We also know that Lanfear likely intends to betray him, something he's anticipated and is likely going to thwart. So if Moraine does what Lanfear wants her to do here and plays into that plan, is that the right move to make? The dragon does eventually need to be declared over Falm, and it looks like the time has to be now, but we also know Rand is not exactly at full strength yet, fight with Turok notwithstanding. Is he ready for all that is to come with his arrival being proclaimed? Yet another hook for the end of the season? Is playing into what Lanfear wants a misstep? Hard to say, and since Moraine isn't in the city seeing what's going on, she just has to go with her gut on this one after an entire season where she's had to grapple with the fact that she may be wrong. But Moraine hasn't been just learning how to get her powers back this season, but also her confidence in her instincts, and we see that play out in this plotline. We then catch up with an old friend from earlier this season, Bail Domon, who is taking advantage of the chaos to grab some items.
Love this
Iconic
dude.
king.
Love this guy.
Lanfear appears behind him from out of the shadows, startling a guy who I assume is not easily startled.
I want to once again look at his costume.
I know, he looks
Look at
great.
him.
They look great.
Look at this guy.
He's a smuggler.
Oh my God, he's hot.
I love how he holds the bag flap between his teeth and how his first response to being startled is to clutch the bag. This feels like two fun acting choices from Julian Lewis-Jones, the actor of Bail Domon.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the way, go to the beginning of the scene again. Look at his little like bag clutch. Like it's so great.
Oh, he's stealing shit.
He's stealing shit, yeah. And he's holding the bag open with his teeth for easier access. And then when she comes out of the shadows, his initial instinct is to like clutch that bag to him.
Yeah.
And I feel like none of that was written. And you can tell when something like that is like a little character choice that they make. Because that's just something where I'm like, that was too specific to have been put, I think, in the script.
Also, we get confirmation here that she gave him the moon dial piece. So, you know, again, to reference, that's what I was about to say.
Was accidental on the first night that you saw me, nothing was gonna stop me. Yeah. We get here confirmation that Lanfear was the one who helped Ingtar and Loyal get the horn. As Bail Domon says, she's come a long way from Cairhien, and Loyal and Ingtar said earlier, a lady from Cairhien helped them get the horn. So as of now, it seems like everything is very much going according to Lanfear's plan. Ashamael got the horn, but Lanfear stole it back. Ashamael was carefully plotting on how to get Rand to Falm through Min. Lanfear made it so he would arrive there early to destabilize the careful plan. Now she's going to get rid of Ashamael's last real chip he has at his disposal and wipe the remaining threats off the board. This scene should also make us wonder if, considering it's clear Bail Domon knows Lanfear from before, if she was the one who sent him to Moraine with information about her, which we do get a confirmation of.
Definitely.
Which caused her to go in search of Rand and kind of set everything in motion. Lanfear was literally the inciting incident of this entire season, if so. Not to mention the Fades, who we have seen her factor into her plans before, followed him there. So that whole thing was Lanfear. Whether or not and it seems like what she was trying to do there was assassinate Moraine. So she says to Ashamael, I don't understand why you didn't kill her. So We also get confirmation here that Lanfear, because I think Lanfear's whole thing is she wants to be the only woman close to him.
Yes, I agree with that.
We also get confirmation here that Lanfear sold him the broken Quendiar of her own shield months back. So it's possible that she, purposely tried to assassinate Moiraine. La-da-da-da-da. But having it happen in a more happenstance way gives her plausible deniability with Ishamael. What we've essentially learned here is that the entire season, from the sighting incident to this episode, has been going according to her plan, not Ishamael's like we might have believed earlier. This makes Moraine's statement about the other Forsaken being more dangerous even more concerning if Lanfear and Ishamael are this effective. As of right now, though, everything's coming up Lanfear, except we also know that Ishamael is onto her games, so there's going to be a point coming up where her plans don't go as smoothly as she thinks they're going to, which gives us that essential intrigue. Because we love seeing how plots go wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Lanfear tells him that she has 6 whole pieces of Quendiar and instructs him to dump them in the middle of the ocean. He tells her that would be a fortune he's throwing away, and so we get an understanding about, without feeling forced, about the value of Quendiar, much like we got in the first episode. She tells him she'll make it worth his while, and she'll bring them tonight. Lanfear's cloak looks almost like the Quendiar seals inside of... Lanfear's cloak looks almost like the Quendiar seals on the inside seam.
Here. She's got like all of these little round,
seal looking. Yeah, they look
they're not
like
even
the
buttons.
seals.
I think they're just sewn discs. Yeah.
But to me, it looks like the seals.
Yeah. They do. I mean, they're round and they got a thing in the middle.
It also looks like she's wearing an earring that almost looks like a dragon.
Yeah, I saw that.
Or even more
Oh,
so,
there
it
it is.
reminds me of a hydra.
It's got, it is a hydra. It's got
It's
two
a hydra.
snakes. It's got a bunch of snake heads. It's got 3 snake heads, notably not eating their own tails.
Which kind of feels appropriate for this episode since we kill a Forsaken and a Ishamael and 6 more have taken his place.
Yes, that's good.
That earring then takes us to a nice look at one of Suroth's lizard pets, another nice transition. Suroth vents, does he really think that I won't be on the front lines of Falm's defense? There's glory to be won today. One of Robert Jordan's key tenets, if you want to recognize a dark friend in his books, is that if they ever mention something about glory or personal gain, they're probably a bad guy.
Tends to be bad.
It could give us a hint as to what might have prompted Suroth to join the Dark Friends if that's something that's important to her. That has been teased earlier, so I think we're going to find out.
Most likely.
But
which
it
is
seems
also
like it
why
might be more complicated.
I don't think she's dead.
Who?
Suroth.
No.
I don't think she's dead.
We're also seeing a fixation on glory with Rhenna, so that could also be a big-time cultural thing.
I think that's likely.
Ishamael says he had something to attend to, and there's a close-up on him clapping some dust off his hands, which you didn't notice until later, but I noticed because I was like, why the fuck would they close up on his hands?
It is, yes.
His dirty hands. Initially, when I saw that moment, I was really confused because the show clearly wanted us to pay attention to those hands. You don't put a close-up in for no reason because they can be really jarring, and this one is purposefully jarring. So you only do that to jar people into paying attention to something. It wasn't until later when we saw the broken seals that the dust on the hands made more sense. But that's how the show becomes so rewatchable. It puts those little clues in that you don't get the importance of until later, much like in the books. Ishamael asks if the girl's in place, to which Suroth says the whole city can see her. Ishamael in part wanted Egwene on the tower as a means of drawing Rand out of hiding. If he sees where she is, he's more likely to do something stupid. This is making it seem like maybe Lanfear showing Rand Egwene in the dream world might have been part of Ishamael's plan that she was cooperating with. As Suroth rants about not being permitted to defend her people on the tower, she lets slip that Turok is dead, which surprises and seems to upset Ishamael, as this was not a part of his plan.
No.
And Suroth informs him that the horn has also been stolen. Alwyn then tries to fill in more detail, and he cuts her off, clearly upset. This is one of the few times I think we see him genuinely rattled around anyone who isn't Lanfear. This information is not at all part of his plan, so it confirms to him that Lanfear is going rogue, something he's already dealt with. Every time we see Alwyn now after the Turok scene, we understand the importance she places on Suroth and everything that happens to her. If Suroth says something to Ishamael here that makes him kill her, then Alwyn also has to kill herself. So that raises the stakes for Alwyn in this moment.
Little dramatic.
It's also interesting because we rarely, if ever, have seen her speak without Suroth prompting her to speak for her. And Suroth specifically does not use Alwyn as her voice when Ishamael is around, partially as a sign of respect and because he snaps at her not to. So Alwyn speaking out of turn may be because she's worried about Suroth's safety here. Ishamael informs Suroth that Lanfear is working against them and asks if Suroth has held her strongest Damani in reserve like he asked. Notably, the very young Damani is on that ship, so we see that age does not necessarily influence ability or whether Shan-Chan will keep Damani from battle. Much like the White Cloaks, again, are not above using children either. He tells her to take them to a ship directly below the tower where they have a clear line of sight on it. That later becomes the ship that shields Rand momentarily. Ishamael had a backup plan in case Lanfear betrayed him, clearly. And Lanfear having Moraine on the beach, it seems like she may have anticipated this backup plan. It also seems like she anticipated that Ishamael might be prompted to let the Forsaken out, but didn't realize he'd catch on to her so soon. She would have gotten away with screwing him over if he hadn't caught on to her in the bedroom. Likely because she was hoping if she told him she'd be looking like she was working with Rand, he might ignore the warning signs of her betrayal, which is a pretty standard Survivor mistake as well, because we cannot resist talking about Survivor when it comes to the Forsaken.
It's such a fun
Even
parallel.
though it sometimes does work on people. People will often screw themselves over by going up to people and going, it's going to look like I'm voting with the other side, but I'm actually voting with you. And then they go, why would you say that to me unless you were voting with the other side? Right? Like, why would you go, it's going to look like I'm suspicious unless you're being suspicious.
Yep.
And that's what I think that was the moment where Ishamael went, the fuck?
Oh, you fucked up now.
Mm-hmm. I really do. I'm like, I bet they talked about it and went, that's the moment he went, she's fucking with me. So Ishamael asks if they know how to gentle a man, and Surath says, of course, and gives Alwyn a huge smile, likely realizing that she and her Damani are about to play a key role in the events to come. And that brings us to the midpoint. But not before these ads. We cut to Matt pacing around as the dagger whispers to him, not saying it's the actual dagger whispering, but it's a shorthand way of establishing in fantasy that an evil object is calling to you and that you're being tempted by it, at least as far back as The Lord of the Rings for film/TV, if not further projects. We then see Matt build a makeshift spear out of the dagger. I know this scene was a little controversial, largely for reasons we'll have to discuss in the spoiler section.
Yeah, we'll get there.
But this is a nod to Matt's cleverness and resourcefulness, qualities that make us root for him as a character. We want to see them, in addition to their foibles, have some, accolades, some things to recommend them. He's taking this shit two wrong choices, right, that someone gave him and turning it into one wacky as hell correct choice that comes out of left field. And I love that. We still see that despite Matt's attempt to avoid Min's viewing, it does still come true, even if the events are slightly different than what we saw go down. So we know that despite Min's viewings and attempts to avoid them, what she sees will come to pass. That gives those viewings a lot more weight.
Also, if you guys can hear me chewing pretzels, I'm really sorry. I'm sitting as far back from the mic as I can. I just had to eat something really quick.
As Matt makes his way out of the room, Padan Fain starts to mock him, saying he thought it would take him longer before he touched the dagger, and that's when he notices that the dagger isn't in Matt's hand. Every time we've seen Padan Fain before this, he's been in control. And every time he's been with Matt, he's been mocking him, but now he's speechless. Robbed of his sense of power and control, we get to see Padan Fain for who he really is, a coward. So for all Ingtar said about giving people a chance to explain themselves, in this particular instance, Padan Fain is contemptible in his motives and doesn't even have the courage to face the consequences of his actions. And it's in this and with people like Surath that we see that some people may have depth in their journey to becoming a dark friend, while others just might be fucking selfish, cowardly pricks. Matt also says in this scene, thing is, I've spent my fair share of time in a cell this year, and I've learned there's usually more than one way out of them. The writers are telegraphing to the audience that Matt isn't a stagnant character. He's growing and adapting, something we like to see in our heroes. He's not someone who's going to whine about how unfair things are. Instead, he's going to find clever ways out of a bad situation. So all of Matt's journey up until now, as different and not as it is from the books has not been for naught. It also shows that his adaptability is a quality to look out for in the future. We get all these innocent civilians, including children, running and screaming and cowering as Egwene watches from above. Just as the whole city can see her, she can see the whole city and the impact of what she's doing. The first casualty of war is innocence, both for Egwene and the children below. Little girls scream as they drag a wounded man away from battle, possibly their father, not unlike Nynaeve and Egwene at the Two Rivers.
So White Cloak helping.
Only now, yes, there is.
Yeah.
So we're getting some hot nuance there.
Because that guy is not a soldier. It certainly doesn't look like it.
No, he's a White Cloak.
But there's two White Cloaks. No, this guy? On the ground?
No, the guy dragging, helping the little girl.
Two White Cloaks help. It's interesting because everybody ostensibly is like, protect the civilians.
But look, they look like they could be Nynaeve and Egwene from that first scene.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
But younger. They've got the braid and everything.
Is also when Egwene is like, fuck you, I'm not doing this anymore.
It's at that moment that Rhaena demands for her to shoot again.
She spits out the gag.
As Egwene is the monster for attacking innocents. And now we get the moment we've been dreading but also hoping for. Egwene shakes her head no and turns around, refusing to do it anymore. Something about this scenario also reminds me of trench warfare in World War I, in which soldiers were threatened with being shot if they tried to turn back. Egwene spits the gag out at Rhaena's feet as a final act of symbolic defiance. We also included shots of other Suldam looking on right before this, and we remember that it's been established that Rhaena cares about, more than anything, her social status. Up until now, Egwene has been only a source of humiliation from her perspective in private. Rhaena was very threatening to Egwene when they were in front of the other Suldam in regards to being embarrassed. And so while Rhaena was brutal to Egwene after the private humiliations, the public humiliation is the thing most likely to send her over the edge. I don't know how to pronounce this name. Mielin? It's the name of the other
We'll
Suldam.
say Mwalin.
Mwalin then comments on it by asking if Rhaena has lost control of her Damani, to which Rhaena responds, No, I have not, as she takes out a knife. We end on that moment of suspense and cut to two people on their way to rescue Egwene, Nynaeve and Elayne. A lot of this scene becomes who's going to rescue her. And then it becomes Egwene herself.
That's a lot of the episode.
Is who's going to get her. With their Suldam turned Damani, Sita, as we walk through the streets with them, we see the chaos of war, with notably the White Cloaks now looking to be on the back foot.
By the way,
Shan slitting White Cloak's throat, man presumably a White Cloak being dragged by his horse.
Real quick, a lot of the episode is who's going to rescue Egwene, and yet it's still about Rand.
Completely.
Because Egwene is there to draw Rand in.
Yes. No, Rand is the central character of this entire episode. It's just Egwene is the second most important character of the episode.
Rand is the central character of the entire series.
Yes, and that's clear. Everything is about him. Even the plot lines that don't have anything to do with him. Since the Shan winning was more immediately threatening to our women right now, that seems to be a deliberate choice. We also again see the effect this is having on the innocent civilians as we see crying children in the arms of presumably their parent. Much like with Egwene, Nynaeve has experience seeing this kind of violence, so let's clock how this impacts her. Nynaeve sees the tower and says that they made it. Elayne then shows she has an observant quality. When she asks Nynaeve, "Did you hear that?" This serves as a great transition into raising the stakes with the catapults, which then serves as a clean transition into Egwene in the tower.
Can I be a massive fucking pedant?
What?
For 1 second? That's not a catapult.
What is it?
That is a trebuchet.
Oh, whatever. What's the difference?
Catapult is a fixed arm with a basket that delivers a payload. Trebuchet has I understand that this is completely unimportant, but trebuchet versus catapult is a huge meme.
If you don't say anything,
it's a huge meme on the internet.
Someone will correct us.
But you see how
we're already going to get a message that corrects us, even though the trebuchet
has the it uses. There's a string. See the string, and how it adds additional force, whereas the catapult would just go ploop and then be up. They're
going straight to hand cutting. It looks like, by the way.
Probably yes.
She's just like, I'm going to skip the tongue entirely.
We're going to go to the other one.
We're going hands. So yeah, Egwene kneels in front of Rhaena, arms outstretched in front of her in a way that maybe reminds us of Suroth losing her nails. Rhaena threatens that this is Egwene's last chance. After a defiant look from Egwene, Rhaena raises her knife, likely to cut off Egwene's hands. But it's a bit unclear if she was just going to kill Egwene. Regardless, the whole thing is interrupted by an explosion as rocks hit the tower. A bloody Dane Bornhold sees the chaos is working and marvels. His father responds with, "Did you not trust in the light?" It's clear from this exchange that Daddy Bornhold is a big mentor figure to Dane, and that Dane's trust in his mission may not be as full as his father's. Perhaps Dane has some crisis of faith going on a bit that Daddy is picking up on. Regardless, it's clear that to the children, they expect full trust to the point where it gets called out if someone even gets excited that something worked, because of course it would. That's a lot of faith to expect from someone in a battle situation against a pretty ferocious foe. We then get, again, a moment that feels like it should be coming from a hero on purpose, as Daddy Bornhold calls out to the people of Falm to pick up their weapons and send these slavers back where they came from.
Good line.
Rallying some fleeing citizens like he's freaking Aragorn. Sorry. The father-son duo then attacks some Shan together so that we can see just how in sync they are, despite Dane's little moment of doubt. Jeff and Bornhold's line about the archers in the previous scene pays off here when Nynaeve, Elayne, and Sita walk through the chaos, and a crossbow from a white cloak takes out Sita.
Yeah, it's a bummer.
Notably, Nynaeve is so fixated on looking at the tower and thinking about Egwene that Sita is killed by a crossbowman that Nynaeve failed to notice. It serves as a warning about being so fixated on a goal that you fail to see what's right in front of you. Kind of important, considering everything that's going on. Nynaeve is clearly panicking and also feeling what Sita is feeling as she dies. I'm assuming that the crossbow was aiming at Nynaeve or something else when it hit Elayne in the leg. Last time Nynaeve was trying to help people in a battle scenario, the man died. Let's remember that.
Yeah, episode 1.
And then Nynaeve got captured by Trollocs. Oh, and then there was the time Nynaeve hulked out and saved everyone, but then her life changed forever. And then Nynaeve nearly died and developed her block in the battle after that. So Nynaeve has a lot of trauma around situations like this, but she immediately jumps to Elaine's aid after she's hit, cementing their friendship even further.
Yeah.
Especially since Elayne immediately called out to Nynaeve for help. There's trust forming between them.
So do we want to talk about Nynaeve's relative efficacy real quick? Or do we want to do that later?
That's got to happen later.
Later.
Because it's not happening yet.
Later.
We get a look at the carnage on top of the tower. Dead women everywhere. We see all of that before Egwene to increase fear about her fate. She pulls rubble off of herself. Because of the visuals that we've gotten of what happens when a Suldam dies, we know that Egwene's collar and the fact that she's still living means Rhenna is alive.
Mm-hmm.
A continued reminder of that is when she crawls by Megan's body and the collar dissolves off of her, which Egwene is able to later use to subdue Rhenna. We also get a full arc here for Megan. She went to investigate the ships, was taken, and submitted to the point where she was firing fireballs, risking the civilians in order to attack the White Cloaks. Something Egwene didn't submit to. In the process, that put her in the line of fire and eventually led to her death. That death made it possible for Egwene to escape so that she, unlike Megan, didn't have to die in captivity.
This is also why I'm not going to agree with the idea that being broken is permanent. Because Egwene, she did break. She drank the water.
Yeah.
And then
breaking and being broken is a
they're
different thing.
Things.
Megan's character serves as an example of the fact that people like Egwene and also Uno, who are able to stand up for what is right even in the face of extreme bodily harm and brutal death, are pretty rare, even among those who should be the bravest and most capable of us. And honestly, that's not necessarily a knock against humanity. The world is filled with people wanting to do good and deliver acts of kindness, but to do the right thing in the face of enormous obstacles like this is a really, really hard thing to do. I also saw some people going, how could Megan fire fireballs where there are innocent civilians and like at people when it's not because of dark friends or the last events of their life? And I'm like, you can absolutely make an argument in your head that if you don't do this, you will be killed.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
100%.
And this is something we see, I'll be vague, as the books go on. The oaths are what you make of them to an extent. They are binding, but they are also completely controlled by your mental state.
Yep.
So if you think something is true, that affects your interpretation of the oath.
Uh-huh. And I saw some similar chatter about Moraine.
We'll get there. Or we can talk about it now. You mean when she blows up the boat?
We'll talk about that when it comes to Moraine later. Rhenna throws some rubble off of herself and spots Egwene, striding toward her as Egwene remains in the less powerful position on the ground. This is meant to again increase the dread of what's going to happen. If Egwene is also standing or Rhenna is on the ground, then the power distribution visibly is less stark and we have more hope for Egwene's victory. Perrin and co walk through the city. They yield Vale again as Mat runs from the fog.
Oh, I love this part.
Perrin keeps them from attacking Mat as he runs to them. We see here in terms of Perrin's arc again, him stopping potential violence from happening to a positive effect, setting up for the backlash to that later in the episode. Perrin's relationship to violence is there even in tiny moments like these. Perrin and Mat have a joyful reunion akin to the one Rand and Mat have. We're getting here a bit of Mat's arc with this whole thing of him still being loved and accepted by his community, even with the mistakes he's made, heading toward a conclusion to this arc of the consequences of him leaving his friends behind. It also evokes what Ingtar said to Perrin at the funeral about examining why people make bad decisions and the nuances of that. Perrin doesn't greet Mat with anything but enthusiasm, which I imagine must be healing for Mat. As both Perrin and Mat are learning how to forgive themselves for their mistakes, we get this moment of them reuniting with people who love them unconditionally, even if they think they don't deserve it.
Yep.
Matt spies all of Perrin's new friends and is surprised but not hostile, even knowing what he knows about Black-Veiled Aiel thanks to Tom in season 1. There's a payoff right there. Matt does not immediately jump to conclusions about them. He greets them with surprised curiosity instead, a blueprint for how we should be approaching new cultures and experiences if we want to unite. We then get a funny moment of him saying, "I hope your friends can fight," followed up with the maidens doing exactly that. We also get Massima looking like he's getting some revenge for Ingtar's death here as well. Perrin calling Evander and co. his friends feels significant considering everything we've seen about being sure about who we can trust and not knowing who is and isn't a monster, coupled with the fact that Perrin's cultural misunderstandings of the Aiel have not been enough to keep him from calling them his friends. That kind of cross-cultural cooperation is a sign of hope. We're back to Egwene and Rhenna.
Yay!
Do you want to talk about anything before we get there?
No.
Great. Once again, we see Rhenna avoid all responsibility for her actions and mistakes, blaming Egwene. This is a theme with Rhenna.
Take the credit, but avoid the responsibility.
Of the more irredeemable characters on the show, this avoidance of responsibility and refusal to accept blame. This is what she says. This is all your fault. Oh, by the way, the actor is non-binary. We've established this before, but
when we're describing the character
who uses she, her pronouns, we will say she, her. When we're describing the actor, we will use they, them.
Yeah.
But this is what the character says. "This is all your fault. The tower was hit from our position. You did this." Egwene, still refusing to submit, says, "Good." Love that for her. Prompting Rhenna to torture her some more. Rhenna then puts the collar on... Egwene then puts the collar on Rhenna, which Rhenna mocks her for. Stupid Egwene. The Adom only works on women who can channel. Which makes what happens next so much more satisfying. Rhenna then takes the place of that novice character so that Egwene can explain to us, the audience, along with her, how this works and how Egwene deduced this in a similar way to Nynaeve. It's her Sherlock monologue. She says, "At first I thought it was like the water bond, giving us a reference to something we really understand because of Steppen." I mean, just talking about all the ways in which this episode is paid off by the episodes that come before, or pays off episodes that come before, but also everything Lan and Moraine have experienced this season. And then she says, "But then I realized that you can see our weaves too, and you can feel it when I channel because we're linked. We're the same. You Suldam are just so weak in the power the searchers didn't find you." It's the whole reason we had Amalisa, and the whole reason we had the linking in the episode 8 of season 1.
Yeah. Among other things.
Without that finale, we wouldn't have had a clear understanding of what linking is in the same way, and we wouldn't have had an understanding that there are some women who can channel who are so weak that they get kicked out of the tower. So this is building off of something we already understand as an audience because that was put in the finale in a memorable way. We also got a reminder of linking last episode with Swan and the Aes Sedai putting out Lanfear's fires. We're setting up for this. We also know about some people being too weak in the power to become full Aes Sedai who can still link and might become obsessed with that link because of Amalisa.
A lot of discussion over kind of how was Egwene able to put the collar on her. I think this also ties back to how you justify things in your mind.
Because it's awesome.
It's awesome as part of it, but I think also part of it is sort of putting the collar on her in itself is not a harmful or hurtful act.
Agreed. It's not a harmful or hurtful act. And the collar, and she didn't necessarily know if it would even do anything.
Yeah, it's very possible it wouldn't work at all.
Right?
Yeah.
I mean, she had a hunch, but this was testing her hypothesis. Yeah. And if in the Suldam's mind, putting a collar on a Damani is helpful, not harmful, then she can justify it to herself.
Yeah.
It's the oaths. Again, it's like, well, what does hurting mean?
Yeah.
Also, the collar in itself is not a harmful tool.
A water jug is if you're going to swing it at someone's head.
Also, it says that the collar wants to be put on women.
That's true.
They said that in an episode before. The collar wants it.
I like that. It's kind of like, oh, no, that's fine.
Yeah, the collar's like, I want this actually.
Fine.
Yeah, this is our purpose.
I like that. That's an interesting read.
Well, that's what Nynaeve said about it.
She did, yeah. It wants to be whole.
Yeah, it wants to be whole. So it's like, we're just making it whole. In response, Rhenna denies everything and tries to punch Egwene. And we get a nice role reversal bookend here. Bookend meaning, we said something of the previous episode. We already talked about what a bookend means. I just forgot that we did that. And just like in episode 6 in a role reversal moment, Egwene explains to Rhenna the rules of being a Damani. Egwene says, the only way you're getting out of this collar is if I let you out, but first you have to let me out. In another bookend, Egwene starts to strangle Rhenna, much like Rhenna strangled her in episode 6. I think this was entirely necessary because if Egwene had waited, Rena would have likely drawn the same conclusion and done the same thing.
Yeah.
So from a logistical standpoint, this makes a lot of sense. And Rena calls out that this would also be strangling Egwene as it's happening. So we realize as an audience, and I think this is pretty badass, that Egwene is also strangling herself as she's doing this. She's basically playing chicken with Rena.
Well, I think she's also saying, I would rather be dead.
Yeah.
Right? She's saying, when faced with the choice between enslavement, being a tool, and being dead, try me, is what she's saying.
Thank you. Thank you. Like, I like that they're emphasizing that slavery is bad in this show.
Yeah.
And that it's not a good thing to be enslaved. And they don't like it. They just don't have a choice.
Yeah.
Or they have two bad choices.
Yeah.
And the brilliant part is that Rena loses either way because if Egwene dies while this happens, then Rena is dead. So the only solution is to let Egwene out and hope she still has some mercy left for you. And when you think about the fact that Egwene had seconds to come up with this plan, that's incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Rena pleads with Egwene to take her collar off, and Egwene stares at Rena in the eyes as she lets her die. This seals the promise Egwene made to Rena last episode that she was going to give her, giving that plotline the conclusion that was promised to the audience with that line. But this violence definitely impacts Egwene as she collapses to her knees and works to process what she just did.
We disagree on this.
What?
You and I disagree on this. Because you see this moment as Egwene, like, reckoning with the fact that it's murder. This is a murder.
It's cold-blooded murder.
This is murder. She murders Rena.
It's satisfying cold-blooded murder.
It's hard to watch.
As fuck.
It's tough, man. And it's interesting because you and I see this differently, where you see this collapsing as like, oh my God, what have I done? I don't see it that way.
Okay, see, I think you're misinterpreting what I'm saying.
Okay.
Because I'm not saying it in a, oh my God, what have I done? But regardless of whether or not you taking a life is deserved,
yeah,
it's still a weighty thing.
Absolutely.
And so I think that it's less like, oh my God, what have I done? I've done a horrible. It's, I need 7 to 10 days to process what I just did.
Sure.
Right? Like it's still heavy.
Yes, absolutely.
And so I think much like, any situation where it was kill or be killed, the kill is still a rough thing to have to do.
Yes.
It still changes you permanently.
Oh, yeah. I also, by the way, this doesn't happen in the book. In the book, Rand frees Egwene, and they get out, and I think Rena and Seta end up collared to a wall or something. Mm-hmm. Neither of them dies at this point.
It's because Robert Jordan doesn't like killing women.
He doesn't like killing women. That's very true. Mm-hmm. That's something we could get into more thoroughly, but we won't right now. This is a big change, and frankly, I kind of like it. I can't talk too much about why for down the line things until part 3. Honestly.
Love it personally.
Yeah,
love it.
Yeah,
love everything about it.
I think the first few books have a tendency to err on the side of comfort of their readers, where the later books don't. And
I think this is pulling that. This is punching that earlier.
Yeah, it's tough, though.
What did you interpret it as? Because I said...
Thank fucking God that's over.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
I think it can be both.
Yeah.
It's a complicated thing.
Oh, yeah. It's a powerful scene.
And here's some powerful ads.
Maybe. Welcome back.
All right, here's my dissertation.
Which dissertation is this?
The Egwene dissertation.
Oh, I thought we did that.
No.
Okay, continue.
I was not done.
Continue.
I've seen some people say that they didn't like Egwene saving herself from the Shan-Chan as opposed to being saved by Rand in the books.
Yeah.
Like
right. Books. We have to... Right.
And I'm going to be honest. I'm pretty surprised by that.
Yes.
And this is not at all me saying that anyone is bad for having that feeling, but I'd love to describe why it meant a lot to me that she was able to save herself. And it's totally fine if you're like, I would have preferred a man save her.
Or anybody.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
I was just kidding. No, if it had not been her to do this awful thing and I that's not me casting judgment, even though I was just joking earlier.
Yeah.
But here's my thing. Egwene thus far has been a victim of circumstance. From Winternight to the White Cloak encampment, to linking at Faldara, to the White Tower, to the Shan-Chan. So far, Egwene has not been an active protagonist in this story, in the same way as some of her counterparts. Much of what she's experiencing are due to circumstances out of her control that she's grappling with, and that's fine, but that does make her reactive as opposed to proactive.
Also, I'm looking at this screen cap of Rand standing behind Egwene and Egwene just sort of looking off. I think you're actually, again, I think you're right. I think she is grappling big time.
It's a big deal because it's not just like self-defense. It was like straight up murder.
It was murder.
I mean, in a self-defense-y way, but still, I mean, it was straight up murder. But yeah, so these are due to the circumstances that are out of her control that she's grappling with, and that's fine while she's growing up and learning, but audiences get particularly attached to characters who are able to seize control of their own narrative in some way. When we are depicting women on screen, there's a misunderstanding as to what a strong female character is and what's being asked for when we are asking for that. So far, that is manifested typically in usually white and usually petite women who are hyper-masculinized. There's nothing wrong with a hyper-masculinized woman.
No.
Let me be clear. It's just, I think that people seeing masculinity as the default for what strong means is a problem.
Well, let's go way the hell back. Let's go into Kurosawa. Kurosawa's movie, The Hidden Fortress, which we watched the other day while you were out of town, is one of the Kurosawa movies where there is a fairly, prominent female figure who is kind of a badass, and explicitly in this text of the script, it is stated that her father raised her as though she were a boy.
Oh, and I mean, how many, and
great character, by the way.
Ad nauseum, right, in scripts that I will read. And this is not a knock against the scripts. It's just such a trope at this point that it's starting to feel like a problem. Mm-hmm. Where it's like this girl who's a cool girl, in quotes, right? Like she drinks beer, she can play darts, she can shoot a gun. And it's like, I had older brothers. Mm-hmm. Her mother couldn't teach her to shoot.
It's the proverbial not like other girls.
It's just, there's like there's a not like other girls equality about it that just bothers me.
Yeah.
And there's no problem if I don't have this is my thing. I do not have a problem with like women who explore their masculine side at all.
No.
And in fact, frequently have been have loved to explore my more masculine side. But I do have a problem with when it feels like it's at the expense of the feminine.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? And not like internally, but externally. Like, I am masculine, so I am cool. Anyone who likes girly things is therefore uncool.
Right.
And not strong and not interesting.
Yeah.
Like that to me is where sometimes the disconnect happens. But they're one of the guys. They're not like other girls, or there's the manic pixie dream girl thing in which they often have their quirkiness in service of a male character and give up their independence that they have cultivated for him. Both of these are very male gazy versions of what a strong female character is. That's not to say that these aren't women that encapsulate women that exist. But the question surrounds whether this idea of strength and individuality is still commodified to be a masculine idea of what strength means. And the fact that this idea of a strong female character still makes them into a stereotype isn't great. What we are looking for is a woman or is women who are whole people, who seize control of their narrative, who have an important role to play that is not to be a man's romantic partner who he saves from time to time when we need to build stakes. I think the expectation that has been set up in this episode is just that. And purposefully was just that Rand is going to swoop in when he is needed most and save Egwene. But what I think is ultimately more interesting, and something I don't see often, is that all of these kids work as a community to save each other.
Yes.
They all in this season become active protagonists in their narrative. And this is Egwene's big moment for that. For me, if Rand or also Nynaeve and Elayne had come in there and killed Renna for Egwene, then frankly, she was Egwene's kill to make. Mm-hmm. That was Egwene's call whether she wanted her dead or let go. That was not a call for a man to make for her, or even her friends who are girls, women. Egwene was able to take her power back for herself rather than have it given back to her by a man. That's important for not just me to see, but a lot of young women, period. I just thought I was going on in that sentence. Egwene is whole and real and a complex person who made a difficult choice that she had to make. To me, that's a lot more impactful long-term for Egwene's character development down the road, that she has to live with this thing that she's had to do than if someone else had come and done it for her.
And it's also really impactful.
May I finish one more point before you go? We're in the obstacle season, so we have to start seeing these characters make some hard decisions.
I was going to say it's also really impactful and meaningful for Rand in a lot of ways. So much of Rand's arc last season, this season, has been focused on his friends and protecting his friends, and he has to be responsible for his friends, and he has to put himself away from others for his friends, and he has to do this. He doesn't come up to Turok and say, you did this to them. He says, you did this to her. Everything for Rand has been focused around Matt, Perrin, Moiraine, all of them, right? His immediate, but not even Moiraine, kind of Moiraine. It's been focused around his immediate friend group. And it's important, I think, at this point for Rand to start expanding his worldview out, right? He has been almost myopically focused on saving the specific people he cares about, right? Mm-hmm. And this, seeing that some of them can assist him, right? At the end of the episode, every single character bands together in support of Rand, right? Rand, everybody comes together to help Rand have his climactic showdown moment, stand-up moment, whatever at the end. It's not Rand going around saving each individual person. It's them all supporting Rand so he can save everybody.
Yeah, it's the stronger together thing. Yeah, this is the thesis. We have to come together.
It's Rand looking out from his own circle.
Yeah, Rand cannot be the one that saves the world. Moiraine cannot be the one that saves the world. They all have to save the world together.
Yeah.
And that's important. And my thing is with Egwene, I've been through a lot of shit. I've shared it on the podcast.
Right.
No man fucking saved me from that shit.
Yeah.
I saved my fucking self.
Yes.
Right? I took care of me. I let other men into my life and they helped, but I took care of me.
Yeah.
And that is important. And it's also, this is Egwene's first kill. We've already seen Rand taking out people and going through that first kill. Technically, that was a Shaw Mail as his first real kill, and he had it all season to grapple with all that. Obviously, we've seen Perrin's first kill as well this episode. Well, actually, no, Layla.
Layla, yeah.
And that's become a cornerstone of his fucking character.
This was probably his first deliberate kill. I don't think he killed
any of the... And now we've seen Matt's.
I don't think he killed any of the White Cloaks in the fight with Aviendha.
Yeah, and we've seen Matt's. When we think about Robert Jordan's thesis for the entire series, a lot of it thematically revolves around his time in the Vietnam War. And part of that was having these young people, many of whom had never left home before, sound familiar, go and kill other people with very few means to support them as they process that. But not just that, Egwene did a kill that was not in pure self-defense. We see that nuance here that we've been exploring all season about what makes a monster. And we get that so much here about whether killing Rhenna in this circumstance was fully the right thing to do. I mean, I think it was, but there's an argument to be made that it wasn't. And that to me is so much more interesting when it comes to Egwene's future and the future of the rest of the narrative. If Rand, after we've just seen him take out a bunch of Shan-Chan like it was nothing, had just come in here and done this, it would not have had the same impact because that kill would have been easy for him to do.
Yeah. Also, can I really quick? Go. Go.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, go.
It would not have impacted him psychologically in the same way because at that point, he's killed more people than just Rhenna, who meant nothing to him. It's Egwene's turn to lose that innocence here, especially after all of this is prompted by her refusal to commit violence on the Shan-Chan's behalf. She's killing for her. But she's having to grapple with the consequences of that rather than punt that onto Rand. We're leaning into the moral complexity here, which is far more in keeping with Robert Jordan's overall thesis and with what happens further down the line. So if we are looking for ways that this show is honoring the series as a whole, then this is a great example of that.
Yeah. Yep.
Did you want to say something?
I was going to say Rand also has done a bunch of cool shit this episode. And just because he doesn't do the exact last thing doesn't mean he didn't do a bunch of cool shit. He did a bunch of cool shit.
And he still does the exact last thing. Yeah. He goes up and he stabs a Shaw-Mael in the gut.
Yeah, he does the ultimate last thing. Just not for this particular plot
Just
line.
not this one. Let Egwene have this one. She promised Rhenna she'd kill her.
Yes.
Let her fulfill her promise.
Yes.
If Rand had done it, then we would have been like, the fuck? That was Egwene's kill. Mm-hmm. That was hers. He just took that from her. He took what revenge she wanted to do. Mm-hmm. Let her be Kill Bill for 1 minute.
You know, I've never actually seen that.
I haven't either, but I think it's an apt metaphor. From this storytelling standpoint, I know we both have to watch that movie, but from a storytelling standpoint, it fulfills the inherent promise made to the audience. Once Egwene started fantasizing about killing Rhenna and said it out loud to Rhenna that she was going to kill her, that created a tacit agreement with the audience, a contract with them, that this would come to pass. You always have to be careful about, as a writer, about the little contracts you make with your audience that, if left fulfilled, will make for a flat ending to an arc. In addition, it portrays a woman of color who is ending slavery, enduring slavery as something more than a victim.
Yes.
There's nothing wrong, let me be clear, about being a victim of any kind of violence. That does not detract from the person's power or agency. However, we often see women of color in a slavery setting as the receivers of violence without any control over that narrative, to a point where it starts to feel a little like exploitation of real generational trauma for people of color. If optically the woman of color had been saved by a white man at the last second, we're getting into a white savior narrative that I think we'd all like to avoid. So we instead get to see Rand and co working together to face down their first Forsaken, bringing that community sensibility that we've had be notably absent this season, and bring it full circle so that we can have some hope that if we can get everyone to do this, then we can win in the end. And actually, lastly, I was thinking about Rand's character development. So everything you said.
I helped.
We're reinforcing here that he can't just abandon them, because that isn't going to keep them from getting swept up in the battle, and that his presence might actually be more of a protection. That's going to swerve him into needing to use his friends, and that becomes really emotionally complex because now we are seeing both the price of his presence and absence. So now whenever he makes the decision to be with or apart from his friends, that decision now has huge emotional stakes, because look at what has happened based on a decision that seemingly was insignificant. I'm actually kind of excited about the fact that people are upset in a way that Egwene killed Rhaena herself, because I think that's kind of the point.
Yes.
You should be upset that she was put in this position, and it should make you question some things. In fact, the fact that it was not a morally clean kill is the point. It's the point of the whole show. We have to make hard decisions, and sometimes we might not think they made the right choice, but we have to live with what they decided to do. Often, either way, it's kind of the wrong choice. That's kind of life, especially in high-intensity kind of situations. And I hate how many times I said kind of. I hate how much I qualified in that.
What was the buzzword?
We're growing up.
The buzzword in the first season? Every time I say as much as humanly possible. Yeah.
Now it's kind of, apparently. Overall, I think that something that I think is going to be really interesting moving forward is that all of these characters have something that's gone down that has the ability to shake their faith in themselves as people. Something Moraine endured all season. Mat and Perrin's are super obvious. Mat leaving his friends behind, being a prick like his dad, the dagger, everything that happened with Min, being imprisoned and manipulated by Leandrin, Perrin killing his wife, his tenuous relationship to violence, and being told by Shamael that his wolf powers might be bad and have been around since season 1. But now others are catching up with their crises of faith. Rand has everything that went down with being tricked by Lanfear, being captured by the Amyrlin, and all of the horror of seeing who Logain really is and what that could mean for him. Not to mention all of his friends being put in danger after he explicitly tried to avoid that. Mm-hmm. He's responsible for what happened because he was not there to help protect them. But he thought he was protecting them. He thought he was doing the right thing. But he is responsible, in part.
I don't know if his being around would have helped much.
I don't either, but that's not for us to say.
Yeah, no,
that's Rand's brain.
Yeah.
Nynaeve has her block, everything that went down in the Arches, trusting Leandrin and getting Egwene captured, getting Rima captured, and now having to torture someone. Elayne has all of that, but just stood around and let that happen. Min has everything that went down with Mat. Egwene has everything in the Tower and with Rhaena. So all of them are reaching or have reached this point of doubt in themselves, just as they reunite for some much needed support from one another. It's also going to clear the way for all of them to understand one another better when they're able to be vulnerable with each other about these experiences. They're in many ways still on the back foot this episode, but we are seeing that it may not matter if they have one another. But coupled with what we may know about the Forsaken, then that makes their ability to stay on the right path and trust the right people very important. And what we really get here, like I said, it's a fucking dissertation. And what we really get here as Egwene starts to clearly spiral in what she's done, right? As you said, you looked back and you were like, actually, yeah, she does look like she's having a tough time with this, is the actual way in which Rand could save her in a satisfying way. He calls her out of the darkness by gently saying her name. Instantly, we see the relief on her face and disbelief as she turns around to see one of the few people who could genuinely comfort her in this moment. Not only that, but Rand has just experienced what it is to be imprisoned, so he also has some of that lived empathy that she desperately needs right now. Also, remember that Egwene believes Rand is dead at this point, so his appearance to her is not only going to have a lot more emotional impact if it's in a quiet moment like this than if he swooped in and killed someone in front of her, because if you think about it, that would be kind of fucking horrifying.
A little rough. I want to again emphasize here, I think we've talked about this before, every character in the show, all of the Emmons Fielders at least, their arcs are paralleling Rand's in some way.
Yes.
Every single one of them has an arc that runs parallel to Rand's in a different way.
Yes.
Rand is going through the experience of being controlled and enslaved and used, not enslaved, controlled and used, a la Egwene. Rand is afraid of his own power, a la Nynaeve. Rand is grappling with what he might be capable of doing in a good or bad way, a la Mat.
Rand's grappling with his relationship with violence, a la Perrin. Rand's questioning his ability to be a leader, a la Moraine.
Yeah. Rand is questioning his ability to protect others, a la Lan.
It's almost as if when you have a protagonist, you populate your world with characters that reflect the emotional journeys that they're going on, who will pull them in different directions.
Yeah, it's almost as if all of Rand's arcs this season...
Rand is dealing with whether or not he should be trusting people.
A la Swan.
Swan, the whole thing with all the Forsaken.
Yep.
He's made this mistake before on who to trust, and it's haunting him now. So, yeah, I mean, I understand that people wanted to have Rand have a hero moment.
He
and that
does.
maybe we didn't want this for Egwene because it's painful.
Yeah.
And we love our girl.
Yes.
Both things I can understand. And that they're worried that this may change her in some way, that she has killed someone. She was going to kill someone eventually. Let it have impact. This is the apocalypse. All right.
Sorry about the keyboard noises.
And also, let her enslavement have weight.
Yeah.
Because my big critique in the books, and this is not a spoiler, I don't think, is that the slavery does not really impact her very much beyond like maybe one more book from now in terms of just her psychological state, from what I can tell.
Yeah, we can get
We'll talk about it in the spoiler section, but I think that what the Shan-Chan do and what the Shan-Chan have done to Egwene, if we're gonna do this, if we're gonna go here, it has to fucking go there. It just does. We cannot, in 2024, portray slavery on screen with no consequence. We have to explore it fully. Just like we can't have a woman get killed early on and not have a man lose his wife because he accidentally killed her early on and not have that fucking matter.
Yeah.
Because the fridging thing is real and it's a real fucking trope that I understand why people are upset about. But if we're gonna do it, then we have to fucking
you gotta
go
make
there.
It matter.
You
Yes.
got to make it matter because the problem is not necessarily that women are killed. I mean, that is obviously a problem, but like the women are killed with no consequence or only are killed to service like a plot line.
Yeah. Usually a man's
But this
character
has
development.
impacted and had lasting ramifications. That decision had lasting ramifications for Perrin and his character that we're seeing constantly.
Yeah.
All right. Moving on to Perrin and Co. Fight more of the Shan-Chan
Yeah,
below.
it's exciting. There's not a lot to say about
He
that
sees
battle.
the
It's cool,
smoking
though.
tower and worries about Egwene, and Matt tells him Rand will be heading to her. I find it so freaking funny that Perrin is the last to know Rand is alive here. Feels very, I guess Nynaeve might be the last, but it feels very in keeping with the books that Perrin's kind of like the last one to know.
Yeah, one of our favorite running jokes that maybe we constructed is that in the books, Perrin is usually one or two steps behind people in terms of expositional information. So a lot of the time he'll show up to a situation, be informed of a thing, and go, oh, this thing is true?
Yes.
And then move on.
And then we reference a lot of the time John Mulaney's Ice-T
Yeah.
as his first day on the force in Law and Order. And it fits every time. Matt also increases the funniness of the moment in the most Matt way possible by saying, he's got shit hair, but he's alive.
Oh, it's good.
So good. Loyal says they have to get the horn to Rand. Perrin says they can't even open it, and Matt prepares to use his knife on a stick to open it, which I kind of like, which I liked. What's being done here is giving the knife more real estate in the episode since we've put so much focus on it already. Giving it an additional purpose here gives its presence more payoff.
Can I also say really quick?
Let me finish the sentence.
I'm sorry.
And reminds us of its existence right before it's used against Rand.
Can I also say that I like that we don't fully understand the powers of the dagger?
I don't think we really need to at the
I
at the
like
moment.
that we don't really get it. I like that. It works for me. I think it's fun. I know that in the books, there are more specific things about the dagger that we recognize and know, and maybe they don't line up all the way. I like that it's weird, and I'm not quite sure how it works, and that maybe it's a lightsaber sometimes, and I don't know. I like this. It's weird. It's supposed to be a weird artifact from, like, out of time. I like that I can't give exact reasons for why it works.
Yeah. Rand does the classic empathy comfort thing and gets down on Egwene's level, telling her, I'm here. And I really like this line from him. I came to save you, but it looks like you didn't need it.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is reinforcing everything we talked about above, but also might be him learning the wrong lesson from this. Classic Rand.
Rand? Surely not.
Because I think we're not done with his, I need to be away from them for their safety. Of course, she needed him and still needs him now, but him not being there meant she had to come into her own and take care of herself. If he had been present before, maybe, in his mind, this wouldn't have happened. At the same time, maybe this is all happening the way it's supposed to because the wheel wheels as the wheel wheels. And he acknowledges his part in all of this by saying, I'm sorry, I should have told you. I thought it would be better this way. Which is almost a funny line because it clearly wasn't based on the disaster around them. Again, we see how they are stronger together as a group because look at what happens when they're apart. And we see that Egwene really needs him as he gently helps her get away from there while she's shell-shocked. It's beautiful. Just as he's supporting her out of there, Ishamael appears. We still get the sense of Rand's innate heroism because he gets in front of Egwene. But not just because Egwene girl, but also because he's really the only one who can face Ishamael down at this point, and she's not really in a place that she can fight right now. So we still get this sense of him saving her from something, but a much bigger fish to fry ultimately than Rhenna.
She makes an effort. She gets ready to punch
we'll
at
talk
him,
about it.
And then he just slaps her.
Especially as Egwene tries to attack him, in part to take care of Rand, and he throws her clear across the tower. He then does the same to Rand before signaling to the boat of Shan-Chan with the little blonde Damani at the front. Because we have seen linking before, we understand that what this moment is doing without having to explain it, which is key. Ishamael also brings the point home where, much like with Lanfear, Rand is repeating mistakes from his past life in doing things like abandoning his friends. He says, it's the same as your last life. You try to be so honorable, so proud, so perfect. These are things we've come to see from Rand, and we understand that this inherent nobility of his is the very thing that could undo him. Things can be an attribute and a flaw at the same time, especially as he's facing people who know him intimately. Rand addresses this by saying, I am not Lews Therin, in part to remind us that just because he is like his past self doesn't mean he's not capable of learning from his past self. And it doesn't mean that nurture hasn't played a part in who he is now. He's a different person still and is not a lost cause doomed to repeat the past just because he's similar in some ways. Ishamael responds with, maybe next time it'll be different, reminding us that he may just kill Rand and wait for him to come back again to try things again. The stakes just got raised because Ishamael may just straight up kill him here. I don't know how to go into these ads, but we're gonna.
Get ready for some killer ads. Maybe. Welcome back.
Suroth yells to the Aes Sedai to hold the shield on him, paying off all that we've learned about shields with Logain and Moraine and Rand in their plot lines. She then says we'll gentle him, which we don't need an explanation for in terms of stakes because we've seen Logain, and we've seen Leandrin, and we've also seen what happens when people are cut off with just a shield like Moraine was, so having this happen to Rand is worst case scenario. The stakes are raised again. Ishamael circles Rand, saying, I don't want to do this again, and I don't think you do either. We know that Ishamael is a nihilist who wants to completely destroy the pattern so he won't keep coming back. The cold open told us that both he and Lews Therin are tied to this song and dance, but had very different ways they wanted to address this. This makes the fact that Lews Therin's actions ended the world actually a lot more sympathetic, because it wasn't just that he didn't agree with Latria Pasai's methods and went against her, it was in part because he didn't want to have to keep being the dragon over and over forever, and wanted to be the one to permanently fix things so suffering would stop. He just had a very different idea of how to stop suffering than Ishamael. But Ishamael here is looking to relate to Rand on that level of wanting to stop it all. He's a master manipulator, and he's starting from their common goal.
This is why he's the recruitment chair.
This is why he's the recruitment chair. We're seeing his effectiveness right here. Ishamael then points to the unconscious Egwene and says, look at her. You abandoned her. You made her a killer. This is why we fucking did this. Because this is going to haunt Rand's ass. That he put Egwene in this position. And,
according to him.
And you're going to say, yes, you're going to say he didn't. Does Rand know that? Does our sweet baby sheep herder not feel a sense of responsibility for what happened to Egwene? Come on now.
Rand feeling a sense of responsibility for others? Surely not.
Surely not.
Definitely not something that is his whole bag.
Oh, this is going to haunt him forever. Every time he looks at her, that's going to be loaded. Again, we are getting to that core part of Lews Therin, protecting his loved ones, and sometimes that means he pushes them away, that Ishamael and Lanfear both know is there an exploit. It's also, again, getting at that emotional journey for Rand that we talked about earlier. And see what I said? They're going to turn this whole thing Egwene had to do into an also emotional journey that Rand has to go on. They're giving this moment more real estate than it would have had if Rand had shown up and saved the day. If Rand had done that, then Rand can go, well, then this wasn't that bad because I'll show up when I'm needed and slay the bad person that was hurting her. I can be the hero in this moment. Instead, he's forced to reckon with the fact that, like, he wasn't fucking there. Mm-hmm. Instead, we get that guilt that he made Egwene do something that will forever change her. Not to mention the experience she's already had. Whether Rand's actual presence would have made a difference, it doesn't matter. And it wouldn't have made a difference because there's no way he would have gone anywhere near the White Tower, all things considered. But that's irrelevant. It's about the stories Rand will tell himself about this. And Ishamael knows that.
Yep.
The truth doesn't really matter. Ishamael is exploiting Rand's feelings like he has, like the wind of intrusive thought made into a person. Ishamael then plays on what we know is Lews Therin's whole thing, protecting his friends. The whole plan he's had has centered on knowing that Rand's friends are the key to this whole thing unraveling.
Yep, you'll turn them all to the dark just like you did in your last life.
He tells Rand, if you keep fighting him, you'll turn them all to the dark, just like you did in your last life, just like you did to me. Ishamael is playing on this idea of what makes a bad person in here. The stakes of this line are heightened further when we remember that this might have been something Lews Therin experienced with his own friends. Ishamael is also playing with the assumption that Egwene killing Rhenna was something evil that she was forced to do because of Rand. But that's not really the truth. Egwene was forced to kill Rhenna because of Rhenna and because of the Seanchan. But unlike Rhenna, Rand is a person who takes responsibility for things that could easily be blamed on others. Mm-hmm. That's the difference in him, Moiraine, Lan, Mat, Perrin, Nynaeve, Egwene. That's what they do, is they accept responsibility for their actions internally, even if it's maybe a little harsh and unfair. They honestly, go a little overboard sometimes with the emotional flagellation. We see that with Min, Elayne, Aviendha, too, with Min and Mat. Elayne taking on the quest for Egwene and getting stopped for something not her fault, and Aviendha with the beating. They have to make hard decisions, but they don't put that on someone else and say that's someone else's fault. Mat opens the box with the knife and reveals the horn. Again, this is a moment in which we get to see Mat's quick thinking and ingenuity. I heard some people talking smack about this horn, but I think the intention, whether or not you liked it, was for it to look like it was from another time period, which is tough to pull off with a musical instrument unless you drastically change the design.
Look, guys, friends, it's a magic horn that brings people back from death. Why are we worried about acoustics?
Y'all are a bunch of fucking nerds.
I mean, listen.
Good
As a
Lord.
bunch of fucking nerds myself. A series of nerds. I am a series of nerds in a trench coat myself. It's a magic horn that brings people back from the dead.
It's got to look cool.
It's not going to look like a regular horn.
No, and it's from like a different, like thousands of years ago.
It's from like before time. This is the Ungoliant.
Are we telling me there's only been one kind of bugle for thousands of years?
I'm not worried about how it makes sound. Maybe there's a microchip in it.
Who knows? To me,
it's
this
magic.
It also looks like a modern version of Norse battle horns.
Kinda, yeah.
And like it kind of feels like a mix between like the future and like early humanity horns.
Yeah.
You know, the like stuff that you'd hold your
dewoo.
The dewoos. Yeah. Like if it looked like a bugle, it looked like our time period.
Yeah.
They kind of gave it that early humanity horn look, while adding an additional sci-fi twist to the design with scales and stuff to almost make it look like it's simultaneously from the past and the future, which feels in keeping with the theme. Whether that worked for you visually is up to you, but that's what I think they were going for.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting that there's still some kind of growth thing coming from the knife. So it seems like it's got fire, but also kind of like a corrosive ability.
It definitely reminds me somewhat of the tendrils when Lanfear heals herself.
It also feels like the stuff that came out of Mat's mouth.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I think it's different from that, to be clear, from the Lanfear thing.
But there's some visual language that's being telegraphed at us. Okay, 2 hugely important moments happen for Mat and Perrin's arcs right here.
Oh god, yeah.
So Perrin yells at Mat to get the horn to Rand while he goes forward, Ingtar style, to protect Mat from the oncoming Seanchan. Perrin here is having a moment of understanding that violence in this instance is important because it's fulfilling an important mission and protecting his friends. Mat yells back that he's not leaving Perrin, drawing on the guilt that he's experienced in abandoning his friends and being unable to do that to them again.
I'm not leaving
even if
you.
that's what he's being told to do. Oh, you're going to break my fucking heart.
This also, can I jump in?
Yes.
Guy Roberts, when we spoke to him, talked about how later in this episode he gives Perrin a shield. And Rafe, a little bit in the behind the scenes thing, talks about this too, where they're saying in this episode, they're exploring Perrin's relationship to violence as a mode of protection of the innocent.
Yes.
Right?
And that's the point.
It's not a hammer or an axe in this moment.
It's a shield. I think that's so beautiful to think about. It's like there can be a middle ground between the Tinkers and the IU.
Yeah. Go on. Sorry. I just love this scene.
Matt is afraid of his own cowardice. Right? Which makes it so great that like Pat and Fane is so obsessed with him.
A prick just like him.
Because they both have that, like Pat and Fane is bad place Matt.
Absolutely.
As is, honestly, Ishamael. They're both versions of Matt.
Ishamael's bad place Rand. More than he is bad place Matt.
Yeah. But Pat and Fane is very much bad place Matt.
Pat and Fane is 100% bad place Matt.
And he's who Matt is afraid he is.
Yeah, he's coward Matt. Right?
Well, Matt is afraid that he's a coward.
Yes. That's what I'm saying.
We know he's not because we've seen it.
Yeah.
But Matt
Where
is afraid
are the girls,
of that.
Right? That
Yeah,
whole thing.
That was the whole point of that.
Yeah.
Is to set up that Matt is not a coward.
That he is
Even
not
though
just
he
like his
does
dad.
Shitty things.
In episode 1.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Episode 1, we see Matt is not a prick just like him.
Yes. But it's like Matt's, just because, it's so funny because I often feel like I see my friends so much more clearly than they see themselves. Like when they're going through their emotional journeys, I'm like, oh, that's just like something you're going to need to make connections of for yourself eventually. Or sometimes I'll be like, hey, I've been through this before, or I see this in you. And like, can I give you a perspective on it?
I think it's almost impossible to see your own forest for your own trees. Ever.
Well, I mean, I think
you're in the thick of it.
I think that simultaneously, most of us feel we're inherently good and inherently bad.
Yeah.
Like, and we just go through peaks and valleys with that. But yeah, Matt's afraid of his own cowardness and innate badness or prickness. And that's manifesting here even when running the horn to Rand is the right thing to do. Perrin yells back that Matt is Rand's only hope, reframing this as a hero moment for Matt, which is the only reason Matt's able to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Loyal repeats that they'll buy him some time, which raises some stakes considering what happened the last time someone shouted that. It was Ingtar, and he died. But it's also a moment of Perrin emulating the heroics in the face of violence and sometimes need for a violent response that he's learned from Ingtar and Uno, like you said. As Perrin gets outnumbered and seized by two Shan-Chan, Dane comes up and saves him by smashing one of the Shan-Chan with an axe. There's a moment where the two of them observe each other, stunned, and Dane says, Two rivers? We've been predicting that Perrin may end up being the one who kills Jeffrey Bornhold in the show.
Yes, we've been saying that.
He doesn't in the books, but Dane thinks he does.
I love this so much.
It's such a good choice.
We'll get there in a minute.
Well, I'm talking about it right now.
Okay,
I think
first.
The choice to have him be the one to actually do it is a stronger choice for the directionality of the show.
Much.
And in leaning into it, and in leaning into the more emotionally complex themes of the later books and having them come out earlier, Dane saving Perrin's life only for Perrin to kill his father shows that even the people that aren't in our core group, our actions, even if they appear to be the right ones initially, may have disastrous personal consequences down the road. Dane trusted Perrin, and maybe that trust in his mind was misplaced.
Yeah. So here's what happens in the books. In the book, very early on, when Perrin and Egwene are first captured by White Cloaks, which happens even earlier in the first book than it does in season 1, a White Cloak kills Hopper. Perrin blacks out, goes into a rage state, and murders 2 White Cloaks.
And we had kind of just met Hopper at that point.
Yeah. We don't see this happen. Perrin doesn't have any memory of this happening. The White Cloaks, as far as I know, are never named, or if they are, the names are not really significant or given any lasting import. And it is very clear, and it is heavily implied, that is to say, that if Perrin and Egwene do not fight back against the White Cloaks, they will be captured and probably tortured to death. Mm-hmm. So it is very, very easy to justify Perrin's killing of these 2 essentially nameless, in my opinion, nameless, faceless White Cloaks. In my opinion, it's very easy to justify this as necessary self-defense. Later on, at this point, at Falm, Jeffrey Bornhold leads White Cloaks into a battle against the Shan-Chan. We see almost none of it and Bornhold dies, along with all the other White Cloaks except Dane, who is told, like, hey, you stay back and watch and record. Dane Bornhold sees that Perrin is there, remembers Perrin vaguely, I think, from book 1, is like, oh, he must have done it.
Yeah.
There is very little evidence to Dane that Perrin was in any way responsible for his father's death. And yet, Dane Bornhold kind of takes up as a cornerstone of his personality, I'm going to get Perrin. And again, Perrin didn't kill his father. Now, that works in the books. Compare it to Perrin plunges an axe into Dane Bornhold's fucking sternum.
Which I maintain was absolutely the right call.
It's still murder.
Right. We have two people.
It's murder.
Doing murder this episode.
Perrin
not self-defense, murder.
Jeffrey Bornhold was not fighting Perrin. He killed...
No. He killed who he thought was attacking a member of his command. Hopper was trying to kill Valda. It was because... This is the thing. And I get at this later, but this is that cycle of violence and miscommunication because Eamon Valda was attacking Perrin. Hopper came to Perrin's defense.
Yeah.
Jeffrem comes on the scene, misunderstands the situation, kills Hopper in retaliation, thinking that he's saving Eamon Valda's life.
Which, to be fair, he is.
He is, and is the right thing for him to do in that moment. This is what's so good about it. Perrin takes revenge on that, though, and kills him for killing Hopper, which in Perrin's mind is the right thing to do.
Yeah.
All of these things were objectively, in that person's perspective, the right thing to do in that moment. Right?
Yeah.
Perrin's was murder.
100% murder.
1,000% murder.
Jeffrem was not going to attack Perrin.
I mean, Perrin doesn't necessarily know that.
Pretty likely.
It's a white cloak and Perrin has golden eyes. So, there's a borderline.
But it's murder.
But it's also like with Rena, where it's like, it's a borderline, right? In Perrin's mind, though, it was the right thing to do. I stand with Perrin on that one. If someone killed my dog, I'd fucking murder them.
I understand that. It's still murder. And I don't think Perrin should have killed him.
Well, I'm just saying, John Wick is one of the most realistic plots of a movie I've
never seen John Wick.
John Wick, they kill his dog, and he kills about 1,000 people.
I know. They didn't know it was Perrin's dog. Look, I get it.
I know that they do. No, but this is my thing. This is what is brilliant about it, is that all of them were completely justified actions.
Yeah.
None of them were bad, other than Eamon Valda, who initiated.
Yeah.
None of them were bad people. And even Eamon Valda thinks he's doing the right thing. He thinks Perrin is a bad person. But it just shows, and then Dane sees Perrin out of context killing Jeffrey Bornhold. There's no time to explain.
Even if you explain, I'm sorry, even if you explain, he's not going to go, oh, he had it coming.
I know, but that's how this goes. That's how this cycle of violence happens a lot of the time in real life, is a lot of people with good intentions making some choices.
Yeah. And I just want to say, by the way, while we're also talking about the fact that this is a realistic cycle of violence, it is going to so further complicate Perrin's relationship to violence, and I love it.
We also in this get to see a living example, and we get to see a living example of what Ingtar was getting at in encouraging Perrin to ask Padan Fane's reasons for launching the attack on the Two Rivers.
Yeah.
Though we know Padan Fane to be a bad person, probably, that's not always a guarantee. It can be hard in the moment to think critically about something, but most of us are not wired to commit violence just because. There's also usually hard reasons to things, and it is vital sometimes that we try to use our empathy to think about why others might be responding to something in such a devastating way. It's the only way forward, is if we try to use our empathetic brains to understand people. All right. That brings us to Nynaeve and Elayne. Are we ready for that? Back where they were with the arrow still sticking out of Elaine's leg. All right, now we've got another dissertation about this.
Oh yeah, it's a bolt.
As the violence continues around them, and Nynaeve is very aware of the Shan-Chan presence as she attempts to channel, Elayne encourages Nynaeve to close her eyes and picture a bud. This is straight out of the books when teaching women to channel.
And the show. They talk about the show too.
Mm-hmm. Nynaeve cuts her off and says she can't do it like that. It kind of goes back to, it occurred to me that this is a great representation of women who don't quite fit the traditional femininity that society assigns to them.
Listen, I have a hard time believing that the Damane are closing their eyes and serenely picturing a bud.
No.
I don't think they're doing it that way.
There are multiple ways to channel. And Leandrin said this in another episode, that this method doesn't work for her either.
Yep.
And it's interesting because now Leandrin and Nynaeve are kind of parallels for each other too.
Big time.
I saw some people confused as to why Nynaeve's block was put here. I have a lot of thoughts.
I have about 1,000 thoughts.
Nynaeve's trajectory so far and how if this fits. So this, I have them sectioned into
Please.
statements.
Can I jump in while you're talking a little bit here and there? Thank you.
So if we think about Nynaeve's relationship with this power of hers, this all makes sense. First, she was raised to be suspicious about her powers because of the wisdom who raised her, telling basically a lie about her experience with the Aes Sedai. It was a lie.
Yeah.
They told her she wasn't strong enough. They would never turn her away.
They didn't
she was
tell
poor.
her why she wasn't allowed in. They looked at her, said, "What do you got?" She did. They went, "Uh-huh. That's my, yeah. It's not because she was poor. Swan came from a fucking
nothing
back fuck water shit fishing village.
She wasn't strong enough.
Yeah, she wasn't strong enough.
Either misinterpreted the situation, which misinformation is absolutely a cornerstone of these books, or she was embarrassed and didn't want to tell people she wasn't enough for them. So she came up with them being snobby instead. It's an easier story to tell.
Yep.
And Nynaeve, being desperate to fit in with this new community, isn't going to question those stories at all. Instead, she emulates this person so much that she basically becomes her. She takes her whole job.
Yep.
Then this magic lady comes to town and blows up Nynaeve's life, invites Trollocs into the community who do things to people that Nynaeve, the healer, who only wants to be part of this community and be a helper, is unable to fix. Instead, she has to watch an old man she probably knew well die in front of her. Then she gets taken by Trollocs and manages to kill one on her own, only to come back to the village and find out that the magic lady took all of her closest friends with her. Nynaeve manages to track them down, but they pretty immediately get separated, and Nynaeve has to save the one woman who blew up their lives. Then Nynaeve finds out she can channel in the most traumatic way possible, which is seeing a bunch of people, including Lan, dying in front of her, which triggered all of the trauma from Winter Night so hard that she channeled in this huge, scary public way. She's then told that she basically has no choice but to go to the White Tower, the very place she'd always been raised to be suspicious of. Now she has no chance of her and her loved ones going back to their lives. And she might be the dragon reborn on top of it.
It's also...
But one of her friends being the dragon instead might be a worse fate, because then that means she has to watch them navigate all of this horror, and Nynaeve hates being helpless because of trauma. They find out Rand is the dragon after he and the fucking magic lady vanish. She's roped into linking with a lady who nearly kills her and Egwene.
And
then she goes back to the tower
to kill an entire army.
Yep. Then she goes back to the tower, traumatized by the experience, only to have the entire tower constantly waiting for her to show her abilities, especially as the last battle is imminent and the pressure is immense.
The power that she had previously only used for healing as best she could and protection, and then it was used as a weapon.
And that she's terrified of. Yes, exactly. And so she's afraid to try in public because what if she fails? It's hard to learn things as an adult.
That's true.
So she doesn't have the typical novice experience because she's under a microscope. In the meantime, her friend is pulling away from her in favor of someone else out of jealousy for what Nynaeve can do and the attention Nynaeve is receiving that Nynaeve doesn't even want. Meanwhile, Nynaeve is being pursued by a mentor who ultimately betrays her in the worst way possible.
Using that same power as a weapon again.
Using that same power as a weapon again to put into danger one of Nynaeve's closest friends, and one of the people herself. She is sworn to protect. But first, Nynaeve goes into the Arches to convince Egwene that Nynaeve is serious about this so that she can win Egwene's friendship back, even though Nynaeve hates every minute of it and has to experience all of the worst things she could possibly experience, just being helpless to stop the suffering of her loved ones over and over and over again. And then that manifests...
didn't help.
And live an entire life that's not true. And then that manifests in her being trapped in a dream state in this magic place in which she experiences an entire new life with a whole ass child. And it's only through channeling that Nynaeve discovers that it was all a lie perpetuated by magic, even though she lived it. Then she witnesses her best friend get captured and exploited by the Shan-Chan after her mentor, who actually seemed to be helping her find her path, betrays her. Then she finds someone else who could mentor her, but due to her inability to control her magic, Rima gets captured. Now she's had to use a magic device to torture another woman in order to find Egwene. And then that woman she tortured dies in front of her.
And she feels it.
And she feels it the whole time. Then Elayne gets shot, and now Nynaeve has to use magic to save the day when all magic has done is destroy her life and her mental health. So yeah, choking in this moment absolutely makes sense.
The other thing, if I may I?
Yes.
Nynaeve and her block in the books is a big thing.
Yep, the books is my next point.
You want to go ahead? You can take
Nah, you go.
Not even her blog in the books is a very, very big thing. Very, very extensive thing about her character. Plot moment for her. Comes up again and again and again and again and again. Says you cannot channel except in very specific circumstances. And yet, often as not, in the books, when there is something that comes up where Nynaeve really needs to be able to channel, she is able to manipulate her emotional state such that she is then able to channel. Am I wrong in this, Sally?
No.
I feel like this happens as often as not, if not more often than not. And the net effect of that is that the block is annoying, but it is an annoyance that is manageable most of the time. it is not a manageable annoyance in the show.
No.
And I like that change.
Mm-hmm.
This is like, if you don't do this, Elayne might die.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
She could bleed out.
Yeah, there are serious ramifications here.
There's big arteries in a leg.
And that level of stakes, I think, really makes sense. And again, to go back to something I've said 1,000 times, we put Nynaeve at a 10 on the power scale, right? We showed her, oh, look at what you can do. There is nowhere to go but back down after this.
Exactly. All right. So my second point is the books. So I'm going to piggyback on that unless you're not done.
No, I'm good. We do need to take ads soon, or we can take a long chunk now and then do a shorter one before the next ad break. How about we do that?
Let me finish my Nynaeve dissertation, then we'll take a break.
Great.
The books. All right. Nynaeve has a block in the books, and we need to start seeing how that manifests, not just in small moments, but we need to see that impact her in bigger ways as well. Yes, like you said, the stakes for this block, having the most powerful female channeler, sometimes get the yips, which is essentially what it is.
Yeah.
And the need for that block to be broken as quickly as possible must be at an all-time high for our characters and also the viewers. From a storytelling perspective, these things need to have clear and bad and lasting consequences from now on. Every time something important happens, we're going to be concerned forever now about whether or not Nynaeve can pull it out. If she can pull it out every time she's called on in a desperate situation, then we aren't concerned about it anymore and it becomes uninteresting. The worst thing that can happen to a character is it becomes uninteresting. Now we're always going to be concerned about whether Nynaeve can do this.
Yeah. This is about as make or break as you get.
Yes. Also, and this is my final point, it's realistic.
Yes.
And says important things about mental health. There have been a lot of studies done on the mental well-being of athletes and performers, not to mention studies done on other high-pressure, high-stake careers as an example, and how that can impact overall performance. The correlation is absolutely there. I mentioned the yips before in a lighthearted way, but that's essentially what this is. And so many incredible entertainers and professionals have had their lives altered.
Oh, yeah.
By the yips. It's like a thing people talk about in whispers and fear.
Yeah.
I, as a performer, got the yips for years.
You did.
I didn't perform for 5 years.
Yep.
I just started performing again.
Yep.
And when you asked me to perform, I had a mental breakdown.
You had several. I'm not laughing at you for that. That's very real.
No, it's very real. There are athletes whose careers get ruined by it. Like, people talk about it in fear of it happening to them, which probably makes it more likely. Something with such a silly name can be devastating to entire careers and tear people's lives apart. Having these kinds of mental blocks only get worse when the stakes and pressure get high. So it's realistic that someone who is such a high performer, but with trauma surrounding her abilities, not to mention that this entire scene specifically triggers 3 traumatic memories for her. The arches, because once again, there's a crisis and she's unable to stop it. Not to mention everything she's fucking been through in her life. It's a whole trigger for her character, Winter Night, and how she was unable to save that old man. And of course, the Battle of Tarwin's Gap and how much that access to power scared her. We've just got all of these triggers stacking. Trigger stacking is a big thing on top of each other. And then just as Nynaeve found a mentor who was giving her what she needed, Nynaeve's power and ability to control it directly led to her capture, her friend's capture. So yeah, in the middle of a battle like this one, of course she's going to find herself struggling to channel. It makes sense for her character, for real life, and directly correlates with what's going on with her character in the books. It also applies to mental health in battle as well, because these moments in a battle situation can absolutely get you and your companions killed. But it's also the most natural response to battle trauma in the world.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's why it's there.
I like this.
Me fucking too.
I like this.
We need to see it. And we need to see it have consequences.
Yeah, like, you know, it's the same reason why Gandalf can't solve everything, right? Gandalf can't just come in and wave his hand and do magic.
It's not interesting.
It's not interesting. And that's not to say Nynaeve is Gandalf, but, you know, the power level she was set up for, she kind of fucking is Gandalf. And if Gandalf can fix everything all the time, well, why do we have a problem?
Why do we even have other characters?
Yeah.
Why do we have a dragon?
Yeah.
When we just have Nynaeve body everything.
Yeah.
Point Nynaeve at the problem.
People said, oh, well, why not? That's what people had said. After season 1, they're like, why don't we just bring Nynaeve? This is fucking why.
This is why Nynaeve struggles under pressure.
Yeah, and we also are now promised what she has been, Rand will be greater than.
Mm-hmm. And we're seeing it.
Shall we take a quick ad break now?
Ad break.
And then we'll come back and maybe we'll talk about crossbow bolts.
Oh, well, first we're going to talk really fast about Hopper's death.
Before crossbow bolts?
Because it happens before crossbow bolt.
Okay, be right back. Welcome back.
Aemon Volta attacks Perrin, saying, now we'll find out who you really are. Again, we're back to that who is the monster thematic question. We are hammering that home constantly, and I love it. Aemon Volta thinks it's Perrin, so he thinks what he's doing is justified, but what he's doing is actually the monstrous thing. Perrin has also been grappling about whether or not he's a monster for a long time, and Ishamael threw that in his face. So having this thrown in his face again right now is also important, especially as he's about to commit violence that is straight up murder. We see as he reaches for a weapon that he's coming to terms with the need for violence in moments like these. Hopper comes to Perrin's rescue. I can't watch it. Gus is looking at it right now. I'm not going to watch it, but you can. Go ahead. Hopper comes to Perrin's rescue in this moment.
I'll just start crying on mic. It'll be great.
Just like with Rand and his friends, Perrin's attempts to keep Hopper safe didn't come to fruition. Jeffrey Bornhold kills Hopper, and we see Hopper giving us the image he used to tell Perrin his name as it floats into the sky. I did watch this.
Oh, you did?
Once, yeah.
It's pretty hard to watch.
For the notes, I watched it. You're all welcome for my sacrifice. I have a lot of trauma around dog death. People who have listened understand why. We get a very reasonable and understandable response from Perrin here, because this would also cause me to John Wick somebody. We get a very animalistic growl from Perrin, again getting at the who is the monster idea, and Perrin goes to Jeffrey Bornhold and kills him, perpetuating the cycle of violence and giving us another kill that is not 100% in self-defense, so could be morally questionable.
Yeah.
I mean, we have the 3 oaths in part to tell us that we only use violence, magical anyway, when it's in the last defense of your life, and we see both Perrin and Egwene kind of violating that.
Yeah.
I know it's not their oath, but it's a guideline for violence that exists, and for what we as a society usually deem acceptable violence that they've both not fully followed. I agree with them both on those calls, but, and yet we feel probably that this violence is justified in some way. If you came for Petey, my dog, I'd end your life right there, no question. But the thing is, in this situation that I love is that all of the violence we see here is justified to the person who committed it. And that's the point of the whole show. That cyclical nature of violence and the fact that there is no fully right decision. You just have to go with your gut and be the kind of person that accepts the consequences of your actions.
I do think it's also important to note here that Egwene's violence was done in a sort of calculated, vengeful way. Perrin was overtaken by rage. Mm-hmm. They're different things.
They are.
He was not
Crime
thinking.
Of passion.
He was not thinking, should I do this or not? He was not thinking.
No.
He was simply like, you have hurt me and mine. I will hurt you and yours.
He hulks out for a second.
Yes.
He lost another thing that mattered. Another person. I'm going to call Hopper a person.
Yeah, Hopper. So yeah.
Another
creature
in his life that mattered to him.
And if we've learned anything from, oh my God, what is wrong with me today? I can't think of anybody's name. Elias. If we think of Elias,
the pack's what matters.
They're people. They're more brotherhood to him than anybody.
I'm going to be fucking real about this because people have been dismissive to me about animals in the past.
Yeah.
Like when we lost Schooner, some people said some abhorrent shit to me about like, well, you'll get another dog.
Well intentioned,
like,
but
dogs
hurtful.
don't matter once you have children.
Yeah.
Like shit like that where I'm like, that makes me evaluate you as a person a little bit and has nothing to do with me. I was more wrecked by that dog's death than several family members because I have family members in my life who do not earn that title. They have not been kind to me ever in their lives. Mm-hmm. I do not have one single positive memory of some of those people. But when you go out in the world and say, this person passed away in my life, the response is so different.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just like, I think that people who have not had that level of connection with another creature like that do not understand.
Yeah, I'd buy that.
It's a disenfranchised grief, much like the other forms of disenfranchised grief, where people do not give it the same level of respect.
Yeah.
And it can be just as life-altering.
Yeah.
Like, people are like, oh, just wait till you lose a parent. I'm like, here's the thing. That assumes a lot about, and listen, I'm not revealing one thing or another about my relationship with my parents.
No.
But that assumes a fuckload about my relationship with my parents.
We're speaking in abstract.
I just don't think we should ever make assumptions about what someone's pain is relative to another pain. And frankly, Hopper was part of the team and Perrin loved him. And so I think his actions were fully justified, but whatever. All right, so story turn. That takes us to the story turn. Speaking of moral correctness, Matt with the horn.
Matt got both story turns.
I know.
Look at him.
He's been turning that story.
Look at our boy.
I feel like that's appropriate for some reason. He just feels like a story turn kind of kid.
Yeah.
Matt with the horn gets to a bridge filled with Shan-Chan. Matt's whole journey up until this point has been this idea that he may be a prick like his father, but he doesn't run.
No, he stands.
Mm-hmm. And that was furthered, that story in his mind. We're playing a lot with the stories the characters are telling themselves, which I've been learning a lot in Radical Acceptance. I read a book called Radical Acceptance by Tara Brach. I don't know how you pronounce it. I think I pronounced it correctly. But she talks a lot about the harm that we cause ourselves by latching onto emotions or events and using those things, because our brains love patterns, to tell a story about ourselves that is ultimately harmful, or a story about the situation. When, like, if you really think about it, it's just an event. It's just a feeling. It doesn't necessarily indicate your marriage is falling apart. It doesn't necessarily indicate, your friend has no respect for you. It just might be a moment or a feeling, right? And I feel like this is being in an interesting way explored with these characters, because Matt is taking all of these moments, and they all are in different ways, and feeding it into the story of, I'm a prick like my father. But yeah, and that was furthered by the fact that, the evil knife corrupted him. He abandoned his friends, and he was shown by Shamael the possibility, and this might not even be real, that the problem is not even repeating the cycle of badness and generational trauma from his father, which to a lot of people might be a very relatable fear, but that Matt himself is tainted throughout his entire existence, every life he's lived. And the evidence is that all of his past lives did evil things. But those evil things were shown out of context.
Also, they might not have been real.
Well, one, they might not have been real, but two, we've just seen Perrin and Egwene do some pretty wild shit, right? That we know with the context was probably the right thing to do. But if Matt's just seeing versions of his past self in their worst moments.
Oh, God, yeah.
With no context.
Listen, Survivor.
Who's to say?
Let me bring up Survivor again.
Because we can't help ourselves.
You can make a person look like an absolute trash bag on Survivor if you put them in a stressful situation and you show a grand total of 15 minutes of 35, 20 days of shit.
And they're starving on top of that.
The worst 15 minutes clipped out.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Your worst 15 minutes.
Matt got his own villain edit.
But we
OTT
have Matt
negative.
At the highest point of
Over
his
the top
self-doubt
negative.
That has been a bit placated by some good reunions with his friends and a successful wielding of the dagger in an innovative way. But now we have this man who has been tearing himself apart all season, and he decides to blow the horn out of desperation. This scene is decently similar to what happens in the books.
It's close.
But the context of him actually blowing the horn and hoping he's worthy has a lot more weight considering everything we know about him.
Well, in the book, he says, well, they just said the horn has to be there. It didn't say who has to blow it, because I think he's got Shan-Chan charging from one side, White Cloaks charging from the other. And he and Perrin are just like standing there like, uh-oh.
And he goes, fuck it. But in this, it's a desperation and a hope that he's worthy.
Yeah. He's like, nothing might happen.
Yeah. And that would tell him something.
Yep.
In the moment right before he maybe dies. It's then that everything slows way down. We get some shots of our heroes and kind of the mini low points of their individual plot lines. The actual low point for the episode will come later. That happens once they're all together. But these are the mini versions as we're coming together. Perrin killing Jeffrem and accidentally killing someone who really mattered to someone he'd grown fond of. A sort of repetition of the whole Layla thing. Nynaeve, where she's needed most, facing the thing she fears the most, being helpless to fix a situation as she desperately tries to channel at the arrow in Elayne's leg. A callback to everything she faced in the accepted test, especially being unable to help her parents as they died. Egwene lying there as Rand once again faces death, when she has said before that Rand's death, in quotations, is the reason she works so hard, so that she will never fail her friends again. And now it looks like she may fail Rand again. And Rand, with all of the friends he tried to protect this season in danger, facing all of their worst fears with the potential of being lost, and he's unable to save any of them. Fuck.
It's a good scene.
It's a good scene, and it's completely silent. And we go back to Matt facing his fear that he's unworthy, innately bad, irredeemable. But the thing that's so important in Robert Jordan's books is that no one is truly too far gone. And that's the case here. I do wish that we could have gotten that Ingtar scene.
I do too.
To echo that.
I think it would have been very thematically on brand.
We have to worry about the test audiences. It's also been the case for Matt, but he hasn't been able to see it because he was too busy flagellating until just now. At first, we see him look at the horn with devastation, convinced in his mind that he was unworthy and it didn't work. The camera uses an arc shot, circling around him to emphasize his isolation and further this illusion. We cut back to the Shan-Chan running at Matt to emphasize how screwed he is. They are legion. He is one flawed man who cannot save the day because he was not worthy of it. Oh, wait. We cut back to Matt and do an arc shot in the reverse track from before. Smoke billows behind him as he continues to look devastated at the horn. And then he says, I remember. Which is a line we'll talk more about in the spoiler section.
Yes.
But I think here it's something along the lines of him remembering either the heroes themselves or that he is not inherently a bad person.
And Guy Roberts was there.
Yay!
And we screamed.
Check out our YouTube video, which will be coming, I promise.
Don't ask us when.
Please don't ask us when. We are trying our best. We are so busy and we are dying. Check out our YouTube video, though, eventually for Gus and my absolutely thrilled reaction to Guy Roberts returning. We have theories about this that we will save for the spoiler section. Sorry to tease you all. Matt says, the heroes of the horn. I am one of you. We'll talk about that in the spoiler section. Archer Hawkwing, a name we have heard before on the show, says, I have fought by your side times beyond number. Fight with us once more.
I think it's also worth noting here, again, going back to Sharon Gillam's tremendous, her little panel that she had in Los Angeles at this screening.
Oh my God, so good. I'm glad we
went to that.
Listen, no, I'm glad we went to that. I'm really glad we saved talking about this episode until after we went to that panel.
Yeah. Somebody asked her, did you make everything by hand? And she said, basically, yes. And then, among other things, because it's like, it was Prague, it's kind of hard to get stuff off the rack. Sometimes, some of the Aes Sedai we could get off the rack, like background Aes Sedai, we'd go to Italy. But yeah, not really. And then she also talked about this moment, where essentially, again, costume designer, you kind of work an episode by episode sometimes. You'll make your looks, you'll make everything. But you don't always know every single costume for the entire season, apparently, up front. And so they got to this, and they're like, and then we need you to make 8 really, like a dozen badass hero costumes. She was like, what? And she mentioned specifically that there were only a handful of them, that it was like, here are specific things we need. The rest were sort of designed and inspired from various mythologies and cultures and things. But basically, if you're watching the heroes come up, it's basically the 2 in front and then a couple right behind them, and the rest of them, don't worry too much about it.
The other thing that I really loved that she talked about was how they're making a lot of homages to cultures, different cultures that exist. But she was like, we're being very conscious and thoughtful about the cultural appropriation versus appreciation aspect.
Yeah. She talked a lot about bird feathers in Shan-Chan costume in that way. Because she said, what did she say? Shan-Chan was Japan and
I think Mongolia was
Mesoamerica was part of it.
There was a lot of different inspiration that went into it. And she was like, there's a lot of thought about, that appropriation versus appreciation. What are we honoring and how? And I just really loved how she talked about that and how careful they've been about that, because I think that's so important. And, those conversations are still so ongoing about the differences between those things. And, I think she did talk about trying to work with people who understand those cultures and really delving into those histories and stuff and taking things without exploiting them. And I really loved that as a concept, having that representation while having that representation be in honor of the thing as opposed to look at this thing.
Yep.
That we stole.
Going back to the costumes really quick.
Yeah. I think we're still on the costumes.
Oh, I meant the heroes.
Oh, yeah.
The ones that were specifically here's explicit things we need. Dude on the front in the left.
He's listed as Archer Hawkwing.
That's Archer Hawkwing.
And he's been talked about before.
Many times. Woman on the front in the right, Amaresu. Mm-hmm. If you know anything about Japanese mythology, you've heard of Amaterasu. Same person, basically. According to Robert, there's Guy and this archer lady behind him. Other than that, they're cool, and maybe we'll get more information. But
is the archer lady uncredited?
The archer lady is uncredited.
Okay, then we won't talk about it until the spoiler section.
Yeah. In fact, yeah, the only... I'm looking at the X-ray. Helene Tran is Amoresu, Guy Roberts, Adrian Boucher is Archer Hawkwing, and then Donal, and they're the only credited people.
I think then, if they're credited, that indicates to me that they may be the actors that they've picked for those roles.
Yes. So it's an indication that you may be seeing those folks again. Or you might not, but you may.
Who knows? I think it was really smart of them to utilize Uno's character the way that they did here because it gives a visual representation for what being a hero of the Horn is. You are born back into the world, and you are one of those exceptional, heroic people who will stand up in the face of injustice, even if the odds are so against you that you'll be likely killed, like in Uno's case. A hero of the Horn doesn't kneel to slavers. He goes down swinging for the little girls they've captured. Sorry, I got emotional for a second. The unique heroic quality is what makes you a hero of the Horn, and we got to see it in action. And that's what makes it so significant when Matt says he's one of them. This is a guy who has thought his entire life, this entire time, that he's worthless and inherently bad, and now he thinks he remembers being one of them. This isn't necessarily confirmed by Archer Hawkwing, but he does at least confirm that Matt's past selves have had a hand in doing great things, including fighting with a legendary hero many times. Again, a lot of what Matt saw could have absolutely been fictional or out of context, and this just confirmed it for me.
I think it's also important to note, being heroic, being connected to these heroes, doesn't mean that everything you do is. What we know about Archer Hawkwing, this guy founded the Shan-Chan Empire.
Can I also say, yes.
There's that.
Yeah.
Yeah, can I say one other thing?
Oh, yeah.
He's the reason the oaths exist.
I know. I have my beef with Archer Hawkwing sometimes.
So for anyone who is saying, oh, if Matt realizes he's connected to these guys in any way, where is his conflict for going forward? There's some. Also, more to come. Go ahead. You had something you're going to say.
This is my thing. The changes to Matt mean a lot to me, I think.
Yeah.
Just as a person who has had maybe not the easiest upbringing in youth. Just, it is what it is. I think the thing that matters to me about Matt's whole thing is, like, if the three of them had just come from happy families like they do in the books, right? I mean, yes, Rand lost his mother at a young age, and that's, of course, awful and upsetting, but his father seems to have done a really good job with him and is the dad who stepped up, right? When his mother was dead. For me, what is so meaningful about seeing Matt come from where he came from is it just shows that heroes can come from anywhere.
Absolutely. And
you can have these experiences rock you to your core. You can question whether you're a good person. You can even have moments where you have done bad things and you could still be a hero. And that really fucking matters to me in how they're portraying Matt. It speaks to me a lot. Yeah. That they're like taking this dagger thing and showcasing, like, honestly, it's heroic enough to overcome all of that. Your addiction, your generational trauma, like, if you put in that work to reach for better, and you have to reach like fucking hell for it sometimes for better, that's heroic enough. I just love that.
I love it, man. I love it too. I think it's
great. And you can still have a sense of humor. You can still be clever. You can still do all those things even though you're traumatized. And I just think it's fucking great. So then it's here that Matt first says a pretty legendary line of his in the books. Dovyenda Sitovia Sagain. He pronounces it differently in the show. I'll allow it. Since they didn't have the meaning in the show, I'm not going to say it here because it feels like that's the show's to reveal to newcomers. But it's pretty important to Matt's overall plot line. And it also hints at some things further down the road, which we'll explore in the spoiler section.
I'm watching this fight again. God damn, this is cool.
Amaterasu
is so fucking cool, man.
I love stunt people.
Uno is so fucking cool. Everybody in this thing is so fucking cool. And then what I love, speaking of cuts and transitions, we go from, and we've seen people like going trans lives matter.
Hyperspeed.
But people are going, Death Eater dust teleportation off the shit. It's fucking awesome.
It's fucking
and
awesome.
then we cut from that highest of highs directly into this.
Yeah.
And we just watched Perrin smash his axe into Jeffrey Bornhold's prone body again.
We just went from self-defense to cold-blooded murder.
Absolute highest of... And that's the thing, by the way. Perrin keeps hitting him. He's done.
No. Yeah. He wants him dead.
It's bad. It's bad.
Yeah, but really quickly, they attack the Shan-Chan, and I'm thinking that this horn situation and Matt remembering things seems to have given him a level up in battle ability.
And we'll
because
talk
for someone who
about
has
that.
had very little training so far and spent so much of his time in the Tower prison, he's really cutting through these Shan-Chan. He's far from the guy who had to hide with his sisters during Winter Night, though that was brave. He was brave then too, obviously. He wasn't taking down a bunch of Trollocs by himself yet. It's called growth. And I remembered that they cut from the original script that he did take down a Trolloc in the original draft of the script.
He did, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And they cut that, I think, purposefully to give him some build.
I'd buy that.
And now we get to Perrin, who's hitting Jeffrey Bornhold with an axe. So we see here that Perrin has kind of lost control and adopted more of that animalistic brutality. Oh, yes, I'm very aware that I'm saying that a black man has animalistic brutality, but I'm not saying that as in Perrin or Marcus themselves, obviously. I'm saying that when we are looking at the theme of who is a monster, there's a purposeful brutality that they are leaning into in this particular scene to get across that sometimes what looks monstrous to us might have more of a story behind it.
Also, look at his face here as he starts to come back into himself. He much like Egwene, he's not happy about this.
I think they're probably having a lot of conversations about the fact that Perrin, by necessity in his character, they're exploring violence and a connection to animals and all of these things. I think they have to have a conversation about, like, we are portraying a black man as having a connection to animals, connection to brutality. I think they have to, just like with Nynaeve being a black woman and having anger problems.
Yes.
They have to have a conversation. And I'm sure they have ongoing conversations about how to portray these things in a way that is not, look at a brutal black man.
Yes.
Look at an angry black woman.
Yes.
And I think they're handling that so carefully.
Yes, I agree.
And that's why I wanted to bring this up, is they give him this moment, right? First of all, he is not the only black man on the show. We immediately after that see Loyal, who is as gentle as could be. We know that there's a lot more complexity to Perrin's relationship to violence. It's not like we just met him and see him doing a act of brutality, right? And we know there's a lot more to that story. But I'm sure that there's a lot of discussion about that. And they're doing similar things to Matt, Rand, Egwene, and Nynaeve and giving them moments of this quote-unquote monstrousness. But since Perrin's storyline is intrinsically tied up to wolves and in his innate fear that he is a kind of brutish, violent person, they're leaning into that in this scene to show us the exact person he's afraid of becoming.
Yep.
This is a line, considering how black men are often portrayed, that they are having to be very thoughtful about. And I think it seems to me, I'm not an expert, of course, but it seems to me that they're doing a really good job of showcasing this side of violence without having Perrin's character be wrapped up in that as a black man on the show. But it's a tightrope walk for sure. But I feel like it feels so far that they're honoring this side of Perrin that he fears without making Perrin into that stereotype.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
But yeah, there are other people much more qualified to say whether or not they're doing this correctly. But it seems like that's at least a conversation.
There's a couple of mayonnaise-colored commentators.
As a palm-colored person.
Yeah.
As a paper person.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. But I'm sure there are a lot of conversations about it.
Yeah.
Dane sees... Well, before we move on to Dane, let's cut here for
Real
ads.
quick ads.
Dane sees what Perrin has done and is horrified, moving to attack Perrin as Loyal pulls him out of the way. Una comes and knocks Dane with his shield. Perrin, it feels like, is not ready to stop his attack. Again, relatable content. As he keeps trying to go at Dane as Loyal holds him back. Dane is dragged away by other White Cloaks as he screams, "Two Rivers," an inherent threat once again since we know he knows where Perrin lives. Shout out to Jay Duffy for such a heart-wrenching reaction to his father's death.
Yeah, man, feeling bad for Dane Bornhold
when
up
it's
in
possible
here.
he'd met him like that week.
Yeah.
I mean, you think about it, you're like, he probably met him
That's actors.
that week,
That's
that month.
actors. Yeah, they probably spent a few days on set together.
Yeah, and we're like, hey,
that's acting,
nice
man.
to meet you.
That's fucking film acting. This
now
is why
I'm
film
gonna
and
figure
TV
out how to
acting
cry at your death.
is such a fucking...
It's a bitch.
God, it's like, hi, good to meet you. Construct our previous relationship.
Right
okay,
now.
now it's time for us to film my death scene. This could, for all we know, this could have been the first scene they filmed together.
Well, like even, I mean, I did a scene recently with someone I knew well, right? But it was a romance scene with a friend of mine who's been a friend of mine for 8 years. And I'm like, never once have either of us been in any way interested in one another that way. And like, we had to, in 4.5 hours of rehearsal, come up with a full romance relationship that then you immediately drop.
Yeah.
You're like, we're done. And like, that's the thing. You're screaming like this heart-wrenching thing. And then in a minute, you're at Crafty.
Yeah, all right, cut.
Crafty being the craft services who are like the backbone of this industry, who give us the snacks.
You might hate each other too, is the funny part. I'm not in any way suggesting that any of the actors on this show don't get along well with one another. That's
or
not
if
what
you're
I'm
in a
implying at all.
romance, they might smell bad.
But like you could, what is it? Who was it? Lucille Ball and the other woman on I Love Lucy.
Oh yeah, she
hated
played
each
Ethel.
other.
Yeah, they hated each other.
Did not like one another at all. Had to play best friends for years.
Yeah,
That's acting.
that's acting.
It's all fake.
Yeah, the Sex and the City women famously don't like each other. All right, so let's talk about Dane. Or actually, no, we're done with Dane. Uno turns to Perrin and says, "Don't be so bloody surprised I'm a hero of the Horde," which is definitely there as a nod to the people who were upset that he died in the previous episode. Uno then gives Perrin his shield as Loyal yells for him to get to Rand.
If you want, by the way, more information on how it came about that Uno returned, because people who only watch the show, Uno doesn't die there in the thing, and he's an analog stand-in for a different hero of the Horn. We'll talk about that later.
I appreciated that a lot of our reasonings for why we thought they killed Uno and why it came down to Uno were validated by Guy Roberts at JordanCon.
If you want to know more about how it came about that Uno returns, listen to our Guy Roberts interview. It's got a little bit spoilery in it, but
it's good stuff.
It's good.
Uno then gives Perrin his shield as Loyal yells for him to get to Rand. Since Uno has a special connection to Perrin previously and has informed Perrin's relationship to violence, it's important that Uno intervened now as Perrin was at his lowest point with violence and didn't hand him a weapon. He handed him, like we said, a shield. And like I said in my notes, the point of violence when necessary is that it's done to protect the vulnerable, and that shield is a symbol of that. We transition from Uno yelling to Matt, fighting with the other heroes on the bridge. Another great transition. We notably get to a Shan Chan begging for Matt not to kill him before he does. He goes like, no, please.
Yeah.
And then Matt stabs him. I think that's another moment of who are the bad guys.
Yeah.
Matt is justified in killing a man who was going to kill him, but it's still heavy to hear someone beg for their life for Matt to deliver the killing blow before running off.
Yeah, man. It's rough.
I mean, this is war. These are the realities. I'm glad that the show isn't that one.
That one, yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad that the show isn't flinching from that.
Yeah.
Back to Elayne and Nynaeve. Now we're going to talk about bolts.
Now we're going to talk about bolts.
Elayne tells Nynaeve to use what she knows as a wisdom, right? That reaching back to the one thing Nynaeve is confident in. Rima did the same thing, right? They were like, I'm going to give you the respect of knowing that you are a wisdom and that you have skills here that are practical, even if you're not using magic right now. That reaches Nynaeve because this is a way she can help without needing to rely on her magic. This is a part of her identity that she feels safe in. All right, about the extraction of the bolt. Here's the thing.
Yes.
People were like, well, why not just break the bolt?
Well, if you're shot with an arrow, typically what you would do...
Because you don't want the fletchings in the wound.
If it pierces all the way through, is you snap the arrowhead off and you pull it back.
Mm-hmm. And they're like, Nynaeve as a wisdom would know that.
That is what you do when you're shot with an arrow. That is what you're supposed to do.
With a crossbow bolt...
It's tricky because there's a line in Path of Daggers that this parallels where somebody gets shot with a bolt and they do the same thing.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at this thing that's sticking through Elaine's leg. It's like a thick stick of wood.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
And then you run the risk, if you're trying to break it, of moving it inside of her.
Yes.
And exacerbating the wound.
Yes. Now, obviously, fletching's also really bad, can stay in, can cause infection, lots of bad things.
I think that what's probably more important is to get the arrow out, stop the bleeding, get to an Aes Sedai quickly.
Yes.
to prevent infection,
Yes.
then leave the arrow in or try to break it when it's a bolt, not an arrow. Try to break it, risk potentially like exacerbating the wound, hitting something important. Because there's important shit in your leg.
It's called the femoral artery.
Yeah.
And if it is punctured, you die.
You die. So I think likely the best course of action was to push it all the way through.
Yeah.
And it's mirrored in the books.
Kind of in book 8. There's a thing that happens in book 8 that is sort of like this because it's like, it's just a crossbow bolt.
And listen, like ideally, right, you have the strength to break it. I am not knocking women at all. Women are strong. Women are amazing. I believe Zoe Robbins is smaller than me.
She is. Also,
I would have a hard time breaking that bolt.
If you're asking, why didn't Elayne slice the top of it off? She just got shot in the thigh.
She just got the shot in the fucking thigh. Let the woman bleed. Anyway, she might be panicking too. She might also not. Nynaeve got some like looks at healing weaves. Elayne might not have gotten that in her time as a...
I mean, she tries her best on Rand's side wound.
She makes a mess.
She does her darndest. And you can't heal yourself.
Oh, yeah, I forgot
you
about
can't heal
that.
yourself.
But, like, panicking exists. It's very easy for us to couch quarterback it, but they're 20 years old or 25 years old in a battle. Elayne, this is Elaine's first battle. She's probably not thinking very clearly. I mean, yeah, I guess the Shan-Chan, running from the Shan-Chan. No, that's more of an ambush.
She shot a couple fireballs at him.
Still. I'm also like, how much battle medicine do you think Nynaeve has had to do?
Well, she
how
did a
many
little
people
bit
get
in
shot in the
season 1.
leg at the Two Rivers?
Hunting accidents.
I suppose.
But again, they don't have crossbows.
Yeah, that's what I was
They
going
have
to say.
longbows.
Yeah, longbows. Those are easier to break than a fucking bolt.
Crossbow bolts are juicy, thick bad boys.
They're juicy, thick bad boys.
I hate the way I worded that.
Title of the episode.
No.
I'm also assuming there's some kind of tourniquet or something on that leg to stop the blood flow, but we don't really see it happen. But I'm assuming that they tourniqueted it in some way.
Yeah, she know. I trust her to do first aid.
Yeah. Nynaeve says they have to get to Egwene, and Elayne says, leave me, I'll just slow you down. First, that's a really brave thing to say in the midst of a battle situation because she's injured and that would leave her defenseless in a city full of Shan-Chan and White Cloaks. Can we just say, shout out to Elaine's bravery in that situation?
I like her, man. I think she's pretty cool.
Because I'd be like, do not fucking leave me, magic nuke girl. Stay by my side. Nynaeve responds with, we don't know if I'll be able to channel when I get there. Whatever she's facing, she needs you, not me. Huge line from Nynaeve there for a couple reasons. First, Nynaeve's whole thing is not wanting to stand by when bad things are happening. She wants to be able to help. So she's admitting the one thing that she's most afraid of, that she might not be very helpful in this situation, considering her, let's admit it, disability in this situation.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. Second, part of Nynaeve's whole thing this season has been jealousy toward Elayne for buddying up to her friend and even influencing her friend's behavior. The braid, as an example of that, Nynaeve repeatedly tries to send her away during Egwene's rescue mission to say not only that she might not be able to help one of the people she loves most in the world, but that the person most fit to take care of Egwene in this situation is the very person Nynaeve has been jealous of this whole time and didn't like until very recently, is huge. All Nynaeve can do for Egwene is make sure Elayne gets to her. That's a moment.
Yes.
And it's small. It's one line. Ishamael looks down at Rand saying, it looks like our time is up. Will you join us? This line indicates to me that Ishamael knows Mat is coming at this point. He must. Slowly, Rand stands, a gesture that indicates additional defiance against enormous odds. I will never serve him. In 1,000 lives, I never have. I know that. I'm sure of it. This kind of mirrors the exact thing we just saw Mat experiencing when he realized that he is, in fact, a hero. The two of them both feel like they've answered a question definitively in their minds about their own character.
I kind of like also that Rand is saying this on faith. Because in the book...
He doesn't necessarily know that.
In the book, he's not saying it on faith. There's a whole sequence in the books that I'm not going to get too into, where essentially Rand lives about a kajillion alternate lives in 10 seconds. Mm-hmm. And, well, 3 months, whatever. And he gets pretty much empirical evidence that he's never once turned.
Yeah.
And so he can say demonstrably, I know. Whereas in this case, he's looking at him saying, fuck you, I trust myself.
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Which is also strong considering it looks like one of Ishamael's tactics is to use past lives against you.
Yeah. He's like, it
and
won't
your
work on
behavior
me.
in past lives.
I know myself. I've never done that, and I won't.
But it's like, you know what's wild? It's like, you think about it, and you're like, okay, Ishamael potentially took the worst moments of Matt's past lives and with no context and showed them to Matt. And I'm like, I mean, imagine like a future you with no context viewing the worst moments of your life. You might not look so great either. Am I right?
You're right.
So the two of them, Matt and Rand, both feel like they've answered a question definitively in their minds about their own character, something they've been struggling with when seeing the people they're supposed to model themselves after being so corrupted, like Daddy Coffin and Logain. It's also such a thing to throw in the face of a man who has definitely served the dark in 1,000 lifetimes. Right? Ishamael responds, she's right, you know. You're so much like Luce, but different too. This entire time, Rand has been saying that he's not Luce Theron, and part of that is true. Ishamael admits it, but also Ishamael is likely using this time to vamp as he knows Matt is coming. Matt gets behind Ishamael, about to have his hero moment where he rescues his friend and saves the day. He's just come off of this high where he's realized that he's not worthless. I've seen some people worried about his arc if he's finding out he's a hero this early. But this immediately gets undercut by Matt stabbing his friend and injuring him in a pretty gnarly way. In the books, Ishamael is the one who gives Rand that wound. But I like that it's Matt here because it helps Matt continue on this plot line. And we haven't given space to the sheathing the sword thing, which I still think has a place down the line.
We haven't talked about that in the show, have we?
Oops.
It's all right. It's a phrase.
I also like that Elayne heals it badly because it gives Nynaeve's inability to channel as the healer of the group again more weight.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if Elayne came up and was like, bibbity bobbity, and fixed it, then Nynaeve's importance lessens because her skill is magic, specifically healing. This entire event is going to reinforce for Nynaeve why she needs to be a channeler, too, and push through her block. Because she's seeing what happens when she isn't. Despite all of the trauma she's experienced, if she really wants to help her friends, they need her to overcome this. All of this also reminds us that for all the kids have learned this season, they're still young and have a way to go. And that brings us to the low point.
Yay! Suffering!
So Matt stabs Rand in a different way than Min saw. He does this little confident flick of the weapon first. Oh, it's so confident.
It's so jaunty.
And then we see all of that newfound confidence immediately vanish. That's the cruelty of it. Is he so confident as he goes to do this and then just whiffs completely? Because Ishamael is better. He's smarter for right now. This has such parallels to Perrin and Layla, too, by the way.
I see it.
Which I think is going to be key in getting Perrin to maybe eventually externalize his stuff with his friends. Matt is now a pathway in because he's a sympathetic ear. He has made this same mistake very publicly. Everyone saw it and will likely, in my mind, and they kind of already immediately do, forgive Matt for it.
Also, he calls Rand brother.
Yeah. Matt makes the exact same mistake. He friendly fires.
Mm-hmm.
And Perrin gets to see that forgiven.
I just like that he calls Rand brother.
It's just like, I know, I kind of low-key and high-key love when men call each other brother. It just kind of like makes me feel like, oh. It's just like how Matt needed to find Rand first before the others because since Rand also abandoned his friends, Rand was going to be the best pathway into the rest of the group. After the stabbing, Ishamael then says, such a simple illusion. How could you not see it? Placing the blame on Matt.
I also really like this little thing he does when Egwene kind of pushes him back. This is just a silly little thing. I think it's really cool. Egwene like blasts him and he does like a Iron Man sort of hand jet thing to steady himself. It's so silly, but I love it so much.
Like, well, and to me, it's like while she surprises him and knocks him back a bit with something offensive, he recovers quickly.
Almost immediately.
Yeah.
And I think
that's
is
important.
Also something that we're going to have to talk about either now or later, which is the Egwene holding her own, which I like. Do you want to talk about that now or later?
We're about to talk about it.
Okay.
If that's cool.
Yeah.
Matt immediately is just heartbreakingly apologizing to Rand over and over, also calling him brother to emphasize their closeness. Oh, I didn't clock that. I did clock that as well. And increase the horror of what Matt's done because he's making him a family member as well. So again, tying it to Layla, I think. Ishamael kind of twists the knife, no pun intended, and continues the parallels between himself and Matt by saying, if it's any consolation, I'm sorry too, old friend. I truly am. About Rand. This is kind of a repeat of what Luce Theron says to Ishamael in the cold open before imprisoning him. Notably, as Ishamael moves to potentially kill Rand and likely Mat in the process, Mat does not leave Rand. The abandonment arc is pretty complete here, though the self-flagellation will continue because Mat stabbed Rand. There will be a new arc there for sure. So there will be much more unpacking of the hero box. As Ishamael moves to likely kill Rand, Egwene stops him, finishing the arc a bit of her wanting to never be useless when her friends are in danger again. She gets to protect Rand this time. Ishamael says, "You cannot face down one of the chosen, child." This is true. We know from seeing all of the power comparisons throughout the season that Egwene is not able to defeat Ishamael yet, and to do so would be unbelievable. However, she has had a level up with the Shanshan, and she's doing defensive magic.
Yes!
It's a lot easier. Anyone who's ever played a sport or done anything knows that it's a lot easier to play defense than offense, even if your opponent is stronger than you. All Egwene is doing is holding a shield in place, and at obviously tremendous strain.
Also, honestly, guys, I don't think Ishamael is trying to just murder all of them. I think he sees them get their mojo back, and he goes, great, oh, another opportunity for me to break them in front of Rand.
Well, I think he doesn't want to wait another 1,000 years.
No, if he wanted to just drop a meteor on the tower, he could.
He would have done it by now.
This is intentional.
Yeah. This is him killing Rand is his absolute last resort.
Yeah. After dying himself.
What he's hoping is he can gather all the friends together, threaten them, and Rand will come around.
Yeah. Cow everybody.
Yeah.
It's not going the way he hopes it would.
No, because Lanfear screwed up his plans. And they're really good people. I like her little flick of the skirt, too, when she comes to confront him. Lan tells Moraine to keep moving because there are archers on the cliffs. This is in contrast to what went on with Nynaeve, in which she was so focused on the mission she failed to see the archers. Lan doesn't miss that.
And he catches all these arrows, and it's so fucking cool.
This is where experience like Lan and Moraine's pays off. We can see that this isn't their first rodeo, unlike the kids, bringing them back into the realm of effective grown-ups. Moraine stops the Damani shielding and correctly assesses that they're shielding Rand. Lan says, what if Lanfear put you here to do this? What if those ships are full of innocent people? What if it's not Rand? But we have had Moraine coming back into terms with trusting her gut this whole season. Lan asking those questions reminds us that even if Moraine is right, everything our favorite characters are doing is off of incomplete information. We've been asking this whole season, but what if you're wrong? That's literally been being asked of Moraine right now. But our characters have had to make hard decisions, have had to make hard choices and live with the consequences in this apocalypse. Moraine says as much in her response. I will let 1,000 innocent people die if there's even a chance that he will live. That is what it means to support him. Do you understand that? Moraine isn't just asking Lan that in this moment. She's asking us. If we are to continue on this journey with Rand, that means accepting that some freaking awful choices are going to have to be made. And unlike this moment in which she's right, the next time she might be wrong. And yet we know that Moraine and the others know the difference between what is right and what is easy, and they will have to do some things that may appear wrong in service of what is ultimately right. There are some who have taken issue with Moraine here, asking how she can attack these boats if there are people on board. Doesn't that break the 3 oaths? But her wording is the key to understanding this moment. She says, I will let 1,000 people die. She's not killing them in her head. Just like she didn't kill the man at Terran Ferry, she let him die. She's not attacking people. She's attacking the inanimate boats that people happen to be on. There's no guarantee that her actions will result in anyone's deaths.
I think it's different from that. I think it is if they still, or whatever is happening to Rand, Rand's life is in danger. If Rand dies, we all die. Ergo, whatever I have to do to save Rand is in the immediate...
just about to get there. And even if it did, what she's doing is ultimately saving the world. And if she lets something happen to Rand, that means the whole world ends and she will die. So technically, this is the last defense of her life.
Man, why do... I should just shut up.
I had a whole dissertation.
I should just
No, it's okay. No, because it's important. But this is the thing, is she's also not actively killing any of those people on the boats. She's blowing up the boat.
That's
true. They die, they die. If they swim, they swim. She's not attacking them. She's attacking the boats.
Maybe.
Does she does not target any of the women individually.
She does blow up the boat.
That doesn't necessarily mean they're dead.
That's true. I don't think
they are. I don't think many of them are. As Lan nods in agreement, some Shanshan appear and he takes out his sword. We get a visual, I love this. We get a visual representation of the fact that the band is back together and stronger together as we see them reclaim that visual connection that they had during Winter Night, operating as a cohesive unit. We get a look at the heightened warder abilities as Lan catches an arrow out of thin air. For anyone who was craving a Lan badass sword fighter moment.
Here you go.
From, the first episode of the season, here it is. We just needed to have him and Moiraine back on the same page because once again, we are stronger together.
I love this sword fight, man. It's so fucking cool.
So cool.
It's so cool. He keeps catching arrows. It's like 10 dudes. It's badass.
The athleticism that it requires to do this fight scene over and over again, too. Like all of these fight scenes. Ugh.
I like the birds into the weave, by the way. There's a shot of birds and then it pans to the weave. And I just
beautiful.
Like it's just pretty.
They got some good B-roll of this beach that they were like, we're going to use that. B-roll being like visuals that are not of people, usually. Or like stuff that doesn't kind of matter. It's just like nice visuals. Look at him.
Anyway.
Like when everyone was like, what happened to him during the Myrddraal fight? I'm like, the man has lost his mojo. He is not connected to Moiraine. Their lack of connection is the problem. We are stronger together. It's the whole point.
May have not had the warder bond, which literally helps.
Yeah. All right, now that brings us to the climax.
While we're speaking about Egwene is able to hold out for about 3 minutes.
It's not long.
It's really not long.
Yeah.
It's long enough, but like there's big ass holes in her shield now until Perrin shows up. I've also heard some people ask, how was Perrin's shield able to withstand the power? He got it from a hero of the Horn.
Yeah, could be Quandiar.
It's magic.
Could be it. Could be magic.
At this point in the book, I want to point out...
Power rot.
One of the heroes of the Horn is, I think her name is Birgitta. She's an archer. And she shoots a ship with an arrow, and the ship explodes. It's the same thing Moiraine does, actually.
Sometimes stuff is just cool.
It might be an explicit parallel between the two. She shoots a boat with an arrow. The boat blows up.
Yeah. And the thing about the shield is it's a symbolic thing, too.
Yeah.
It's that he is coming together with his friends to take care of them. He's understanding that fighting has nuance. And this brings us to the climax. Magic on the beach transitions to magic on the tower as the Shamael repeatedly attacks Egwene's shield. She's brought down to her knees, and Rand says something to her. The subtitles say, keep going, but I disagree with those. I think he says Egwene. Because he says, keep going. I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, we can play it.
Well, I think we actually need to,
take an ad break so we can watch?
We need to take one quick ad break anyway. By the way, y'all, timing out ad breaks in long episodes is very difficult. So if some of these are ad-free, that's just because I put too many in. We're back. He 1000% says Egwene.
Yeah, it's not keep going.
It is not keep going.
I completely disagreed with that in the subtitles. And I scrolled up. Fuck.
No, not again.
She turns around and says, I'm sorry. We see her fear coming to life that she will not be able to defend Rand this time either. It's also notable that, again, despite profound risk, Mat does not leave Rand and Egwene's side here. He's not leaving them. That whole thing is bookended here. Mm-hmm. It's resolved. Holes start to appear in her shield, and we know we are approaching the end until Perrin's shield fills one of the holes and protects Egwene.
It's cool.
And I love that his response to all of this is, I'm here. Nynaeve's here too.
It's the opposite of the end of season 1.
I went back to confirm this, but the first thing that Rand says to Egwene after saying her name is also, I'm here. It's also something that Nynaeve says to Elayne after she's shot, cementing Elaine's acceptance into the group during a moment of comfort. I love this repetition, and I think it's on purpose, considering one of the overarching questions of the season has been, will we all come back together? Having that first line that they say to each other when they're reunited be, I'm here, as in physically here to fulfill that question, but also as a form of comfort, is really nice.
Yeah.
Nynaeve and Elayne move over to Mat and Rand. Mat immediately apologizes to Nynaeve, and she comforts him instantly. And that's not just for stabbing Rand, that's also for leaving them. Nynaeve has a really maternal look when she looks at him. He's still one of her boys, and he's upset. And he clearly looks to Nynaeve as someone who can help him. So both of them are getting what they need in this moment. Mat gets forgiveness. Nynaeve gets someone looking to her as a leader and helper. Again, we're stronger together. As Nynaeve comforts Mat, Elayne works to heal the wound. We get again a moment for Nynaeve to realize she needs to work on this block, and a reminder of what Liandrin said about the benefits of the power. They can heal things other people can't. Nynaeve can save people she couldn't before if she works through this block. Even though Leandrin turned out to be a shit mentor, the things she was saying there were true in a part. Nynaeve's skill in magic is needed in what's to come in order to protect and save people, something she also experienced while in the Arches. Rand looks up at Elayne, and there's just like this angelic shot of Kira Coveney, and asks, "Who are you?" And we get a very, well, let's save the analysis of this for the spoiler section.
Yay!
Mat tells Rand that he has to do something, and with all of the people surrounding Rand that he wants to protect, Rand has to admit that he can't do anything. But we get a full circle moment because just as Rand was able to get rid of Moraine's shield, she is able to get rid of his. It's a quid pro quo.
Hey, look at that.
She torpedoes the Shan-Chan ships as Lan does some badass swordplay behind her.
It's cool.
The shield holding Rand breaks. Rand stands up next to his friends who all face down this enemy together, stronger together. Magic surrounding him and, I'm assuming, going into the blade. Rand stabs a Shamael. The flaming blade leaves an imprint of a heron from the blade burned into his arm, and the blade has disintegrated. Hand, sorry.
Some people have asked why doesn't he fight back? Why is this so anticlimactic? I don't think it's anticlimactic. I think he's given up. I think he's a nihilist. It didn't work. He gave up, and he also knows, well, you know what? I have 15 backup plans.
I have something I have something in the spoiler section I want to talk about with this. Yeah, there's more we can talk about there. I think there are hints as to what's going on. I think similarly, here's what I will say. I feel very similarly about this as to how I felt about the fight in the Eye of the World.
Yeah, sure, that too.
And that I felt like this was not a conclusion.
No, perhaps not.
That is how I felt. I also feel like it would be a little funny for someone to be like, I'm a nihilist and I hate being alive, to then fight super hard to be alive.
Yeah.
But I have so many thoughts about little things, but I want to talk about it in the spoiler section.
We'll do that.
But yeah, I think I feel similarly about the Eye of the World. That's what I'll say. As a Shamael dies, he says, "It's beautiful. Do you see it, Luce?" And Rand asks, "What do you see?" Ishamael replies, "Nothing."
And turns into sand.
And then disintegrates into, I thought it was ashes.
It's ash. But, sand is funnier to say.
This is in line with what Ishamael has said in the past about what he wants. Also, Ishamael might not have expected Rand's shield to break either. Kind of comes out of nowhere. That's Lanfear's plan, not his.
Yeah. It's like, oh, fuck. Well.
Fuck, she got me on that one. This is in line with what Ishamael has said in the past about what he wants and why he wants to stop the wheel from turning. But if he really sees nothing, that would suggest that he won. It's also very different than what we've seen happen when Lanfear was killed. This all makes me skeptical about skeptical that this is actually Ishamael's death. We've been fooled by his death before, and I'm a little like, fool me once, even though for the record I wasn't fooled. Shame on you, but fool me twice, shame on me. But we'll see about that. And I have more to talk about that in the spoilers.
In a bit.
Okay, so now we're at the resolution.
Yay.
Yay.
Of the whole ass thing.
Mm-hmm. Lan lets Moraine know that the Shan-Chan are retreating. The ships are all burning. Moraine repeats the prophecy, above the Watchers, the dragon shall be proclaimed, bannered across the sky in fire. Lanfear earlier told her to raise the banner when the time comes. Lan takes a defensive position as Moraine channels a dragon of fire to go over the tower. We get a resolution to the season question, will the dragon be proclaimed? The answer is yes.
Got him. There
People
he is,
cheer
everybody.
below and ring bells. Rand and his friends go to the open spot where notably Egwene once stood with Rhenna. Because that's the spot that got blasted in.
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Good call.
Yep.
Shall we touch on how this differs from what happens in the book?
In the book, there's more fear.
I'm not even talking about that.
What?
I'm talking about how in the book, Rand and Ishamael's battle is projected into the sky, and they appear bannered across the sky fighting, and everybody within 400 miles sees them floating in the sky fighting via some kind of magic that is never touched upon or explained. And that's what it means that he's bannered across the sky. Is they literally, everybody sees them fighting like two kaiju, basically. Godzillas. Mm-hmm. It's very anime.
Mm-hmm.
I understand why they didn't do that. Mm-hmm. I don't think that would have worked in a visual medium.
Yeah.
I struggle to understand it in a book. It's cool, but yeah. It's very... I think the other thing is, like, there has to be some level of doubt, right?
Yeah.
Again, Robert Jordan thought it might be a trilogy. It might be a trilogy. So by the time I finish the next book or two, people will be on board with this guy being the dragon.
Exactly.
This could very well be an Aes Sedai trick. Mm-hmm. Technically, it is.
Right.
Right? He's still the dragon. But, you know, he's not astral projecting into the sky.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the thing of like, it doesn't give us a ton of places to go.
Right.
You know, and it's kind of the improv rules of when you start a scene at a 10, there's just nowhere for the scene to go. And so the scene dies. And it's kind of the same principle with writing. If you go projected battle in the sky, there's just not really anywhere for anything to go.
Also, I want to emphasize, we haven't said this episode yet. Anytime we talk about a difference from the book and we say we like the change, it doesn't mean we don't like the way that it is in the book, and it also doesn't mean that you can't disagree with us.
We
That's
just
fine.
Understand why it was made different for television.
And
also,
I know we say this
so expensive.
I know we say this almost every episode, but I just think it bears repeating.
Yeah. I just don't want anyone to be mad at us. Okay. Some people had some feelings about the people cheering below.
Yes.
I think that it's okay for some people to be happy about the dragon because some people are happy about the dragon. It also, from a logistical perspective, doesn't make sense visually if people are still running and screaming that the battle is over.
Yeah.
So I think it's likely that they'll deal with more of the people are afraid of the dragon later, especially as it's revealed it's a man who can channel. I think for now, the people are just excited the battle is over and they think the dragon saved them, which he kind of did.
Kind of did.
We see the Aiel woman say something about the Kara Karn, which we'll talk about in the spoiler section.
I think also, if I can punch back a little bit, talk a little bit more about the season 1 ended on a colossal fucking bummer of a low note for almost everybody. Mm-hmm. We were on Delusions of Grendel and her father's podcast, Feather and Mountain Pod, talking about episode 8. And Greymane, was so bummed out by the end of season 1 that he was like, where do we go from here? Everything sucks. Everyone's unhappy. Everyone is miserable. Everybody lost.
Up.
And now I think part of why we see a claim for the dragon, one, I mean, it could be any of the 5 of them. So yeah, it could be one of the girls. 2.
Yeah, they don't know.
Last season ended on a low note for ostensibly. Right? Everyone is separated and they actually lost and all this other stuff. Season 2 needs to end on somewhat of a high note.
Yes. Well, I think, we're balancing between hope and fear.
Yeah.
And that's a very delicate balance. And like you said, excuse me, we've been podcasting for a long time.
We have. We recorded almost all of this in one day.
Yeah. But like you said, if we end on too much of a low note, there's nowhere to go. And if we end on too much of a high note, there are no stakes, which is why the hook is the way that it is.
Yes.
Yeah, but I think we needed to have a bit of a moment of yay.
Oh, I guess Rand is front and center when
they do
cheering.
put him front and center.
Whatever.
But still.
Well, you can't really tell. That could be.
If you're below, who the fuck knows who that is? Like man, woman, child. I don't know.
I think we have time for perspective to shift. Mm-hmm. We'll see what happens. One way and another.
We see all of the important players' reactions to this. Archer Hawkwing and the rest of the heroes look unhappily as they disappear. Massima looks at everything with mixed emotions. Lanfear sees her handiwork and smiles, looking battle-ready. All of the Rand's friends take their places at his side, being stronger together. Loyal looks on, beaming. The dragon roars as we head to a blackout. So we are leaving on this note of victory.
Did you mention
Lanfear? But this is a TV show. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
So we know we're going to need a hook to tide us over between seasons, and we know we can't end on too much of a high note. Now that takes us to the hook. Lanfear walks down the hallway all pleased with herself and goes into the room with the seals, only to find the seals broken. Maggedion, who I've been obsessed with as a character from day one.
Yes, that's true.
Sits in a chair, being incredible.
That's that's what
all
she does.
Correct. She whispers to herself, softly, softly from the shadows, which is how Maggedion, otherwise known as the Spider, prefers to operate. Lanfear, who we have seen be confident this entire time, and who we have seen be the most powerful person in the room most of the time, and the biggest threat multiple times, looks genuinely shaken that Maggedion's here. That's why we spent so much time in part setting up Lanfear's threat level, so that we can see that there are even worse things out there than her that we should be afraid of. I don't want to be that person, but I fucking will be, because I did say from the beginning that this would be the hook for the end of the season 2.
You did say that.
And I'm thrilled to be right. I fucking said from the beginning, I'm like, the other Forsaken being let out is the obvious hook for the end of the season.
It makes sense. We've been looking at those damn seals all season.
Megedion informs Lanfear that Ishamael let them all out because he had a suspicion she was going to betray him. He was right, and we saw the moment he decided to take her off the board when she made that small tactical mistake in the early scene between them. Even with the Forsaken, tiny miscalculations can have disastrous results for our characters. The way Megedion says all of this is amused. She's not the one shaken here at all. She's in the power position because she's sitting down calmly while Lanfear stands. Lanfear asks where the others are, introducing one of my favorite things about the books. Finding out where the Forsaken are as they wreak their havoc.
Forsaken hide and seek.
Megedion shrugs and Lanfear tries to use some magic on her, only for Megedion to use whatever brand of magic, spider magic, is, because she literally traps Lanfear in a web and squeezes her,
I'm sure
which I hope we will see
power,
much more
but,
of.
You know, her version of it.
Well, yeah, but I think they all have their signatures.
I'm not saying that for your...
Cool.
I know. You know. I'm clarifying for anybody who's listening.
No, I know, but I'm
there's a
like,
question.
I don't know which weaves make spider magic, but I am here for it. I think, again, they are leaning into the Forsaken having different abilities and interests to set them apart and potentially connect them with our other characters. We have not seen Lanfear at all on the back foot this season until this moment, other than the Moraine throat cut that she quickly recovered from in a scary way, which sets us up to be appropriately terrified of Megedion. The web even cut Lanfear's hand, so this is some kind of razor-sharp structure, potentially, which, with a little giggle, Megedion makes close in on Lanfear. She tells Lanfear, "You and Ishamael were always too close to the dragon," indicating that, while she might have been a friend, she wasn't as close as ex-girlfriend and best friend. There's still a lot of options in there. She says, "The rest of us don't share that failing." So the rest of the Forsaken may have been friends, but not quite as close as the two were to him. That may also answer the question of why Ishamael picked Lanfear to release first in addition to the reasons he gave. He thought she'd be the best ally in terms of wooing Rand to their side because they knew him best.
Which probably she was. I mean, they got him pretty close.
They got really close. She just turned on him.
Yeah.
Megedion then reveals that softly, softly from the shadows is something Lanfear used to say to taunt her for being too cautious, too afraid, too weak. We are getting a sense of those dynamics between the other Forsaken. We also remember that Lanfear once referred to Megedion as insane, so this moment should be nerve-wracking. Lanfear says, "You don't want to fight me." Megedion laughs and fucking sniffs her.
It's very sensual, this whole thing.
And says, "This Forsaken are very sensual in a way I like."
Creepily intimate.
And says, "This isn't a fight. It's a warning. When I strike, I don't miss. Stay away from him, Lanfear. He's ours now. All 5 of them are." So Rand's only sort of ally with the Forsaken is now being told to stay completely away from him. That's bad.
One other thing I want to flag, you mentioned Forsaken hide and seek. If you're listening to this thinking, oh, well, I assume we'll get that resolved quickly. Allie is on book 12.
I don't know where some of them are.
She still doesn't know where they all are.
I think I have one that I'm not confident
You have
on.
you have one that you're like, I don't freaking know.
Also, we are hearing that Megedion likes to strike from the shadows and she doesn't miss. So that should make us afraid of, well, the shadows.
Yeah, a little bit.
Which are kind of everywhere, both metaphorically and also maybe literally, considering she was just hanging out in the shadows just now and was able to catch our woman from a web. And we already have seen threats coming from the shadows in the mirror draw.
Yeah, a little bit.
That should make us pretty afraid of what she means by "he's ours now, all 5 of them are." Also, can we just as an aside say, do you all know how hard it is to be a littler actress in a scene trying to look scary to a bigger actress?
That is tough.
You have to be having an outrageous presence to pull that off. So well done, Leia Costa. Megedion then backs up, saying the little ditty, "Softly, softly from the shadows," and then disappears. The magic broken, Lanfear collapses a bit with a frightened gasp. The light has returned to the room, as if Megedion's evil snuffed it out. And also to emphasize that she operates from the shadows. Lanfear looks at the broken seals, and then up to the heavens, and ends with, Light help you, Rand al'Thor.
From a Forsaken.
from a Forsaken.
Whoo! Boy, oh boy.
Good luck, Rand. All right. So that is the end of that for me. I am so happy we got Maggedian as the first Forsaken we saw other than the
She
first
is your
two.
favorite.
She is my favorite.
She's not my favorite.
She's your favorite now? She's the best.
She's one of my favorites.
Look at her.
I have
Goth girls.
3 or 4 favorites.
Goth girls.
My other favorite is Samael.
Well, we do love Small Mael.
We can't get into that too much now. But anyway, that's just a name. Don't worry about it. I forgot they did say his name.
They did say his name.
Yes. Okay, good.
Yeah, they've said his name twice.
They've said Maggedian, Grendel, and Samael.
I want to say they said one more.
That's all I remember.
Well, Lanfear.
Lanfear and Ishamael, yeah.
Yeah, Nishamael. Yeah, she says Maggedian's insane, Grendel's a vain idiot,
and the boys
couldn't
execute a plan if they were under compulsion.
I forget when they said something about Samael.
Samael comes up later. He comes up, though.
He came up. Yeah, he did come up.
Yeah.
Because we got excited.
That's neither here nor there.
Regardless. I want to say during the step-in scene where he was talking about the different idols, one other name was mentioned, but I don't know which one. I don't remember. All right. Do you want to go to the spoiler section?
I don't think I have anything else to say about the non-spoiled stuff except for thank you for joining us, everybody, if you're still here 5-ish hours later. This is a big one. We didn't know if it would be big, but we knew it would be big. It's always big.
It is.
And if you have not read to the prologue of The Gathering Storm, you should go away or skip to the very end. I don't think we're going to be able to do full spoiler section in this part because I think the episode will literally be too long for me to upload. So that'll be recorded sometime in the next few weeks. WoTCon's coming up and then we're out of town. So it'll happen eventually.
But we did at least this part.
Yes. But now we're going to go into part 2. So again, if you haven't listened through Gathering Storm prologue, go away.
It's a spoiler, babies. Spoiler, 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 spoiler.
Welcome back.
All right. Let's talk spoilers.
Oh my God.
There's a lot to unpack
There's a
here.
bunch of shit to cover.
All right. So first, if the pattern continues, I'm thinking episode 8 of season 3 may have Dragon Mount in the cold open.
I disagree.
Why?
I think Dragon Mount's going to be a late game thing. I think you either put Dragon Mount at the very fucking beginning or the very fucking end.
I don't know. I have a theory as to why.
Does it tie into the columns?
Yes.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I think it ties into the columns.
But I think what they're doing with this episode 8 cold opens is they're going sequentially through.
Well, what else? What other order of operations could there be? I guess the Ishamael fight, but we've kind of seen it.
We did that.
Well, yeah, we already did that.
We still need the companions going mad.
Well, that could be the other thing.
Yeah. We need...
Then fine, it's 4.
I think they're going to start leaning in season 3 to, oh, wait, it's a man. Uh-oh.
I do think that the only reason why I think it could be 8 of 3 is I think eventually they are going to have to answer that question of what happened sooner rather than later.
Sure.
Especially as Luce Theron comes into play.
Sure.
But...
Maybe. I could see it.
The outfits of the men in the cold open, very Black Tower coated.
They are, aren't they?
Yep.
Pull up the episode
Go look
again.
at them. They look exactly right.
Yeah, they are very Black Tower coated. It's
Very
the black
Black
coats,
Tower coated.
the double-breasted coats. Mm-hmm. A little open on some of them, but yeah, I think it's very much in the vein.
Felt right.
The collars, they're varied a little bit, but yeah, I think we're definitely in the right.
Yeah, but they're in all black.
The right avenue.
It feels
It feels very Ashaman coated.
Feels coated.
Yeah, dragon pin even. Mm-hmm. Luce Theron has a dragon pin. Mm-hmm. I don't think that's what the dragon pin will look like, but he does have a dragon pin.
Who's to say? The dynamic between Moraine and Lanfear building so early to prep us for the docks.
Yeah, man, and Lanfear shoving Moraine through doors. I
didn't even think about that one.
Yeah.
Oh.
She punts Moraine through a door.
Moraine's like, I'll return that favor, thanks.
They're like, we're gonna circle back on this.
Lanfear is definitely traveling here.
In 1 to 2 seasons.
But like Moraine, she's holding the cards of what she can do close to the vest. However, we see here with both of them doing that Lanfear has hidden cards Moraine doesn't even know could exist.
Yes.
We're seeing once again how effective she is in raising her threat level and the threat level of the rest of the Forsaken. They got technologies we do not have.
That is true.
I think it's notable here that Ishamael never panics about the possibility of being killed, even while he's fake panicking this whole time.
Yeah, man, I don't know if he's dead or not.
To me, that hints that he knows he's not permadead if that should happen. I have 45 reasons, by the way, in this spoiler section why Ishamael's definitely not dead based on how he's acting.
Here's what I think.
Okay.
Here's why I think...
Lay it on me, babe.
What?
I said, lay it on me, babe.
Here's why I think... What I think Ishamael was doing at the end and why he kind of gave up at the last minute and surrendered. Sure. I think Ishamael believes that if he just... jumps off a building or whatever, the Dark One will be like, tough tits. You can't get out that easy.
But he's kind of hoping that...
Bring him back. I think he's thinking, if I really make it look like I gave it my all, maybe he'll let me stay dead.
Here's my thing. I'm thinking he knows.
That works too.
I think he knows. Let's talk about the White Cloaks really fast. Upping their threat level in time for the Battle of the Two Rivers.
Yeah.
I also wonder if showing these kids might get us access into some of Dane Bornhold's baby White Cloak backstory, if there's any to be explored. I mean, where is Mommy Bornhold?
Indeed.
I think they might explore some backstory if they continue down the more nuanced route for him.
I'm sure they will. I love Showdane.
I love Showdane.
Showdane is so
Showdane
fucking cool.
Is kind of baby.
He is a little baby.
No, like, he's baby.
I know. That's what I'm saying. He is a little baby.
Oh, I see.
He's like fashy baby a little bit.
He's fashy baby, but he's
still baby.
There's hope for him.
Yeah.
I do feel.
Yeah.
And since we see him hanging out with Galad, who apparently I now have a crush on.
That's wild.
The about face.
Yeah. That's what happens, man. You get to the part where Galad kills Valda and is like,
I have a crush on Galad, I'm not even going to lie.
It happens. It happens to the best of us.
He would take care of me. He really would.
He's just got to get over the,
I could fix him.
He's got to get over
I do actually believe I could fix Galad. I really could. I could introduce him to a little something called nuance.
It would help.
And a little something called therapy.
Yeah.
And I think I could absolutely fix him. Give me a month and a half.
But you're still hoping that Elayne will introduce him to a little something called titties.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which may help.
Yes.
They've healed many, many problems.
It's true.
But Dane hangs out with Galad, so there's hope for Dane to become a better person.
Maybe.
We do learn in the books that the Yellow Aja, who are Black Aja, are particularly adept at torture.
Yes.
I'm thinking there may be room to explore that a bit in the future. But Nynaeve enjoyed that torture a lot.
I don't think
For a sec. For a sec.
All right.
There was a temptation for sure. There was. You don't think so? Watch it again.
You know what? I trust you.
This line also made me feel like there's no way Ishamael is actually dead. Oh, it was the thing about being given eternal life. There was another thing.
I know some people also twig on such a simple illusion. How could you not see through it?
I talk about that later.
Look at you. Hold on. We do have the soundboard. We haven't used it at all because I have to lean funny. Wait a minute. There we go.
What was the line? Was it there are many paths to walk through the night? I don't think it was that one. Oh, with just how calculated this is and all the stuff about the Great Lord giving land for your eternal life and Ishamael saying that's for him to worry about.
Oh, yeah.
I just feel like, I don't know. There's that one. Oh, I also thought this could be setting up a bit of the Sindane stuff.
Yeah.
Like Moradin's ill treatment of her.
Maybe.
If
I
she
could see
fucked
it.
around like this
I'm
before.
excited to see. I hope we get Ferez back, but I think it's possible when they eventually, because I think this is the end of Ishi. But I do think we're getting Moradin, but I don't think we're getting
maybe
Ferez Ishi back. I think if we bring Ishi back, we're transpositioning him into a new body.
Maybe.
As much as I love Ferez.
I don't know. I don't think he's gone yet.
All right.
But I can't think of a more climactic point at which to kill him.
Yeah, because this is... I think we'll get the Stone of Tyr eventually. I think we're doing the Waste first.
And it is different looking than it was before, but the illusion line bugs me.
Yeah, that's fair.
And there's another thing that bugs me too. There's more stuff in here that bugged me, but I have this weird thought, and it might be totally dumb, but I'm wondering if there's going to be some kind of argument made that while Lews Theron's actions in fighting the Dark One directly broke the world and corrupted male magic, maybe him imprisoning the Forsaken in his timeline actually saved it in a way. Because Shamael talks in the cold open about how he and Luz do the same thing over and over again in all these lifetimes. So it could be that part of it is them becoming friends and Luz getting betrayed and then having to defeat him like Ramona Flowers, his 7 evil ex-friends. I know it's more than 7. But Luz Theron making it impossible for them to be reborn because he was also eager to get off Mr. Bones' wild ride kind of disrupted the usual paradigm and made it so Rand could have new and better friends. And if that's true, it means Luz Theron kind of broke the world so that it could be fixed, meaning both he and Latra Prasai were both kind of right. His actions broke the world like she warned it would. But we have heard from the books that things need to be broken before they can be fixed. So in breaking the world, Luz Theron set up the parameters for it to be fixed. And that also could be why, as Shamael said, Mat was born his. If the usual order of things is that Luz Theron's friends turn on him, and that's the song and dance they always do, as Shamael would look at the friend he feels is the most like him, possibly Mat, and decide, well, I obviously have to do what we always do and turn his friends, starting with the one most like me. Possibly also because as the recruitment chair for possibly even the Forsaken themselves, Shamael is looking at who would be that role, and that would clearly be Mat. Not to mention Mat's vulnerabilities make him an easy get for Shamael potentially to go for. But he didn't realize Rand is in his non-toxic friends era. People he can actually be stronger together with.
He is in his non-toxic friends era.
Anyway, I had a thought. It was a thought. I feel like we see here with Nynaeve, the scene we see here with Nynaeve felt very Semirog in some ways, and also Yellow Sisters who are part of the Black Aja. Just kind of the way she treats Sita kind of hints at she's participating in torture and has like some moments where she's getting kind of into it. People may disagree with me.
I disagree. I think she's pretty sickened by the entire thing. Because I think there's
I don't think she's into... I think there is a temptation that she then becomes disgusted by.
Well, isn't there a scene in the book where she puts on...
Yeah.
And she's like, I fucking hate this.
You can hate that you liked it,
With
too.
Maggette. Yeah, that's true. You can.
I just realized that the way that the Shan Chan might figure out how the whole Suldam can channel thing is they might find Sita in the Damani clothes and put 2 and 2 together. And that's why they had Sita get killed.
Yeah. Because... people have asked online, they're like, how are we going to do the Damani thing? And I'm like, well,
if they stumble upon one dressed as a Damani and find a collar next to her, they would put 2 and 2 together.
That's very possible.
Because why else would she be in that costume?
That's very possible. I'm also kind of wondering if this is a crack brain theory of mine, but I'm really interested in whether or not this is something they could play with. And I think it would add a lot of dimension to the Shan Chan higher-ups. What if they know? What if the Imperial family and the highest of blood knows?
It would make sense.
And they
because
know
honestly, it's been a little unrealistic to me that they would not have figured this out.
And they don't care because it allows them to subjugate people. And it allows them to stay in control.
Well, it's what keeps their society running.
Yeah, it is what allows their status quo to continue.
It's
and they
easier
know
to continue the
and
status
they don't
quo
care.
Than to undo it. I like it.
There's no evidence that this is the case in the show. This is just my pitch.
Well, as Shamael said to Suroth, I know why you swore your oaths. How high of blood knows?
Could be.
She's the High Lady.
She's.
Does she know?
Well, because in the book, she becomes leader of the Hyleni after Turok.
Yeah, but she's the High Lady right now. She's still in the blood.
She's blood.
Yeah, so how high of blood knows?
You could branch it out. That'd be
know.
interesting. I think it would work. I
actually think that would be a really good change.
Yeah. Well, again...
Because it gets into nuance.
It does. And also, to go back to the Japan, talk about Shogun a little bit. I can't talk too much about Shogun because it kind of spoils things later down the line. But I think there is an element that you can use in this kind of hierarchical imperial culture whereby the upper crust is explicitly lying about something or explicitly ignoring a thing that they are preaching,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, and that makes a lot of sense to me because I'm like, you're telling me that no Suldam ever fucked around and like jokingly put a collar on someone else.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
or whatever.
Kind of funny.
I thought with there being room for Anver and Moraine to reunite and address stuff at some point, potentially also if Anver takes Colavir's place.
I was going to say, yeah. Cole Anver. I have long been thinking that, and how fucked up will that be when Moraine goes through the door, Demise Wells happens, and then Rand has to come back and kill Colivir. Kill Anver.
But he doesn't kill Anver.
He puts her in a position where she
herself.
then decides it is preferable to die.
I mean, that's pretty fucked up.
How fucking hard would that be?
Pretty fucked up. Unless, no, because Galdrian is dead at that point. I wonder how that's going to go down narratively.
Galdrian?
I'm just curious.
I don't know.
There will definitely also, when we're talking about Swan and Moraine, there will definitely be time for Swan to reflect on all of the things post-Tower coup.
Yes.
Having all that shit happen will definitely change the parameters of the relationship again. Mm-hmm. I actually had a theory that Moraine hears about what happens to Swan, and
that's why she's at the docks.
That's why she's at the docks, because she's trying to get to Swan, and that's why the Amerlin seat would be her death. But that also could be Egwene.
Yeah.
Either way.
Downfall it was.
I'm getting convinced that the coup is going to happen earlier than in the season than I initially thought. I initially had thought that it would happen in episode 4. I think that's... Or no, 3. I think it may happen as early as 2.
I think 4 is glass columns.
No, 4 is definitely glass columns.
Yeah.
I thought Tower Coup was 3.
I could see.
But now I'm thinking
that.
It could be in the first couple of episodes.
I think we need at least one check-in with Swan first. We need to meet Elayna.
One of the things that made me interested... Oh, yeah, we do need to meet Elayna. So maybe 3 is right. Maybe I just keep it at 3 in my head.
I think Elayna's going to be in Camelin.
I think that Morghese sends Elayna and the boys in response to Elayne having gone missing.
I would buy that, yeah.
Because now she's like, I want you there to keep an eye on shit.
I'm pretty sure we know that they have filmed in a Camelin location.
We also know that women are blowing each other up in the first episode.
We don't know about blowing each other up.
Well, thrashing each other, I think, is something that was said.
Yeah.
Or slashing each other.
I think it's just very powerful women. I don't think we got anything explicit
bodying
about
each
what they're
other.
doing. I don't think it's even fighting.
Said they're fighting. They're absolutely fighting.
Is this Rafe?
Ray said this.
Oh.
They're absolutely fighting. I think he said thrashing each other. So that's probably kindergarten classroom, right? Because if the girls get rescued, Leandra's got to get the fuck out of Dodge.
Kindergarten classroom is the right time.
Kindergarten classroom for all those who are uninitiated.
that's shorthand, yeah.
Is shorthand for them all leaving.
All the Black Aja, because there were 13 of them, and Allie's initial response was, oh my God, that's a whole kindergarten class. So now we just call them the kindergarten class.
Yeah.
I realize how fucking weird that would be to be listening along, not knowing our shorthand, going kindergarten class.
Yeah, I think the coup does happen within the first 3 episodes, though, for sure.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I'm thinking 3 is a good spot for it because it's the story turn, and that's a huge story turn. And it gives Nynaeve and Elayne time to settle back into the tower before the coup happens and get kind of initiated into the whole Black Aja hunt, if that happens. So I think kindergarten classroom might be an inciting incident. The whole plot line is just to make Moraine's impending death more devastating. There's a whole thing with Moraine and Land is just to make her death just that much more ouch. We are getting a glimpse in the scene with Rand and Turok. We're getting a glimpse of who Rand becomes, the complexity of the decisions he makes in the future, and his power. Just wanted to say that. Oh, the benefits of doing things without magic and training and skills unrelated to magic, I believe, will come back with Swan and the Tower Coup and the untying knots.
Yeah.
That to me makes sense.
Yeah.
And also with Rand and his insistence on learning how to fight without magic and train the Ashaman in fighting unrelated to magic.
Yeah, we're going to get that.
Yep.
It's just going to come in the other order.
We're just switching them. We get a plot line of Bail Domon trying and failing to dump something in the ocean here, a nod to the sad bracelets.
I know, my man cannot dump things.
He cannot dump things to save his life. He is a smuggler, not a dumper.
Yeah.
I'm thinking that they may also...
But he's got a dumper, just kidding.
They might also
he's
be
a handsome man, though.
Giving us some hints into the backstory they're giving Suroth. In the books, Leandrin's whole reason for joining the Dark is that she comes from nothing. It seems like they've been playing with poverty a lot as a reason for joining the Dark because it's vulnerable and desperate people who are more likely to grasp for something that looks too good to be true. Suroth's character is very committed to getting attention and maintaining her status, often one-upping people who are doing better than her. And now that she's going on and on about glory, I'm kind of suspicious that that's where they're going with her, but Ashamael cows her with her reasons for joining the Dark, and I'm wondering if it has something to do with her background being from a lower status family, specifically maybe people who are Dakaval.
That'd be a hell of a rise.
I mean, look at how the damage reds rose again.
Yeah.
It's not out of the question.
No, it's not. Dakaval. We know from book 10, there's a huge stigma associated with coming from being Dakaval.
Well, it seems like whatever he's rubbing in her face has a huge stigma attached to it. She gets really cowed very instantly.
It would also be, I hate to say this, it would be full circle for her plot if she ends up Dakaval again. Mm-hmm. Although I'm hoping that we're not doing the Robert Jordan thing where we don't let any of the women villains die.
Mm-hmm. People are going to realize that the demonic can channel, I already said this, a Shandarai. Let's discuss.
It's not, guys.
We're still getting it.
Look, I know the script calls it the Ashandarai. I know that
I don't care.
An executive producer who did not watch any of the episodes and did not read any of the third season scripts said that he thought it was the Ashandarai. I really don't think that a knife tied to a bedpost is going to be Matt's signature weapon.
I am begging the universe once again. Let's see what they do with it.
I am begging
before we freak the fuck out.
An executive producer to see what they do with it. And that's all I'm going to say about that.
Yeah.
But here's what I think is possible. We're kicking around ideas. I think it is possible that Matt takes this stick and knife and it is turned into the Ashandarai. That's possible. Maybe. I think it is more likely that this is just kind of a nod. I really don't think that knife tied to a bedpost is the final weapon.
Yeah, definitely not.
I really don't. It's possible the Finns might turn it into. I also don't think that Matt now having some connection to being a hero of the Horn or something like that means he's not going to Finland, y'all. I really the Finns are an iconic part of the book. They are absurd and they are weird and they are magical, but they are very important and they are very, very relevant and they are some of the most widely beloved scenes that have impact and lasting ramifications. Flicker Flicker was cut because it's fucking cool, but unless you do a clip show, it's hard to give Flicker Flicker plot relevance. It is a beautiful, prosaic passage. It is some of Robert Jordan's best writing.
Yeah.
It is not narratively that exciting. When you have very limited pages to deal with,
it's tough.
It's difficult.
Decisions have to be made.
Yeah. I really don't think we're cutting Finland.
I don't think it's a repeat beat to give him that later. Also, respectfully, in light of something an executive producer said, and I mean this with all due respect, I don't think it's a repeat beat because I think this might be an explanation of why they pick a weapon of that particular form.
Yes. In fact, there's a wonderful book by an author named Brandon Sanderson wherein a character spends the entire first 2 or 3 books fighting with a spear. And then in the second or third book, guess what kind of magic weapon they get?
A spear?
A magic spear.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say that's a repeat.
I wouldn't either. It's actually one of the more thrilling that series is full of thrilling moments.
Yeah, I think they're setting up something full circle to be happening here.
Yes.
As opposed to how delightful that he is making the weapon that he ultimately receives. Almost like his past self is connected to that particular weapon shape for some reason.
Huh. I wonder.
Almost as if it's instinctual. It's part of his physical vocabulary now. Also, having used something of that shape to stab Rand is going to give that weapon a whole lot more weight when he later encounters it. Now a weapon that looks like this is symbolic of his failure, but also his adaptability in times of crisis. It's becoming this kind of double-sided thing, much like Matt himself. So we're kind of given the Ashandarai as much real estate for an external exposition here as we do the hammer and the axe. As for the magical physics of it all, it looks like the dagger is super evil and addictive, rotting the user, but we've cut down a bit on the rotting people thing in favor of having some kind of burning ability. We have, it seems, demoted the powers of the dagger a bit. I think that may be for a few reasons. One, it makes it less OP. I mean, I'm constantly wondering why Paden Fane doesn't just slash his way through problems if one little paper cut is enough to bring someone down. 2, less money being spent on FX, because otherwise every time you use the dagger, it's going to cost a fuckload of money to make someone melt. If they're going to put that FX budget towards something, the dagger is one of the less important things to put it toward, all due respect to the dagger. And if we're spending less money on it, that means we can use it more. So there's more storytelling opportunity if the ability is a little less involved. 3, separate the dagger from Shatter Logoth. We know that Shatter Logoth has the power to rot things. Having a dagger that can also rot things does link the two, but it also makes them a little indistinguishable in terms of ability. Much like in the books, Mosh and Shin and the other thing.
Mashadar?
Thank you. They have the same fucking name, too.
What do you call it? Mashadar, but wind flavored?
Yes.
Yeah.
And now we're going to break for ads. I think seeing the Shan-Chan in this way of,
Do we want to say anything else about
the Ashandarai?
or any of that? Or the dagger or
No.
Matt or Hero of the
Well,
Horn
there might be more
status?
stuff later. I'm going in order.
You're going in order. All right. I don't know. I don't have notes. I just fucking riff. I let you take the lead, and I'm over here with my big-ass bottle of water and my bag of crunchy fucking pretzels.
But yeah, I think
Learning how to swear.
the world kind of being more gray, right? And there being a lot of nuance. I think seeing the Shan-Chan in this way will also make Egwene's deconstruction extremely satisfying if they choose to go through with it.
I hope they do.
Yeah, they definitely... I have a hard time imagining
I
they
like
won't.
her.
I love her. Okay, let's see. Perrin leading the Aiel here feels like a hint at his arc to come with the Battle of the Two Rivs.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of interesting what's happening with these Shinarans, and I'm wondering if this is an intentional exploration of heroism kind of infecting the group. Ingtar and Masema knelt when the girls were being taken, while Uno did not. Even though we didn't get Ingtar's true death in the show, we did see him going out with honor, having introduced to Perrin the nuances of bad decisions. So his character was definitely not wasted. But we have Masema see this, and once again, when he's called upon to potentially be a hero, he has to let another friend sacrifice himself for what's right. So now you kind of see on Masema's face this idea of not letting that happen again. I'm wondering if that's what kind of starts his descent into radical dragon religion man, this desire to be a hero like his friends were, but taken to such extremes that it goes the other way.
Yeah.
Interesting to see if they play with that at all.
He's
lost two of his friends.
And we look at him looking at them die a lot.
Yep. I think it's like, I want to be that hero that's standing up for what's right, but it just goes way overboard into zealotry. And we've seen the consequences of zealotry already with the White Cloaks and Shan-Chan. So it's another example of that. But we get to see it from the ground up this time. Ashamael's talk about doing this over and over again makes me think he's not permadead. Also, especially since they did the whole Lanfear episode in which she was not permadead.
Yeah.
I think the line, if you keep fighting him, you'll turn them all to the dark, just like you did in your last life, just like you did to me. I think that line above confirms that we're getting more fleshed out relationships between Lews Therin and the Forsaken. But I also think it may indicate we'll get some more parallels between certain characters and Forsaken so that we can see some similarities so that the risk of them turning feels more like a possibility. And I'm like, Nynaeve and Maggedian are right there. I think Perrin and Samael is a possibility. I have this theory that Samael and Slayer are going to be kind of melded.
I don't think they will, but I see where you're coming from. I think Slayer's too weird.
I think that they can explain a lot of it with Forsaken bullshit.
That's true.
And I think it's interesting if Samael has beef with the wolves.
That could work too. He does have Darkhounds.
If he's got Darkhounds, as he's got beef with the wolves and he keeps killing them in the dream world, that to me feels like a foil for Perrin just waiting to happen.
Yeah, certainly could.
I don't know what else happens with Slayer.
That's true. Who's to say anything will happen with Slayer? Nothing
honestly
has since book 4, and there are only 2.5 books left, so it's possible you won't see him
Samael and the
again.
Darkhounds, Perrin and the Wolves makes sense to me. Maggedian and Nynaeve are right there. We already kind of had a Shamael and Matt happen, but I also think Matt and Asmodean are like a clear potential parallel.
I will say it will never not be funny to me that we took a guy who was half Rand's uncle and half Lan's cousin, and we decided to make him Perrin's nemesis. That will never not be funny to me.
That will never not be funny to me. I think we'll simplify that as well. The Lord Luke stuff.
I believe we'll touch a little bit on, leaks, kind of, but like big ol' ones that everybody knows about, which are the only ones we know about. There was an audition side for Lord Luke.
No, I think Lord Luke is happening.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that.
I think it's
I know
Samael.
you know that. I'm saying that for the benefit of the people who may not know it.
I think it's Samael in disguise. That's my theory. We'll see if I'm right. Rafe, make it so that I can rub it in everyone's face.
They have wrapped the season already.
I know.
I think.
It's called manifesting.
Yeah, they have.
The ramifications of the scene where Perrin kills Jeff from Bornhold for the Battle of the Two Rivers cannot be understated.
Oh, endless. I can't wait.
Giving Dane a legitimate personal vendetta against Perrin and having him know right off the bat where Perrin lives was a great move to set up what comes down the line. Perrin reaches for an axe in the moment when Eamon Vald is on top of him, but is unable to reach it. We're starting to get that dichotomy here being established.
And, I really didn't have a problem with him going shield at this point.
No, I don't. I think that's actually like a beautiful visual metaphor. But Matt says, I remember, and I'm wondering what that's going to mean going forward. Does that mean the holes in his memory have been filled?
He never had him, though. Not really.
Would be interesting since they haven't really been addressed yet. That's what I said. I do still think we are getting twisted doorways of some kind, but I do think they may be slightly different or need to be peppered more throughout the plot than they were in the books.
I think he goes and he asks to make sense of his memories.
Either it happens one time or it happens, well, yeah. I think twisted doorways are happening.
I think we're getting at least one. I mean, they're too iconic.
Yeah. No, I think it's happening.
I don't think we get to.
Snake people and fox people may be hard to pull off.
Yeah, but weird they're fae, right?
Yeah.
They're fairies. We're going to get like weird fucking fairy dudes.
Yeah, I think I trust them.
Yeah. If they did prosthetic Trollocs. We can get weird fucking fairy dudes.
Yeah, no, you're right.
It'll look weird. I don't think it'll be snake and fox guys necessarily, but I don't know, might be. But I do think they'll probably have it be one trip instead of two, because that is almost a repeat beat. It's a good repeat beat. I like both those scenes.
Well, yeah, I am interested in why, like, I remember happens. Why he says I remember.
Yeah, it was interesting.
But he starts having these weird memories before the holes happen.
He does the old blood thing.
Yeah, he starts talking in Old Tongue really early.
He gets the old blood, which is something that we don't really explore or expand upon very much beyond the fact that it exists. Could be their version of old blood.
I mean,
I don't think...
My thing is, I think that we've gotten a clear access to the old blood here because he spoke in Old Tongue.
Yeah, he did Dovienda.
Yeah, so I feel like whatever it is that he remembers, there's something going on there.
Yeah.
But it may not be its entirety. Because it feels like he's got the old blood thing, and then he's got the memories that are filled by...
Well, Matt has about 1 million. He's got the old blood, he's got the memories that get filled, he's got the luck.
I know. So I'm thinking this might be the old thing.
One of my favorite things is when people are like, Robert Jordan's magic systems are very, clear and rules-based. Mm-hmm. And then I'm like, parts of them are, and then there's the girl who can see the future sometimes.
Yeah.
But it's different from how the snakes can see the future sometimes, even though they do the exact same thing. Or maybe it's the foxes, whichever ones. And then we have this dude's a wolf. I, by the way, love this. I love that he's just like, I need to fuck around. We're going to do a new magic system. Uh-huh. I need to fuck around. I want to add this shit. This guy's super lucky. Fuck it.
But, so Guy is definitely Geidel Kane.
Yeah. He's got 2 swords and a shield.
Yeah.
He's 100% Geidel Kane.
I'm pretty sure he kind of confirmed that at Jordan Con.
He implied it very heavily.
If this is where Matt's memories start as opposed to the books where they kind of start seemingly randomly, then I'm cool with that as a starting point for him speaking Old Tongue and stuff like that, which he does in a second. I'm thinking they're just kind of adding an explanation for this so they can start weaving it in. Matt's saying his signature line also maybe hints that the luck part of his plotline might be starting since it's time to toss the dice.
Yes.
If he gets his luck as part of the horn, I think I'd be okay about that since it would be less random. Because I can't remember what kicks it off in the books. I don't really think it's... Yeah.
It's Taviran. It just happens.
But I just feel like
he doesn't
if we get
it
like
from
a clear starting point for that stuff happening...
No, it just starts happening.
No, yeah. I feel like this is maybe being presented as kind of like a starting point for him on that stuff.
But
on those extra abilities.
Yeah. The luck comes from nowhere.
Yeah. If he gets his luck as part of the horn, well, I'm not saying like part of the horn, but like kind of as a starting point. Also, it seems like he's gotten better at fighting from this, so it feels like Matt got a bit of a level up from this horn that will be increased by the twisted doorway / glass columns. Period. I don't think it's too far-fetched to think it's possible that the people in Rand's company might be heroes of the horn, if that's the route they're going.
All of them?
No, but some.
Could be.
But I do think it's an interesting idea, especially when we think that maybe Lews Therin locking up the Forsaken made it impossible for them to be reborn into Friends of Rand's, making it more possible for him to ultimately defeat the Dark One, if that happens. I'm assuming so. I mean, Matt is tied to the Heroes of the Horn. They said that we fought together before.
Yeah.
So whether he is or not, I know that was kind of a discussion.
Rafe heavily implies that he is in the behind the scenes
I don't think
thing.
that's far-fetched.
I don't think it's unbelievable. I can't comment too much on book stuff at this time.
Valid.
You understand.
The back of Rand's coat here has a rising sun. Dawn. He who comes with the dawn.
Hey, that's cool.
If we keep seeing the ways in which these kids are so young and unprepared in their way, it'll make Moraine's eventual loss much more impactful.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Such a simple illusion. How could you not see it? He's not fucking dead, you guys. I just don't believe it. There's just too many little things. It's bothering me.
Maybe.
Oh, but there was a line that he said that really bothered me, and I can't remember what it was.
It'll come to you in the middle of the night, and then I'll mention it when I eventually record the full spoiler
We
section.
get the show's version of Rand falling down a wall and looking up at Elayne.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
That's
And
cute,
at a much more
cute.
impactful moment. Well, more heightened
him from
time.
embracing the true source, silly.
It's a much more heightened time to introduce the two of them. I like that we've gotten to know Elayne, Aviendha, and Min as people independent of their relationship with Rand. I think we also needed to have Rand and Egwene lead separate lives for a bit and find themselves so that the justification for their split will be more earned and we will have our hearts open for someone to kind of replace Egwene in his mind.
Yeah, that's rough, you know? I mean, last time they saw each other, they hooked up, and then he went off to die. Mm-hmm. And then she thought he was dead.
And now he's
Not.
had a meet cute with her friend.
Yes.
I think we also needed to have Rand and Egwene lead... Oh, I already said that. Having Elayne literally involved in saving Rand's life makes their immediate connection a lot more potent.
Yes.
We get this angelic shot of Elayne that is classic romance meet cute moment.
I think it's so fun.
Because in romance, in order to earn it, we have to have the meeting basically ordained by the gods. The fact that she doesn't heal him perfectly emphasizes Nynaeve's need to get her shit together. Elaine's inexperience so that we can give her somewhere to go, and justification for Rand's gross wound, which gives him a connection to Elayne that is physical. So we're getting a lot of real estate out of this moment.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I need to go back up and see what the line is that bugged me from Ashamael.
You want me to pause while you look?
Hold on.
I'll pause. Okay, she investigated for some time. We're not sure what it was.
No, it was just him saying,
The
you let
eternal
me
life
worry
thing?
about the fact that she's got eternal life. There's just something that was odd about that to me.
Yeah. Excuse me, I'm sorry. It's quite late.
All right. Now I'm going back to my place.
We got to be near the end now.
I think so.
She's scrolling. Maybe I'll hit a soundboard button while we wait, just for fun. What does this one do? Oh, yeah. Takes me back to like January, I think. Is that when we had the soundboard last? When did we flood? We flooded in January, right? That sucked.
That did suck.
The mold was worse. Y'all
Mold
who
made me so sick.
just listened to the show episodes, you missed a lot.
Yeah. And I was so sick because of the mold for so long. And now, several diagnoses later.
Yeah.
Oh, the Aiel talking about the Kara Karn makes me think we'll definitely be spending a lot of time in the Waste next season. Get a lot of backstory there. We just also saw the beginning of the Masema mess.
Yes, we did.
With that facial expression. Lanfear with the light help we ran Elthor. This raises the stakes that Lanfear is helping him in the future because Magedion has specifically told her not to. All right, so here's some things I think we can expect next season. This will be season 3. So the story turn season. Before I move on, do you have anything else you want to mention?
No, I don't think so. I was looking at my notes. I have actually a couple notes. I lied earlier when I said I didn't have notes.
Did we cover it all?
I think we hit everything that I really wanted to say.
Mm-hmm. New information will be learned during the story turn season. New enemies introduced. Stakes will be raised. We are escalating toward a midpoint. I'm theorizing that they may be trying to do some one-to-ones with the Forsaken and the kids. I had some ideas as to where that might be. Matt as like Ishamael Asmodean. Ishamael for Dagger Matt. Asmo for Fun Matt, potentially. Perrin for Samael, of course. No-brainer convo. Egwene and Lanfear. Ex-girlfriends.
I mean, Egwene and Masana.
Also Egwene and Masana, though, yeah.
Yeah. Maybe we'll see what they do with that. We still got to figure out which
Nynaeve Maggedian.
which ones are actually going to be
Nynaeve
in the thing.
Maggedian is hard and fast.
That's the most explicit of all, I think.
Yeah. Not sure about the rest of them, but I should suppose there are arguments to be made for Grendel and Semirog could be some form of Elayne Avienda.
Maybe. But I like what you're saying here with them being kind of parallels because they're emphasizing so much that Lews Therin was friends with the Forsaken, which is true in the books. Like, have all of the Forsaken, if they just, the male Forsaken, if they had just kissed Lews Therin, none of this would have happened.
They just all wanted to kiss him.
The women, not so much.
I thought at first
but
it was
the men, yes.
Elayne and Grendel and Semirog and Avienda, but then I also was wondering if Elayne and Semirog could be a thing because they both like to tinker with things, and Grendel was an aesthetic
That'd be
with a
interesting.
firm philosophy that decided to say fuck that and do something else.
Sorry, did you say
Aesthetic. I get them confused.
ascetic?
Aesthetic.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just wanted to. I knew what you meant.
I get
just
them
wanted to make
so
sure that
confused,
yeah.
and it's my private hell.
Well, they are the almost exact same word.
Damon Dread, I have my reasons for thinking maybe Logain.
Is it ascetic or ascetic? Whatever.
Ascetic.
I think it's ascetic. Acetic is the kind of acid. That's even more confusing.
Are you thinking of acidic?
No. ACETIC.
Jesus, we're going down a rabbit hole. Though, wait, we may be getting
hold on,
Raven.
Hang on. Ascetic.
Aesthetic.
Yeah.
Though, wait, we may be getting Raven, and if it is Raven, then that is absolutely the Elayne parallel, potentially considering everything Elayne potentially went through with her father, if my theory is correct, and then having someone show up and make her mother a victim again.
I think we probably combine Robin and Samael.
You think?
Yeah. Because
Why not Balor?
Balol is not. No way.
Or wait, what boys do we think are going to make it in? Asmodean.
Asmodean, Samael, Damon Dread,
Is there room? Okay, wait. Asmodean, Samael, Damon Dread.
is Shamael. And then the girls are Lanfear, Maggedian, Grendel, and
Secret, the fourth girl.
secret other one, probably Semirog.
So then there is no Masana.
Masana is
I think
also
Masana and
Maggedian.
Maggedian might be being combined.
Maggedian, as you may have noticed, after she blows up Nynaeve's boat, kind of becomes a prop.
Yeah, that's why I want them to combine some of these people.
I think Maggedian and Masana get combined.
I do too.
Also,
might-
just to make sure I put enough ad breaks in,
Is
I'm going to
there-
do one more really quick, and then we're going to keep talking.
Is there a world in which Asmodean and Raven can be combined convincingly?
I think
If Asmodean fucks up Camelin and then gets kind of punted, I don't know. I'm thinking.
I think Asmodean's relationship with our heroes, as it were, is so different from everybody else's. He
Yeah.
kind of has to be off on his own. Because I think Samael, Balal, Robin can all kind of get combined because they all do the same thing.
Yeah.
For all intents and purposes.
Okay.
Damon Dread is distinct.
Well, then now, yeah. I just have thoughts.
Yeah. I mean, listen, Forsaken forecasting is one of our favorite things to do. So I get it.
So yeah, but things I think are going to definitely happen. Leandrin in the kindergarten classroom leaving the tower based on what was said by Rafe about women shredding each other. That was the word.
Shredding. Okay.
Could also mean the coup is happening earlier. It's making me wonder if one of our adorable little black Aja hunters bites it during that. Because if they're shredding at people on their way out.
You're talking about...
the kindergarten classroom.
no, the Black Aja Hunters. You're talking about Varen's buddies.
Yes. I'm worried for them.
That would suck.
Could also mean the coup is happening earlier, but that feels a little soon, and we definitely need Leandra to leave since the girls coming back will mean the jig is up.
Yeah.
Galad and Gawain and the where's Elayne of it all, sent to the tower specifically because Elayne disappeared before. Elida as well. The tower coup, after Swan's failure with capturing the dragon, I think Elida will likely use that as a reason to revolt. They already have been established as being kind of against her at this point anyway. So yeah, I'm thinking that's episode 2 or 3. The Waste and Roydian and the Twisted Doorways, I'm thinking Roydian is episode 4. More Forsaken action, stuff in Camelin for sure, Asmodean and Lanfear. They spent some time on Compulsion this season, so I'm thinking there's room for a little Grendel activity. Either that or just all the Morghese shit. Plus, Grendel's been mentioned, which makes me feel like they could have her.
Yeah.
Since she's been mentioned. Possible hints at Masana if we want the tower coup, though I think that's possible. Like I said, they combine her with Maggedian. Massima starts his religious fanaticism. That's starting.
Oh, yeah, that's coming.
Elias confronting Perrin about Hopper's death and Perrin getting more in touch with his wolf abilities or rejecting them. I think we got to get a little more of that.
I hope so. Well, Two Rivers also is the... We're going to get a lot of Perrin.
Well, I have
Perrin's
a theory... Sorry.
Perrin's been the D-plot king for so long.
I have a theory that Elias is presented with the opportunity to help with the Battle of the Two Rivers and rejects it.
That would make sense.
And that makes the whole wolves we come thing even bigger.
Yeah, that would make sense
because
to
they
me.
actually decide to interfere.
Yeah.
Because Elias has this whole thing about they're not your pack.
Well, that's
I don't like people.
Wells. We come.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you. That
I
would
think
be big.
Elias makes the decision then to help.
Yeah.
Battle of the Two Rivers, that's for sure.
That's gotta
either
happen.
7 or 8.
Yeah.
I have a theory that it's 7.
Yeah, I think it would be 7. Because I think the show is going to continue having the finale be Rand-centric.
Yep. And I think I know exactly what 8's going to be.
Alcair Dal?
Uh-huh.
Or the docks. Do we get the docks?
No, it's too soon, I think.
Okay.
I think it's too soon. Like, we could.
We'll see.
We'll see. I think it may be too soon. But yeah, Battle of the Two Rivers for sure is happening. I think we could get hints at the docks happening. But I think the thing about the Battle of the Two Rivers and then the and then the Al-Kardal happening in the next episode is the Battle of the Two Rivers sets up hope. That because I think season 3 will be kind of like, how do we get all these disparate people to work together? And having us explore all the ways in which like these different groups, now that we have gotten to know them quite well, are really working in opposition of each other. And it's like, how is Rand supposed to unite all these people? I think Perrin and Natty Cawthon's inevitable character development during the Battle of the Two Rivers. Yeah. Inevitable. I don't know about Abel, but we've seen Natty enough times that I'm like, inevitable. That is happening. They're setting that shit up immediately. But I think that, what was I saying?
Natty, Battle of Two Rivers.
It's inevitable.
Yeah.
Battle of the Two Rivers sets up hope that we could get these groups together.
Yeah.
And then
then Alcair Dal
fucks that.
says, never mind. Mm-hmm. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
You know, it's a counterpoint to the hope when we're balancing the hope and the fear. I'm trying to think what the hook would be. I need to look at the pieces on the board. Or maybe I wrote one down.
I still think it's possible we get docks. It's not likely, but
the hook, though?
No. I
think it's possible.
I have long said that I think that Demise Wells is the series midpoint.
Oh, obviously I know what the hook is. Ishamael returns. I think that could be a hook.
It's a little fast.
You think it's too fast? Could be. Level ups in power and abilities for all the kiddos for sure is happening this season.
Rand's going to learn
stuff.
sword fighting.
Rand's going to learn sword fighting from Lan. He's also going to learn other combat skills from the Aiel.
He does a lot of gym time. He goes gym hard in
The girls
book
are
4.
going to level up in power abilities. Matt's going to get his luck shit for sure. Perrin's going to, I think, spend some time in the Wolf Dream and learn more about his wolf shit. And he's going to have to command a battle. We're getting Fail for sure. I'm thinking she's got to be introduced really early, possibly episode 1 or 2. Aram returns and takes up the sword. That's happening. Tom returns. I'm thinking episodes 2 or 3. Min returns definitely early on. Episodes 1 or 2, I'm thinking. Megiddian versus Nynaeve?
Likely, right?
I put that down as a possible episode 5 story turn, but I'm thinking they may actually want to make that more climactic and put it later, so I'm thinking 7 or 8. Stone of Tear? Possible? But I think maybe early.
Yeah, because I think
they're going to march. You know what? They're going to march toward the Stone of Tear, though.
Yeah, I think actually, that would make a lot of fucking sense, because in the book, and I know you already thought of this, and I'm just having a revelation out loud after you've already figured it out. In the book, Couladin is going to Kyrian to go fuck it up. It would make more sense if there is a prophecy about the Stone of Tear in any way, that they would go that way.
Pretty sure there was a prophecy about the stone.
I believe there was.
Yep. So it's like, well, then we should go that way.
Well, there's one about the dragon one is, at least. I don't know if the Aiel...
Well, and why not have him get answers that's where he needs to go next?
Yeah.
From one of the magic things that he encounters during that entire thing.
Yeah. And, he could learn about Kalendor theoretically in Roydian.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, or in the glass columns even.
He or Moraine.
Yeah.
Either way. Possible igloo, though maybe too early.
Too early.
Possible new enemies, Darkhounds, Greymen.
Yeah.
I think we do get Darkhounds because they're such a good foil for the wolves.
Darkhounds for sure. Greymen are kind of hard to make work on TV, I feel like. But I trust that they would be able to do it.
I think there's a way. Likely exposition that we're learning next season because we're looking at the story turn season, so that's going to be lots of information. Rand's parentage, no question. Lews Therin breaking the world and how that happened, I think.
Could be.
That's coming next season. They've been teasing it for long enough. At this point, I think they got to talk about it. All the Aiel stuff, the dream world, and the Camelin and Trakand family secrets, if I'm right about that.
I do love that idea.
And that's all I got.
You know?
A
nice, easy,
6-hour episode.
6 hours. I'm feeling good about all of this. I think that it's agonizing in how excited I am. I feel like I should have more interesting things to say, but I don't. I mostly am nodding.
Well, we did just talk for 6 hours.
We did talk for 6 hours.
So maybe let's not put too much pressure on ourselves to say anything more.
No, maybe we wrap this one up here and we say we'll get the full spoiler one out sometime in the next month or two.
You're making it deliberately super vague when, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that we don't commit ourselves to something and then get lots of emails about it.
This, and by the way,
not in a mean way.
Yeah, y'all. I totally.
We just felt horrible about it.
Totally understand why people want to know
we
what
just
this
felt
episode was.
really, really
I completely
bad.
Understand
because we know it was a really long time.
It was a long goddamn wait.
There were strikes. We were sick. There was a flood.
There was mold.
It's been a wild 6 months of this year.
So I totally sympathize with people who were like, hey, it's been a long time. Did I miss it? That is a very fair question. And, no, you didn't. Here it is.
We were just, we had a lot going on.
Yeah.
And luckily, none of it is going to kill me. So
that's good. That's genuinely something I'm very excited about.
Genuinely something that was a concern.
Yes. So look, full spoiler thing. Eventually, probably going to be me and Bree, possibly one other special guest who asked to be on it.
Who?
Jen.
Oh, yay.
Yeah.
Yeah, you three would be dream team.
Logistics depending. Jen, if you're listening and you forgot that you asked me to be on episode 8, hi. But I'm feeling good. Season 2, I like season 1 a lot. And none of what I say about season 2 should be taken in any way as a reflection on season 1. Season 2 was just so fucking good, right?
So good.
It raised the bar.
I was very happy with season 1.
Yeah.
All the COVID shit aside. I mean, I thought they did well with the fact that they had tremendous obstacles against them, and it still was a very enjoyable show. Season 2 raised the bar in a huge way. Huge. I am so impressed. I'm so happy with it. And that's all I'm going to say because I've been talking for 6 hours and my voice hurts.
Well, hey, everyone. Are you excited for Allie to do the outro?
Oh my God. I haven't done an outro in a minute. Hold on. All right, let's see. Thank you so much for listening. If you would like to hear more from us, we have social media in the description below. We have a Patreon if you want to support us that way. And you can also leave us a rating or a review. It really makes our day and is very helpful. And the Patreon comes with some special perks. We also have a merch store. That's also true. Am I missing anything?
Nope.
Anything else, Gus?
Softly, softly from the shadows.
Softly, softly from the shadows. I'm so happy about Maggedian. Wait, can I say one last thing?
Of course.
Okay, I saw somebody on Twitter, I can't remember who it was, go, wow, finally we all stand Maggedian. And I was like, excuse me, have I not been here fighting for my life every Grinwell Cup for her? Goth girls. Softly, softly from the shadows. All right, everybody. Have a great night or day.
Thank you for listening.
Bye.
What do I call this one? We didn't do anything quippy.
Softly, softly from the shadows.